Hello, welcome to Hyper Game Dev. I'm working on my Godot game today. I've been working on it for, maybe like 9 months, 8 months, something like that, which is actually a pretty long time. But here's the reality: I just got started learning Godot. I'm very new to it, but I'm getting there little by little. Thank you for being here on this journey with me all along. If you're watching this after the live stream, I'm about to do about 8 hours of game development, so it's gonna be a long one. You're free to skip around. I won't be upset, but you can also hang out with me. I'm gonna be here keeping it as interesting as I can because I need to be interested in what I'm doing. So thank you for joining along with me. I appreciate it. Let's see how the game looks right now. Is the game working right now? So yesterday I was working on kind of some main menu stuff. Hey, what's up, Govind? Welcome. Thanks for coming through. How you doing over there? And so this is a debug level. The game is about an alien who is invading Earth. What's up, Cam? Good to see you. Thank you for coming through. And so this is a debug level. Just ignore it. Pretend it's not there. Don't look at it. It's not real. I mean, it's real, but it's not the most important thing. You are an alien who is sent to Earth to abduct things like animals and people and stuff like that. There's Govind there, and there's Cam. And so if I destroy this building, we get some cows. Look at those points go up. Now you might notice the legs are looking a little stubby. You're always first? You're always first? Thank you. That means you tolerate my lateness. The ADHD do be ADHDing. Thank you for sticking through it with me. I appreciate it. And so there you can see my legs have actually completely broken off. This is part of the game, is that you have to avoid obstacles while also trying to abduct as many of these cows as possible. Now, I'm currently remaking the player character. I'm doing that on Mondays during the member stream, so we do have an active membership here on YouTube. Every Monday I do another 8+ hour stream where I specifically work on game assets, usually in Blender, but also I do it in Godot as well. And so once I get that player character remade during the member streams, I'm almost there. I'm gonna rework how the limbs get damaged and all that stuff. Today, well, recently we've been working on this power-up menu, which is kind of nice. It does some good things, but there's another menu. There's another menu that I want to focus on, and that is the main menu. There is no main menu, it just starts. And, well, you know, I'm gonna be honest with you, it's something I should have thought about when I was first making the game, but that's what this project is all about. It's a learning project. I want it to also be a prototype that I iterate on. We're on level 2 now. You can see there's nothing in level 2. Level 2 is just an empty plane. But yeah, so I want to learn as much as I can, and I want to build on this game once I get like this version finished. So it's just all a bunch of work in progress-y, and the main menu situation, okay, I'm gonna need to deal with this in a very specific way. I don't think I can get away with just sort of wedging it in. So here's how that's going to work. Hey, what's up, cats? Welcome, good to see you. So the main menu yesterday, I got a little progress on it, okay? What I want is I want sort of like here where we've got this debug level, instead of the debug level, I want it to be this like black plane, and I want you to be in space. Maybe not a black plane, maybe it'll be like an alien, you know, terrain or something, and there's going to be a ton of aliens. Imagine aliens as far as the eye can see, and you click on one, and then that alien takes you to the first level, and then you like beam down into the first level, and that's the alien that you are. This is a roguelike game, so you know it's like every time you lose, you die and you start over, and the idea is that you die and come back as you know, another alien who's invading. So that's what I want. I want aliens as far as the eye can see to be in the main menu. And I want it to look like this. I want it to be constantly moving. And I don't want there to be an alien here. I want it to be, see like these trees? I want all the aliens to be like that, just like moving across. And then you click on one of them, and that's how you beam down. So that means I need to use this terrain controller, this belt, this treadmill, if you will, to have it constantly move towards the player. And this treadmill has been built, because that's the way this works, is it's kind of like a treadmill. Let me zoom out and see if we can visualize that a little. And you know what makes it easier to visualize is if I get rid of that and we come up here like this. This is gonna be my fight today. This is gonna be my fight. Okay, so look at that, right? Let's make sure we're actually moving. So as you can see, there is this thing that constantly moves forward, and stuff gets moved to the end, right? So it kind of looks like one moves from there and goes up there. One moves from there and goes up there. So what's actually happening is one is leaving right here. I ran into something. I gotta run out of the way. I should probably do this on the debug level. Let's do this on the debug level. Cam says, I was reading the terrain controller script before the stream. Let's go! Studying up on hyper game dev. I love that. So I'm gonna take your advice. I'm gonna make a flowchart today. That's something I want to do. I want to consider actually rewriting a little bit. Not rewriting, but shifting around some things in the terrain controller script. Namely, well, let's say at least I want to have just one function for progress terrain, which is what moves the terrain constantly. And I want to use like an argument to say it's either the main menu or it's the gameplay or it's a cutscene. So I would want cutscenes to even use something similar. It probably won't be moving in a cutscene, but maybe it will. So it's not that it actually is leaving the end and going on here, because you'll see sometimes it'll be a different color. So there it was yellow, but it came in there as blue. So what's happening is the one on the end is moving to this collection down here. There's now there's 4 collectors. There used to be 3, now there's 4. 4 collectors right here that hold all of the possible chunks or strips or treads that could come in. Hey, what's up, God's Favorite? Welcome. Oh, God's Favorite got a gifted membership. So that means God's Favorite gets a song. We got to stop the presses. Let's see. Do I have a good singing to song queued up that I can sing to you? That's what we do. By the way, I do an 8-hour stream for members, but you know what else I do? I do sing a song. All right, here we go. Here we go. Okay, I can sing to this. God has a favorite, God has a favorite, and it's God's favorite. That's the one that God loves the most. God doesn't love everybody equally. God only loves one person the most, one person the most. And you're looking at him right there, that's God's favorite. They're the one who is loved by God the most. Don't you know? God doesn't love everybody, no, no, no. God only loves the number one. That's God's favorite. All right, there you go. There's your song, God's favorite. Okay. Hey, that's what we do. That's what we do. Whether you're gifted a membership or you buy it yourself, I appreciate you, and there's your song. Sorry, also sorry, but you're welcome. Okay, so what I want to do today is I want to get this terrain controller to do a main menu for me, basically. And so there's 4 collectors down here, and there's one collector for the yellow chunks, there's one collector for the blue chunks, there's one collector for the red chunks, and then the new chunks, which are the black chunks, those are for the main menu right now. So what happens is when it sees a blue chunk get to the end, it's going to move it to the blue collector, which is all stacked on top of here. It's going to move it to there. When a yellow one goes by, it's going to move it to the yellow collector. When a red one goes by, it's going to move it to the red collector. And then randomly, at the same time, it's going to pick one from those and move it to the end. It's random, it's semi-random. There's some ways that it chooses, that we've coded in, that it chooses which one to do next, but it has randomness to it. So in the levels themselves, so if we go into the level, so what do these colors even mean? Why are we doing this? The reason why we have these different colors is because they represent different types of chunks. So the red ones are like obstacle chunks, right? And the blue ones are safe chunks, or ones that aren't going to hurt you or have nothing dangerous on them. The yellow chunks have points on them. So, for example, here we can see pretty clearly that there's like those cows on there, and those cows that you were to abduct and drop in here, that's a points chunk. So that's those yellow ones. And then like a safe one would be like this cornfield here, because this corn doesn't hurt you at all. An obstacles would be that one right there with the trees, right? So that's kind of generally how that works. Now, what I'm trying to do is this was all built for playing the game. It wasn't built for a main menu. And so what I'm trying to do is set up like kind of a state machine where we switch between states. We say either we're in the menu state, the game state, or the cutscene state. I'm not going to worry about cutscenes today, but in theory, we would worry about that at some point. I probably should think about it sooner than later, but I think this will lend itself to that. So, for the main menu state, I'm going to show you what we got done yesterday, all right? Because yesterday, we did get the main menu state to work. So, here's kind of how this goes. So, if I click on the node that represents the terrain controller in my node tree, and we come over here to the right, you'll see I've set up an export variable for isLevelType. So this is our state machine, right? And right now we have it in the type game. Now if I set this to the type menu and we hit play, it's going to be an infinite black void, and it's just going to keep going and going and going, and that's going to be that. Bam. So this was the grand achievement yesterday, was getting this set up, and that's it. It's just a void. And here's a cool thing. So I can actually come in here and I can change this to the game terrain controller. And look what's going to happen. After a little bit of time, just a bit, not too long, look, the colored ones start coming in. So we get a wave of safe chunks, a bunch of safe chunks, so many safe chunks, tons and tons, more than I'm particularly comfortable with. And then the level comes in. So then there would be points, there would be obstacles, and so on and so forth. So this is not the pace that I would want. I would want that to happen much quicker when the player presses play. Or maybe I could work with that and put some like, I don't know, dialogue, some messages to the player. I don't know. I think I'd rather it start quickly, personally. And then, I mean, I gotta be honest, if we want to do like cutscenes, I should probably really be thinking about that, because I want there to be skippable cutscenes, right? So if you want to learn more about the story, you can watch them or you can skip them. So then I'm gonna need to be able to quickly swap back between, like, you know, the game and the cutscene. I'm also gonna need to be able to swap back to the main menu, because if you die, we gotta go back there. So, I mean, I'm almost positive if we hit menu, it's gonna break. But, yeah, it immediately crashed. So that's something I need to fix. The other thing you might notice is we're just in the debug level. Yeah, so this is where we tend to run into the chaos right here, is this chunk add reparent. And the reason why this is going to be what we keep bumping up against is because what it's saying is there's nothing for it to... it doesn't see anything in the collectors or for it to add to the terrain controller. And so this is going to be a big problem. So what I want by the end of the stream, and I doubt I'll get there, but then again, maybe I will. We have 8 hours. We have 8 friggin' hours. We gotta get there, right? I'm gonna try to have it so I can switch between. I'm gonna go ahead and say the cutscene one. Well, let's keep it simple. Well, yeah, I want to be able to switch between the game, the menu, and the cutscene. I want to be able to switch between those, no problems. The right level chunks load in, and everything is beautiful and fine. And so something you may have noticed too is this isn't the actual level, right? That's just the debug level. It breaks if I try to put the actual level in there. So if we come to we set it up to be, so I can set this up to be level 1. All right, so we're gonna start the game on level 1, right? And then let me set the terrain controller again to be on game. So what it's going to do right now when I hit play, it's going to skip the debug level and it's going to go right into the game. Obviously, we don't want the player to experience the debug level. That's secret. That's not for the player. So here we start right into the game. The game looks fine. Everything is beautiful. No problem. So now if I take this and we switch to the menu and we play it, I don't even know if it'll work. It might. But what definitely won't work is transitioning into the game. Oh, so that's that doesn't even work. So I can't even have level 1 be the starting level. And well, something that I did experiment with was changing it to level 1 at the moment of switching to the menu, but this is silly. I shouldn't have to do that. So yeah, so this is the challenge ahead of me. And the way that I want to get this started right now is I want to map out this monster of a script. It is a friggin' beast. By the way, the links are in the description to the GitHub repo. It's one link. And you can find all of this code as I'm looking at it right now, unless I change it before I do another GitHub push. You can find it all in that repo if you're interested in following along in that way or whatever. But I want to come in here and I want to clean this up or something. So just digging a little deeper before I start making this flowchart, which is going to be, I'm going to spend some time doing that. I'm going to devote myself to doing that. I just want to explain a little bit of how we got that to work. So the switching between the menu and the game in the one instance where it does work. The way we got that to work was setting up this state machine here where if I switch between menu or game, so if it's game, it runs progress terrain game. And if it's menu, it's going to run progress terrain menu. These are basically identical functions, which is ridiculous, right? They're so similar, except they have a couple differences. So what I want to actually do is have just one progress terrain, right? And then, oh, it jumped me down. Thank you. Have one. Oh, I see. Because wow, we got a big old. I see. So what I want is to have one single. Stop doing that. Oh my God. I guess when you collapse things and then you get an error on it, it's like I'm gonna open this all up. So. Let's collapse this. Okay, so what I want is it to be progress terrain, and then we have like another argument in here for, you know, true and false or something, or maybe like a number. We could even have it be a number, right? So maybe 1 for menu, 2 for game, you know, something like that. I think that's ideally what I'd want. And then what those numbers would represent is within that same function, do the stuff that's relevant to the menu if it's 1. In that same function, if it's relevant to game, if it's on 2, then do stuff relevant to game. That's kind of what I want. And then we'd want the same thing for cutscene, except it'd be 0. So that's kind of my goal, at least for the progress terrain situation, but that's going to take some doing. And before I even do that, I just want to wrap my head around more how this all works, because I have been working on this since like the beginning. Like literally this was absolutely the first code that I laid down for this project. And I got this code from a YouTube video. And since then, we have just done a lot of unholy things to it. And it interfaces with another script heavily. That's the global script. It also interfaces with the HUD script a little bit. So there's some, and the camera. So there's some things that I want to try to get straight, and I'm about to do that with a flowchart. So thanks for being on this journey with me. I'm optimistic that this is going to be better than ever, but it's gonna be a grind. God's favorite wants to know what my view on clean code is. Waste of time. I mean, look, here's what I think. I think that it's and I'm speaking for myself. I like learning what I can about what makes my code the most useful to me, and or if I have a team, my team, and or what makes the game run the most effectively. I want to learn those tricks, I want to know those tricks, and I want to be used to using those tricks. With that said, at the end of the day, I'm trying to make a game, and So I'm going to try to get to that finish line as much as I can, as efficiently as I can. And if refactoring everything to make it cleaner code is in the way, then I'm not gonna do it, because that's just not my goal, is not to have perfect code. So yeah, so it's something that, you know, generally speaking, yeah, I want to have my code be better than not. But overall, I'm not of the belief that like every single line of code should always be clean and everything should be perfect and like that's a waste of time. That's you're never gonna finish a project, or you're just a perfectionist, and I honestly am not interested in being a perfectionist. So yeah. What's up, Brawl Snipe? Welcome. And we got Sable Spirit in the house. Good to see you, Sable Spirit. How you doing? All right, so let's make a flowchart. This is going to be interesting. I'm going to use Excalidraw to do that. Sable agrees. Just depends on your code. Right now, I care most about clean code, but I just don't produce any game. There you go. There you go. But, you know, that's the thing. Like when we're, you know, being a programmer, there's so many different things within that umbrella, right? Whether, you know, for me, I want to make games, and programming is part of making games. There's also asset design and sound design. There's so many different things. Game design. And so... you know, I want to, for me, prioritize making a game. If you are interested in prioritizing clean code, right? Like, hey, I'm someone who does programming and I really love clean code. Like, then you're doing the right thing. That's what you should be doing. So for me, that's why I say, for me personally, it's not a top priority. But it is something that I find interesting and I want to use when I can. Depends on your goal. Yes, absolutely. Are you gonna flowchart the current code or a new plan? I'm gonna flowchart the current code. Yeah, I'm gonna flowchart the current code, and then I want to make a new version of it that has some changes that seem doable. Like, again, going back, you know, to the refactoring thing, I don't want to necessarily completely overhaul it, but I'm kind of willing to potentially overhaul it, because, you know, what happened yesterday was difficult. I want to make it easier to potentially understand and modify this code in the future, instead of just being perplexed by it and just constantly like doing this, seeing if it's fixed, doing that, seeing if it's fixed, doing that, seeing if it's fixed, doing that, seeing if it's fixed. I want it to be more like, oh no, I know how to deal with this. So I don't necessarily want to refactor it into the ground, but I do want to make it more approachable for myself if I need to make changes. Something like that. Sable says, we're just supporting each other on the end. One man doing an entire game is a huge prowess. I just suck at dealing with assets and modeling and animation and so on and so on and so on. Nice. I like that. I like that. Yeah, it's a lot making a game by yourself, for sure. Yeah, and to me, I enjoy, like, the general, like, being a generalist. I like learning all those different things. And the thing is, you know, I want to work on a team. That's a big goal of mine, is to build a team and make games. But for now, I want to be able to understand how everybody would approach their role, or could approach their role. And that way I can better communicate with my team while I'm working on games in the future. That's just me. And this is brilliant, right? Because you know your weaknesses. You know what you're interested in, what you're less interested in. And that's really good, because then you're not going to waste your time doing something that you don't like, and you can like optimize what you do, whether it's on a team or whatever. I think that's really smart. Or, you know, if you're making a game, you can make sure you know, get assets from an asset store or whatever. Yeah. What was your first programming language, and when you learned it? It was GDScript. I mean, I did HTML when I was young, but like, you know, I wouldn't like build amazing websites. You know, I was just coding my MySpace profile. You know what I'm saying? So like, you know, it wasn't much. Really, GDScript feels like my first programming language, and Godot was my first, you know, foray into using text code. And so that was, I mean, you know, check out my channel, look at the first Godot stream I did. Literally, check out my Godot journey on the channel. I think it's like 9 months ago now. That's when I first started, and I am where I'm at. And I've streamed every step of the way since then. Jack of all trades are important to create bridges between specialists. Exactly, exactly, exactly. Hey, what's up, Mohammed? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. I'm making a flowchart today. So, I actually have made sort of a flowchart for this before, but that was to solve one specific problem where we had an issue where like a ghost chunk was being created and it caused a problem. This is not really relevant anymore, but I do want to reuse some of these little pieces here. I think that'll help put this together. You downloaded the Excalibur plugin on Obsidian. Awesome. Dude, maybe I need to do Obsidian. Does Notion have an Excalibur plugin? I bet it doesn't. I bet it doesn't. Notion broke Excalibur embedding. Well, yeah, maybe you're starting to sell me on Obsidian. I'm not gonna lie. All right. Live tutorial? Yeah, right. I mean, like I said, I'm just trying to wrap my head around this code. Okay, so we've got, you know what? It would, well, okay. Let's not even start with that. Let's do this. Let's literally look at what the code is doing. All right, this part is gonna be what it is. I have to do it though. So obviously we're establishing a bunch of stuff at the top of the script. I'm not gonna worry about that quite well. Then again, maybe I should. These are important. So these arrays that we're creating are very important. So I'm gonna actually make each one. All right. Wow. This is gonna be a Herculean effort. Bear with me. So variables. How do I want to signify variables? I guess a lot of things are gonna be in boxes. Let's say orange boxes. Okay. That's what it's gonna be, the orange box. And then, you know what? I might even get a little fancy with it. And you'll forgive me, but I'm gonna do that. We're gonna call this variable. Okay, there it is. Give me this kind of font here. All right, we're designing this. I ain't messing around here. And I'm gonna group this. And actually, we should add into that group is a little extra text, and that's the name of the thing. And in this case, we've got chunk safes, and this is an array. So I actually might want to do it differently. I am. So let me actually type out the task so people will know. Except on the shorts feed. I haven't set up a task thing on the shorts feed yet. One day. Okay. Here we go. I am doing flowcharting the terrain belt code. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. So that which moves the level forward, I am now trying to make be a bit more, you know, comprehensible outside of a script form is the idea here. Okay, so we've got this one, chunk safes. And probably I'm gonna want this to be a little smaller in case it's longer. And you know what would be nice is if we kind of put something on the end here. So in this case, this is typed as an array. Okay, look, we're even gonna get a little fancy. Look at that. We're getting real fancy up in here. Okay, cool. Great. Now, we're gonna duplicate it. And we're gonna make the next one, which is chunks obstacles. This is gonna be wild because this is gonna get complicated fast. And I think the reason why I wanna do this is because I think I'm gonna realize potential inefficiencies, or I'm gonna understand why it is the way it is, and maybe I can like rename things better to just like make more sense given, you know, what needs to actually happen. All right, next one, points and menu. Okay, points and menu. I'm devoted to doing this today. There's no stopping me. Menu. I hope all your guys' projects and stuff are going well. I very much do. Okay. So we got these 4 arrays that are being created up here. Got it. And this holds the catalog of loaded terrain block scenes. Interesting. When I wrote this code, only me and God knew what it did. Now only God knows. Whoa! Wow! That's cool. I like that. No, that's so real though. Like, because like, we make so much code when we're making games and stuff, right? And it's kind of ridiculous to expect us to be able to remember those things across long periods of time. It's so real. What is UML? What does that mean? What does that mean? That's what I'm asking, website, video. What does that mean? UML class diagrams? Maybe yes. UML diagram. Unified modeling language, a way to visualize systems and software. Whoa. Yeah, yes, that's kind of what I'm doing. Yeah, software engineers create UML diagrams to understand designs, code architecture, and propose implementation of complex software systems. Yes. Yes. Yeah, yes. Yes. Yes! That's I think that's what I'm doing. Sort of. Alright. So this is a helpful note. I kind of hate to say it, but I'm gonna add that in here. I'm gonna put that in here. So I know we're even gonna put the pound sign in there. I have to do this. Like, you know, I know it's not as exciting as, like, you know, putting something together or like, you know, I don't know, designing a animation that we can see put in right away, but I'm not that kind of game dev streamer. You know, a lot of game dev streamers are like, okay, I'm gonna do 2 hours, 1 hour where we do one specific task and it's gonna have a nice arc and you can see the whole thing. No, I'm actually here doing work. So yeah, thanks for getting in this dirt with me. All right, so that's what this does. Cool. Great. Now, what's next? The set of terrain chunks which are currently rendered to the viewport. See, this I'm less concerned about. I probably should, yeah, we should probably make this. This is pretty important. This is like the primary thing. The thing is it doesn't really come up very often in the code. This is the only, wait, is this used? Does this do something? Wait. Terrain belt. It's only... Wow, I don't think we use this. This is the old terrain belt that doesn't get used anymore. That's the old one. Wow, I think we replaced that. So what did I replace? So I have like the original one. The one that I got from YouTube. I do still have that script. So this is what it looked like before I did all the unholy things that I've done to it. This is, look at this. Look how cute this was. It's pretty cute. Not that long. And look what it has become. A friggin' monster. Blown out and put back together again. Obviously, some of these sections kind of mask it or make it look bigger than it is because of all that. But even if I collapse all of these, I assure you, it's still quite a bit more beastly than it used to be. Oh my god, it's so obnoxious. Let me collapse all these too. Alright. So, wait, now I'm kind of curious to understand what terrain belt was used for way back when, and why are we not using it now? What happened? Why did that become irrelevant? For initializing it when we append to the far edge, originally. Last terrain. Wow. We do that a lot differently now. So I guess, I mean, just to work on cleaning things up, I'm just gonna cut that out and make sure it still works. These are the kind of discoveries I would like to make today. Exactly this, you know? What is just making it all more confusing than it actually friggin' needs to be? Alright, see if that broke anything. It broke absolutely nothing. We did get a new error. There's a lot of errors that are always there. Oh, nope, this error doesn't matter. These don't matter. Nope, those aren't important. Don't worry about those. Those are errors that are relevant to the damage system to the player, and that's something that I'm not currently working on, because I need to finish the new player character model before I can really appreciate how to make that the best it can be. That'll be probably another flowchart day. Okay. Warning, warning. Exactly. Okay, so yeah, that terrain belt thing, don't need it. Cut it out. Terrain velocity, we very much need. Deeply. This is literally the speed that it goes. So like if I make this 20, dear God, it's gonna move twice as fast. So this is important. I'm not gonna bother putting this in the flowchart. Like I could, but it's not that important. Oh, okay. You saved it, but you didn't change it. Let's also change this one too. I wonder if it has a max speed. Oh, this might be getting set in code somewhere. I think that might be why that isn't speeding up. Oh, that is faster. No, that's faster. Oh, that's definitely faster. Faster. What? I just want to see it to show you that this is code. Look, I'm in for a grind here, all right? I want to have a little fun once in a while, okay? So let's see what the game looks like at super speed. Oh, it's kind of awesome. Now doing the run slows it down instead of speeds it up. That's dope. All right, anyway, so that's what that does. Not something we need to worry about here right now. The number of chunks to keep rendered to the viewport. Yes, so this has some importance. I'm not gonna add it in right now. It's not part of the big confusion that I'm having. Starting number of chunks. Yeah, now this is a tricky area. This is an area that is a little confusing to me. So, basically what happens when the game starts, it puts 9 chunks down because that's how many there are, right? There's 9 terrain chunks in the overall thing. That's how many we have. I'm gonna get rid of the world environment here. Oh, and then we gotta hit play to appreciate that. There's 9 that load in at any one time. And those first 9 are all safe chunks, in theory. And they actually get, like, immediately consumed on ready. How wide is one chunk? 100 meters, I want to say? Let me confirm. I want to say 100 meters, though, is what I think. 150 meters wide is what it is. 150. Pretty darn wide. But yeah. And so 9 of those show up and get immediately consumed for some reason. And then the starting ones are supposed to add extra on top of that. So this is definitely an area of confusion about how exactly it works. Let me show you the debug area. Debug area. We gotta go to globals. over here and set this to 0. It's just gonna be easier if we can see it that way, you know. Okay. And so you see how there's a bunch of blue? The reason why there's a bunch of blue there is because otherwise the player could spawn in on damage, because the yellow and the red chunks have potentially something that could hurt you on it. And so what I have to make sure is when the game starts, it doesn't start on damage. Now, I will say, if we're doing the main menu, it makes that less necessary, because in theory, we'd be blending in from the main menu. But that's why I wedged in some of this code here with regards to this starting thing. So this, I'm honestly a little confused about it. It's something that I made work, and I barely realize how I made it work. But look, see right there? I just set that to 0. The starting chunks, I just made that 0. And as you saw, we started in on like a yellow or red chunk, which would hurt the player as soon as you spawned in, which is bullcrap. The player doesn't deserve that. So in theory, this would be about setting how many chunks are there at the beginning. It doesn't quite work like I would expect, so I'm gonna set this to 1. So in theory, there should be 1 there. But look, it does a bunch. And what I've noticed is if I move this up to 9, it does the exact same amount as if I have it at 1. If I have it at 0, it doesn't do it at all. If I put it at a number greater than 9, then it's gonna start adding more in there. So if we say 20 here, we're gonna see a sea of blue, and it's gonna take a lot longer for the rest of the level to come in. So there you see a bunch of blue, and then eventually the level will start loading in. So the way that this in theory is working is it's counting how many blue chunks or safe chunks have gone past the player. And it counts to see, was that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, in this case 20. And once it sees the 20th one go by, then it starts loading in the level. But what happens is, at the beginning of the game, 9 just automatically get counted. And so it like ignores the first 9. It's kind of weird, and I don't fully understand why it works. But basically, as long as this isn't 0, it will do a thing. So, you know, this is something where I do have an area of confusion, but I don't necessarily feel like I need to like flowchart this right now. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to my flowchart, and I'm gonna make a special section for things to figure out here. So we're gonna say yet unaccounted for. That's what this section is going to be. So we can come back to it maybe after I get the general structure of everything and see, you know, how this fits into it all. I think that's what I'm gonna do. And one of these is starting chunk stuff. All right, that's how we're doing this. Okay, great, done. Did you find out what was happening yesterday with your 9 save chunks? Yeah, it's kind of what I didn't. I mean, I understand it a little better, but I'm still pretty confused what exactly is happening there. Maybe we'll understand it by the end of this. All right, so we're ignoring this for now. Now, this is actually really important, the first level loaded thing, so I'm probably going to want to take that down soon. But let's get this stuff figured out. Paths to directories holding the terrain chunk scenes. This is another pretty key area for understanding everything. So let's set that up as well. Hey QMerk, not a lotta. I'm flowcharting, apparently creating something like a UML perhaps. Unified modeling language. Basically, I am just making pretty graphs. I wouldn't say they're pretty, but they're something to help me better understand what is going on with my level movement belt so I can better wedge in a main menu and cutscenes and stuff. I want to be able to transition smoothly between differently behaving terrain belts or treadmills that move towards the player. I want to adjust that to just make more sense to me. Hey, what's up, Abo? Welcome. What's up with you, Kumert? All right, so let's duplicate some of this. Actually, why do we have, shouldn't we have 5? Oh no, 4. Okay, now that makes sense. Yeah, oh, I love to hear it. Abo's game is going well. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Awesome, I will definitely check that out on Friday, 110,000%. Can't wait, pumped. Every Friday, by the way, I do a 1-hour game jam on this channel. I do my own jam entry, and other folks join in, and we play all your entries. And then after that, I do a secret live stream where I play your guys' projects and give you feedback and things like that. A hike with the doggo. Oh, it sounds nice. Oh, it sounds so nice. I miss hiking. Now, these are not arrays. These are string names. So that's what I'm gonna want it to say up in there. So I should probably delete these. I'm doing all of these. We're doing all of these. Period. That's the way this is gonna go. Shrink that down. Let's give it duplication. There's one for obstacles. You know, and I like this because, I don't know, man, trying to visualize this in a page. This is kind of like what made me be afraid to start doing text code in the first place, was not being able to visualize all of these things easily. Perfect, Abba. That's the place. And what I liked about visual scripting was, in theory, it would let me visualize all these things. However, I discovered that just because in theory it lets you visualize things doesn't mean it's an optimal way to visualize code. It just is the way that makes it possible to do it in the first place. It's not designed to help you be able to understand things more easily per se. It just avoids having to be typing a lot. and to me it makes coding a lot more difficult, is what I ended up learning. So I'm quite happy doing things this way now. Okay, but that doesn't mean I don't need sometimes to zoom out of the monotony of a giant vertical page, you know, where I can't see everything at once. That's just the way that I feel. All right, so now we got those set up here, which is good. Also, in about 20 seconds, guys, there's going to be some ads that run. They don't pop up on the shorts feed, but they do pop up here in the widescreen stream. So in about 10 seconds, some of you guys are going to get ads, some of you won't. I will chill for a second while that happens. And yeah, thanks for watching the ads. There we go. Ads in progress, y'all. Ads are in progress. Put a little timer up there. Sable says, it's very common professionally to create UML before coding. Whoa. Yeah, right. Well, yeah, and I think of that as like pseudocode, right? Kind of. And, you know, with the terrain controller, like, I barely even understood how to do a terrain control. I didn't know what the heck that even meant. So it's nice to be able to start with something and then with the code and then, you know, work with it in a flowchart later. But yeah, honestly, Sable, I think I would want to do that in the future. If I know that I'm coming up with something complex, I think that's great, like, practice is to start with that. That makes sense why that's common professionally. But you need to master coding first to be able to write or do conception with UML. Yeah. Totally. Dude, totally. You're right. Like I didn't even know where to start with making something like a terrain controller. Like it didn't make any sense to me. So like it was nice to start with something that somebody had already made. So, you know, that's the kind of lesson I would want to take into my next game project, right? Is if I'm ever making an endless runner or anything that has some kind of complexity to it. Hopefully I'll have a little bit more coding experience where I can plan it out ahead of time. All right. Past the directories, holding the terrain chunk scenes. Got it? Good. Let's keep making stuff. Yeah, I got to. But this is, I'm kind of reverse engineering it. I like what you're thinking of too. I mean, if I was making my own terrain controller, which is kind of fun to think about. What if I made my own? Oh God. I don't even want to. Yeah, I agree. Likelihood that certain chunks will spawn. Oh, this is not being used at all. This is when there was a weighted average that we were using. But I didn't like the weighted average. I felt that it punished players. It would punish some players severely when there was a ton of obstacles. And then sometimes it wouldn't punish a player at all. So I didn't like the weighted average stuff. So more things that we can just clean up. I love it. Level chunk setup. Okay. Chunks list current. Yes, this is definitely being used 100%. And then we have chunk to add. This is very much being used. My gosh. What is chunk weight? Is that real? It's not. Get it out of there. Look at all this mess. Okay, so got it. How would I even type this? Like statically type it? Could I? I don't even know if I could. Get children pick random. I mean, I guess that's an array, but that probably won't work, will it? Let's see if it'll allow it. Nope. Would that be like a node 3D, maybe? Oh, makes sense. Okay, cool. Love it. And let me just fix that little spacing adjustment. We're cleaning things up over here. We're just making it all make more sense. That's it. Courageous to tackle reverse engineering on this Titan. Thank you. Thank you. I'm devoted. I'm deeply, completely devoted. I don't care how long it takes. I mean, it's easy to do at the beginning of my work session because I'm not even an hour in, you know, and I know that I'm going to be here for the next 8 hours minimum. So, like, feels like I got plenty of time. I'm okay with it. And I'm what I'm looking forward to, motivating me, what I'm looking forward to is being able to be like, oh, I get how this works now. And I can manipulate it more confidently, at least until I forget. And it's just between the code and God, as Cam pointed out earlier. For now, I'm getting back on the same level as God. Okay. So, this is really important here. Chunks list current and chunk to add. Essential stuff. So, right now I just have it set as level chunk setup. We can do better at explaining what this is. It's kind of obvious. So, the lists. Let me explain to y'all what the lists are. So, the list system is... So when I remember I said that weighted averages were too punishing. This was my idea. So, you know, yeah, this wasn't anything that any coder would ever suggest, but it's what I came up with. And I call it like a list or like a playlist system. So when we play the game and we look from above, you'll notice there's a certain order that the chunks come in on. And those orders are dictated by playlists. And so you know, here you can see there's a red one with 2 safes on either side. It's pretty much always gonna be that. Okay, here, there's a red one with a yellow and a blue. Alright, so let's keep going a little further. Red are obstacles. That's stuff that's gonna hurt you. Here we got red with 2 blues on either side. Alright, and you're gonna keep seeing that, but the order that happens is gonna be different. I mean, in this case, you got red and yellow and a blue, right? Sometimes you might see yellow, red, blue again. Here we see blue, red, blue. There's 2 playlists of chunks that are available to choose from right now. And those 2 playlists are randomized between. So this is my way of having it be semi-random. Oh, look at this. There we got blue, red, yellow. So there's a couple different, you know, lists of potential chunks that could come in, and it randomly chooses one of those lists. And then further, there's like, you know, 6 red chunks that could come in. So it's like this red one, there we got a red with the yellow on either side. So it could be red chunk 1 or red chunk 2 or red chunk 3. So that way it adds some randomness, but I can guarantee that the player isn't going to be overwhelmed with obstacle chunks. And so I can have some control over how the distribution is. And so those playlists are contained in chunks list current. And then I have these chunks lists, which are like generic. That is to say, ultimately I would have 6 chunks lists. That's my goal. Right now I only have 2. And there's chunks lists that would be specific to level 1, chunks lists that would be specific to level 2. Maybe on level 2, I want the red to appear more often and be a little bit more punishing. So I would have a separate chunks list for that. And then what happens is, so this chunks list 1, level 1, this on level 1 would get sent to chunks list 1. On level 2, chunks list, or rather, let's stay on level 1. On level 1, chunks list 1, level 1 would get sent to chunks list 1. On level 1, chunks list 2, level 1 would get sent to chunks list 2. On level 2, chunks list 1, level 2 would get sent to chunks list 1. On level 2, chunks list 2, level 2 would get sent to chunks list 2, and so on and so forth. And then what will happen is in this function, chunk chosen to add, we have chunks list current, and as you can see, we put those lists, and in theory there'd be 6 of them in here, and they randomly get chosen, and they get duplicated, so that way we don't mess up this array, and that becomes chunk to add, which is, and then what chunk to add is it pops one chunk from the list. So it picks one list from this array, and then from the one that it chose, it pops the first one from there and adds that onto the terrain belt. And then it only does that, it only updates the chunk when the size of the array is empty. So basically it pops them until the playlist is empty. And when that playlist is empty, it then picks another random one. It might pick the same list again. It might pick the other one. So that's kind of how all that works. And it's important here because, you know, if we're doing a main menu set of chunks, that needs to have its own list. If we're doing a cutscene set of chunks, that needs to have its own list. So this definitely is something that I want to keep track of in this flowchart. So let's put chunks list current array in there, and then chunk to add as well. So I guess I will grab this, duplicate it. I don't know if I want to like kind of put this somewhere else, since it's kind of a little different. Maybe I'll move that. I guess I'm kind of let me drag all this a little further away, because I'm just trying to imagine like how things get contained or whatever. Okay, duplicate this over here, and then I'm gonna call this chunks list current. Sable says God can be anything it wants. That's true. So it can be completely confused by this code. Yeah, that's right. That's fair. That's fair. I'm starting to think you'd be better creating your own terrain controller based on this one with a full state machine. Whoa. Terrifying. Yeah, because, I mean, a lot of what I've done is wedge things into something that was designed to not have those things wedged in. So there's a lot of, like, you know, adapters everywhere to make it work. I honestly, if you or I think of a way to take this and make it more streamlined, I am open to refactoring it. I am. Or remaking it. But I cannot emphasize how horrifying that is. I cannot emphasize that enough. Especially if I don't really understand all of the potential consequences. Hello to the short side, Brawl Snipe. Thanks for watching over there. Alright, so chunks list current. This is an array. And I mean, I'm just gonna say this actually holds the current list chunk list holds the chunk list currently being drawn from. That works well enough. After completion of the game, are you going to publish it? Yes. My plan is to make it free on itch.io for a short time, enough time to get feedback, and then I want to iterate on it a bit. And then after that, I want to make it like $5 or something. And then I'll just keep it on itch. My plan is not to put it on Steam or anything. At least not at this time. You can start with one of the UML diagrams. I'll just check the names to point the right one. Wait, so you're saying that, like... That sounds terrifying. There's some existing structure that could be relevant to me setting this up? I'm scared of that. But I'm excited by your confidence, because you haven't not helped me here. So... We'll see. Chunk to add. I mean, it's kind of obvious. The next chunk to add, really. Okay, so chunk to add is actually a node 3D. And it's set to the collector. Now, by default, we're setting it to collector safes. I have not really necessarily found that this matters, what I set it to. But I feel like that's better than null, so we don't get like weird errors or something. But I mean, I could try, but I'd rather not. Okay, so let's duplicate this. Activity diagram. And this is gonna help me. Ultimate guide to activity diagrams. Whoa. What is this? For login page? Dear God. Dear God, this is stressing me out. Oh, for like saying, so like, yeah, I'm gonna, no, get out of my face. You're terrifying me. Looking at a full one to help to understand the concept of this one. Basically describing in what order things happen. Really leveling up my developer wisdom today. Verify student's documents. Student logs in. Student system program coordinator. Student logs in. Valid username? Yes. Show student dashboard. No. Invalid username and password. I guess I'm not sure how this would even fit in there. I just have to take your word for it. This would be helpful. My brain can't even handle how that fits together. Can't do it. At least not yet. Alright, so we want to add chunks to add in here. This is a node 3D. I actually think it would be helpful to have some extra information about what this is. So I'm going to add a line in here. Like this. And we're going to say that it's this. What it equals. That's what I'm going to do. Make a quick example and share it on Discord. Okay, thank you, Sable. I mean, just for that, I gotta give you a credit. This is coding consultant. You're definitely gonna be rocking the coding consultant category. These credits entitle you to absolutely no compensation. However, they do entitle you to a credit in the game and truly my undying appreciation. All right, getting you up to 5. You're down here, but I just haven't sorted it, but you're actually higher. Absolutely not looking for an opportunity to test Excalibur. Oh, that's cool. Nice, nice. Yeah, do it. I love that. Yeah, I like it. I mean, I used to just use MS Paint for these types of things, but that became insufficient. It was too destructive. And then I like how easy it is to group things together and keep them grouped together. I think that is part of what makes this so much more useful for me. Okay, I promise I won't get too min-maxy on the design. All right. Chunk to add. Now, what does chunk to add do? This is pop fronted chunk from current playlist. That's how I would describe that. I'm gonna put that in there. Okay. Whoops. All right, little by little, we're getting it together. And then there's the level chunks playlists. Technically, I'm only using 2 right now. In theory, I would add more. I just haven't made them. I could make them. I don't really feel like it because it's just a little repetitive, and maybe I should. Maybe I should go and make them, so that way we build this all out. This is going to get really monstrous because, you know, this is chunks list 1, level 1, chunks list 2, level 1. There needs to be 6 of these, and I need that for 12 levels. 12 levels. 6 times 12. All right? 6 times 2 is 12. Put the 2 down. Carry the 1. 6 times 1 is 6. Plus 1. 72? I have to have 72. Can you imagine 72 onReady variables in a friggin' list on here? Of course you can. And you hate thinking about it. I do too. I guess I could do like a region. I don't even know how I would do it. I don't think we can't nest regions. So I kind of need to either have them all be in one, or there's going to be 12 here. Level 1 chunks lists. And remember, these also expand even more. Horrifying. Just devastating. End region. So there we can collapse that a bit. It's not even all of them. See, the reason is because it's just a little monotonous to come through here and design all these. It's a bit monotonous to imagine. And then for these, this is region single, or like, I'll say other chunks lists. The other ones. And these are for debug stuff, and then there's also like the menu one. They have their uses, but they're used a little differently. End region. Let's give it a little space there. Oh, and it expands it every time I click on this. It expands everything within it. Devastating. So I don't particularly want to make all those right now. So I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to keep it, I'm going to put it on my flowchart like this. So let's even say it's not a variable. It is a variable. I'm gonna call this one vars and arrays. And I'm just gonna say level 1 chunk lists. So this is a bit of a special thing. It's not quite like the others. So we'll even color it a little differently. I'll say for this one, safes chunk list. And then I'm gonna say menu chunk list, because these will be potentially useful to me. And this is actually one array. And this is one array. I could probably actually go with not doing that in a weird way. This is gonna be monotonous today. It's gonna be like this. And I really don't expect everybody to be on this journey with me. I just hope you know that. But it's gonna help me in the future too, to look back on this. So we'll put the actual name of this one in here. Chunk list safes. And then chunks list menu. Okay. All right. And then we're just gonna say actual chunk playlists. Alright, that's it. Those are all the things that are established at the beginning that I deem useful right now to understanding how everything works. There's still gonna be more, so this makes it seem simpler than it is. So let's recap though. So we've got these arrays, chunk safes, chunks obstacles, chunks points, and chunks menu that hold the catalog of loaded terrain block scenes. What the heck does that mean? What does that mean? I don't understand what that means. It actually means nothing to me. So I think I need to go look into what that supposedly means, because I'm actually very confused about that. So let's go look it up. Chunks safes. What's going on in here? Okay. So now I'm gonna start writing down some functions. That's the next thing I need to write out here. We've got a bunch of variables. I am gonna come back to trying to understand what that means. But first, now that we've got variables, and I guess I'll wrap this all in one little thing here. I guess we'll say class variables, or like script variables, global variables. I don't know what the right way to refer to them is. Okay. These are all the script variables in here. I will not min-max designing this much. Okay. So now, let's go into the functions. Kind of making like a menu of things for me to build this flowchart. I don't know if I like this being blue. Yeah, I don't know if I like that. Maybe I'll make it like white for now, or something. Because I want to make functions blue. Okay. That's what I want. Alright, and I'll use a similar style here. A little different. A little bit different. So sure, let's do init chunks first. Now a lot of these, the naming conventions aren't great here. So the original script that I got from a YouTube tutorial put underscores at the beginning of each function name. As I understand it, there's a degree of this being standard, but I'm not exactly sure I understand the cases where typically people use the underscore at the beginning or not. Obviously with physics process, there's, by default ready. So I'm not exactly sure like if I want to try and standardize this right now, but in a way it does kind of flag for me which are the functions that I originally created, or the ones that I added on versus the ones that were originally added in here. So actually, I think I'm going to leave it, and I'm not going to worry about refactoring something like that. Okay. Init chunks, and this calls with number of terrain chunks, which is pretty important. So we're going to make another bar here. And it calls with num terrain chunks. Now, I didn't actually set this variable up over here. To me, it's not that important for the flowchart. Like, it is, but I think it distracts from what I'm confused by. Posted a rough idea to Discord. Let's see. That was fast. I say, well, what you got? What you got for us? What you are doing right now is a class diagram. Oh. And this is going to be an activity diagram. Enter state. Process. Changing state? Yes or no? Oh, I see. So this would be main menu. Would be like the starting state, the entering state. And then if the player presses play, they'd be changing the state. So yes, leave the state. No, need to generate a chunk. Well, it would need to generate a chunk either way. Need to recycle chunk. So this is where I get a little confused, because it does both of these simultaneously. But I guess we could still do it as a yes or no. This is confusing. This can point to another diagram. Generate chunk. Need recycle chunk? Yes, recycle chunk. This does seem like what's happening. I mean, I think to some extent I can do this. I still want to have all of the components put together. Oh, hey, welcome, a student. I apologize, I missed your message. Let me pull that up. Let me pull that message up there. A student says, I've really enjoyed watching your live streams the past month as you build. Thank you for sharing with the world. Let me get that up on the screen. Thank you for saying that. That's so nice of you. I appreciate that. Yeah, and thanks for stopping in and saying something. That was 15 minutes ago. I am so sorry for missing that 15 minutes ago. I was trying something different with my chat, the way like my chat gets combined, and I wasn't sure if it was gonna work, and I have now found out that it doesn't work. So thank you for being a guinea pig, but mostly thank you for your kind words. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for being the world that I can share with, if I'm being honest. Because it gives me motivation to be able to share with you all. Truly. Sable says, you basically break down a function to its fundamental instructions. Right. This sounds very useful, potentially for like understanding where things could clash with each other, where why wedging in something doesn't work because it's not fitting in with this fundamental structure, or it's missing one of these checks. So I'm gonna strongly think about, once I get all of these, pieces put together, how I could maybe use the pieces in that way. But I'll be honest with you, Sable, this terrifies me. This terrifies me. And that's a me problem. But I'm not unwilling. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let that marinate while I keep putting this together and see if there's some way I can come up with marrying this with that. Here, enter state and leave state are state machine functions. Yeah. So menu level cutscene all have their own implementation of it. Oh, I see. So this is for the state machine purpose. So we would be building everything off of what state we're in. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense for the state machine. There's just so much else going on. I wouldn't even know how to put everything else that's going on into this list yet. But that's helpful. All right, so we got init chunks, and that is calling with number of terrain chunks. So this is a function, not a variable. Oh, I guess I could actually... guess I should just get rid of all this. I mean, it's obviously a func. Of course. Just want it to look a little different here. Because I'll probably have some that might call with multiple things, and I might need a little more space to do that. So we'll just adjust that a bit. Okay, and then as far as colors and contrast, yeah, let's make this like white. And make these white too. All right, so there's the function init chunks. There's my function template for now. Now what is this? Now that doesn't necessarily tell me what this function does. So I'm gonna want to have like components that go in there. So for this particular function, if I want to try to understand better what these chunk safes do, we iterate through everything in there. That's not that helpful because I don't know what we're iterating through. There, we're clearing it. That's the empty array. There, we're iterating through it. Chunk safes append, so it must be here in load terrain scenes. This is where that gets set up. So let's make load terrain scenes next. And this has quite a few things that it calls with. Notice chunk path menu isn't in here. Why not? Feels like it should be. Oh, I do have menu in here. But it's not getting... Oh, well, there is a problem right there. Why? Something must not be working, right? They're not being added. So when does this get called exactly? Load terrain scenes. Down here. Oh dear God. In on level update. That's it? That can't be the only place. Ah, it isn't. So it gets called in the ready function, and it gets called whenever we update a level. So we update a level, this runs. We update, we start the game, that runs. And what it seems to be doing is it's taking those... Did we set these up over here? The paths? We did. Paths to directories holding the terrain chunk scenes. Okay, and then to clarify what that is, by the way, there are folders in this project for every level's chunks, right? So if we look at the debug level, for example, or level 0, I think it might be in here as level 0. It is. So if you look at level 0 down here, what you'll see is it's broken up into 3 sections: obstacles, points, and safes. And within there are a bunch of chunks. Looks like there's 9. One for every possible spot that would need to be loaded into the level. And if I open this up, it's just gonna be, you know, a red chunk sitting there, minding its business. And that's what all of them are. They're all the same red one. That's not gonna be true in a level 1. In level 1, it would be a variety of obstacle chunks, potentially. In points, it's yellow ones. In safes, it's blue ones, right? So, where we have chunks, paths, safes, chunks, path, obstacles. This would be holding onto the current levels chunk paths, right? So this actually gets updated, because if we're on level 0, the obstacles chunk path is going to be different than if we're on level 1. If we're on level 2, it's going to be different. So this actually gets updated. And that's why when this gets called, it calls with all of these. Because what it's checking here, and this is on level update. So when the level updates, that is to say, if you beat level 1 and you go to level 2, it's going to run load terrain scenes, and it's going to update all of these chunks collections to have what we've laid out. So what I've laid out, those folders that I just showed you, if we go to the global script in here, it's a bit chaotic. Oh man, it's so friggin' chaotic. So on level update, now on level update runs at the beginning of the game and every time we go to another level. So I probably need to have some scripts set up here, not just stuff that's in things, but different scripts, right? Man, this is wild. And it's also wild that I would try to do this without being able to understand the bigger picture, you know? Sable's just sent another one with, on the left, a class unit of a class diagram, plus on the right, an activity diagram describing a method from the class unit. Whoa. Class name, safe chunks, array chunk, obstacle chunks, and then all. So this is like what I'm doing, where I'm creating all that, and then how it could fit into an activity thing. First block is properties, second block is functions. Properties, functions. Yeah, this is pretty much what I want to do. This is pretty much what I'm planning on here. Yeah. I think that's what I'm trying to do. And I'm just making those things on each side. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I want to do. And so, you know, right, so I'm working on that class side before I start trying to break down the activities. I think we're on the same page. But it's helpful to see if, you know, the next steps that I'm going towards. I actually really appreciate that. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to make it considerably larger. And this is going to be for this is terrain controller script. Okay. And then I'm gonna want something a bit different. So if I clone all this, then there's the globals script. Oh wow, Excalidraw won't let me zoom out anymore. I guess I could make it all smaller. Wow, I have exceeded Excalidraw's limits. Okay, so before I copy that, Let's just see how much we can shrink this down. So that way I get a little more space. There you have your class diagram unit. The next step is to create different class units on one page and link the connections between different classes. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. I think that's what I'm trying to do. I think you've kind of laid out what I'm going for. All right, so now this I'm gonna make for the globals script. Thank you for just giving me more of like a target to shoot for, potentially. So that would be the global script. And this obviously isn't gonna have all of this in it. It's different. This is gonna be a lot of work. It's gonna be a lot of work. I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna be a lot of work. So I think I'm just gonna get rid of all this for now, and I'll fill it in soon. Dear God, I'm already an hour and a half in. And I've got maybe like 10% of this set up. Not even. I'd like to think at some point, it just starts cooking. I don't know if we're there yet. It seems YouTube has decided in about 20 seconds, some ads are gonna play. So if you're on the shorts feed, no ads. Widescreen feed, ads are coming in about 10 seconds. So I will take a brief little break here. Turn up that music. And I'll see you in a minute. We're cooking. We're cooking. Hopefully. Hopefully, man. Like, it's nerve-wracking. Because I don't know. I don't know. Like seeing how much there is to do still, it makes me incredibly nervous. Like, can I do this? Do I actually have the stamina to do this? I have to find the stamina. I must. All right. Hopefully the ads are done. Thank you for watching those. I appreciate it. Do I have the stamina to do this? No, I know. I'm like, let me like juice myself up a little bit. Like actually give myself some energy. We'll see how that goes. See if that helps. Maybe I'll sip some tea as well. All right. Oh my gosh. So over here on the global script, we have current... Oops, I didn't mean to zoom in like that. Godot does not play nice with that zoom feature. It really doesn't. It's so slow, at least on my computer. So that what I'm kind of looking at here is that current, or the current safe chunks, the current obstacle chunks, and how that gets updated. When a level changes, which happens at the beginning of the game, and when a level changes, on-level update runs. And when on-level update runs, we call it with a level number. And we also print out that globals tried updating paths. Level becomes level current for some reason, or level current. What is level current? Oh, right. So that's actually picked up. That's like a global variable that's read elsewhere in the game. That's why we assign that. And then in here we update current safe chunks to level chunk safe level. So, hey, what's up? Where am I? Where are you? I know where you are. I see you. Welcome. Good to see you. It's too bad I don't know a generic state machine. I don't know a generic state machine video. I only have one which showcases what it looks like, but doesn't explain the entire process, and one which does in a very specific context. That's okay. It's okay. What type of game am I making? I am making a game. It's a roguelike. It's a roguelike set up like an endless runner with some vaguely shoot 'em up aspects. So I'll show you where we're at so far with progress. I would say I'm like 30% done with the game, so not much, but we're getting there little by little. You play as an alien who is invading Earth, and you are tasked with abducting animals and humans. This is a debug level, so look away. I'm just kidding, you can look at it. So this is what you look like. You're an alien, and here we are destroying these cow barns, abducting cows, and then we get points in each level for all of the abductions that we do. And whenever you get that number, you can then pick a power-up and go on to the next level, and so on and so forth. There's also some limb damage mechanics that are in progress, but basically you can take damage when you run into things, and your limbs will shrink and in theory become less effective. So you won't be able to grab as well or walk as well and stuff like that. That's still being made at this point, so there's some kind of funny things where you end up floating and stuff, but that's where we're going. Looks like the UI is made for mobile. It's interesting. I definitely am not planning on it being a mobile game, but I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I think if I can find a way to port it to mobile, I'm definitely open to that. I appreciate that feedback. You know, I'm kind of just trying to keep it simple, you know, so maybe it's got some mobile influence to it for sure. But that's kind of the general idea of the game. And today I am trying to wrap my head around the code that makes the level move forward. It's code that I borrowed from a YouTube tutorial almost a year ago now, and I have done many things to this script to the point now where I barely understand what it does. So I do understand what it does, but not as well as I'd like. So what I'm focusing on today is I'm grinding out a flowchart based on how that terrain controller works, or that which moves the level forward, because the player is stationary and then the level moves towards the player. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I want to make a main menu that is like a level, but it's a little different. And in order to do that, I need to make some changes to the way the terrain controller moves, and it's a beast to try to figure that out. So I'm trying to tackle that beast, and so I'm doing a lot of, like, you know, drawing and flowcharting and stuff today probably, and then hopefully by the end I'll have a better understanding of how I can wedge in a main menu setup. So that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm grinding this out for 8 hours today, so I'll be here working. Is it just a fun project, or are you looking for commercial success, which is hard in general? It is hard. So this is somewhere in between. I'm thinking of it more as a learning project, and I want to have the experience of making an entire game and iterating on that game. So my plan is, when I finish it, I'm going to release it for free on itch.io, and I'm going to look for feedback, and then I'm going to iterate on the game based on that feedback. And then once I remake or add some changes based on that, I'm going to put it up for like $5 or something, and then honestly probably move on to the next project. And depending on what I think about it, maybe I'll remake the game someday, and that could go up on Steam or something. But really, I see it as a learning project, and you know, when it's all said and done, you know, it'll be available for like, you know, a few bucks or something like that. Yeah. Good question. Cam says, what if to start the game, you feed a cow to one of the aliens? They assume the cow form and blast off to Earth. Yeah. So, here's the lore for the game. I will tell you about it. I will tell you about the lore to the game. And I do want to have some type of like cutscenes, basically, that make that happen more or less. And I'll tell you about how that goes here. So, the aliens don't actually look like the one that you tend to see, at least not in their natural form. In their natural form, on their home planet, they look like this. This is their like nymph form, if you will. They're just a head. They're just a head. And on their planet are these like blowing winds in the air. And those winds create these like pearls in the sky. And they're kind of like space magic. And they're all the little alien heads looking up at this wind pearl. And they do this funny thing, kind of like a snail going into a shell or something, where they actually secrete saliva stuff all over it. Thank you, Where Am I appreciate that. Thank you. It means a lot. You too, whatever you're working on. And what ends up happening is that magical space orb fuses with their body, and some of their like organs drop down into there, and it becomes this like strong, magical, indestructible orb that's their body. And so they're all on their planet looking like this. Now, this is true. There was a time where in human history where they were trying to send animals into space. They still do, but with very, very small ones. But like entire animals, like dogs and stuff, to see what would happen. Just what would happen if we sent an animal into space. And so one of these animals actually landed on the alien planet that these aliens are from. And as they do, they decided to take a bite out of it. And when they did that, they grew the limbs of that animal. I'm thinking it's a mouse. And that mouse decided to, or that alien with the mouse limbs decided that, hey, we all should have frickin' limbs, because then we can pick up things and build cities and do more secretions and, you know, make like a domicile and have a great civilization if we all have limbs. And so that's why they're set to Earth, because they want to get some more aliens or some more limbs so they can have a bigger alien society. So that's where the player starts the game right there. So there's going to be some kind of like cutscene, sort of like you're describing, where you see an alien on the home planet devouring an animal that landed on their planet, and then they see that it's from Earth, and they go to Earth, and then you are an alien with just a head and a body who is going to Earth to start doing this stuff. And the first form you're gonna be is a cow. I've actually modeled this, and I've even got it animated at this point. I haven't implemented it into the game yet, but technically it's getting there to be ready here. The cult of secretion and limbs. All right, not scary at all. Yeah, it is scary. This is my new player character model. I haven't finished the arms yet, animation wise, but it's getting there. And then here is the quadruped variant. Look at that. So you're gonna transform into that beautiful, beautiful creature. As the first level. And then after the first level, you're going to be the human whenever you first eat a human. And then you play as a human for the rest of the game. So, yeah, pretty much what you said is kind of like what's already happening. Very similar to that. Sable says, I'll make an icy chocolate drink while you entertain our vertical friend. That sounds delicious. Okay. So, flowcharting, which is what I'm here doing. It's what I'm here doing. I'm grinding out the flowchart, baby. It has to be done. Gotta do it. No, it's such a stressful task. I so badly want to just give up, you know? But I know I have to do it. All right, so what I was looking at was this load terrain situation. And what I'm trying to ultimately understand better is what chunks safes are, chunks obstacles are, chunks points are, because I'm actually a little more confused about what these arrays are supposed to be than I should be. They hold the catalog of loaded terrain chunk scenes. Right, so I think I'm starting to understand, and we can explain this a little better. This actually holds the current levels chunk files. That, to me, this makes a lot more sense. And now I'm not as confused when I think about it. What's up, Dragonblade? Welcome, good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Give up might be what to do for now. If you have other tasks to focus on so you can clear your head and come back later to this one, hell no. Absolutely not. This is my task. I like what you're saying, though. I think that it's important to understand what works best for us as individuals. For me, this is it. This is the task. Now, I mean, if there was something else I could do, it would probably be designing the main menu. So, like, actually, Dragonblade gave me the idea for that. Not a head clearing aficionado here. And so I want there to be like a bunch of aliens, and you choose one of those aliens. And then that is like, so it's gonna be like tons of, like the camera flying over a sea of aliens. An army of aliens. You pick one, and then you teleport down to Earth. But to me, like, so I have ADHD tremendously, deeply, profoundly. And, if I go do another task right now, the likelihood of me coming back to this one decreases precipitously. And so it's really important that I do stay on this one and I hyper focus on it. Otherwise, it might never get done. Or it's going to take me so long and I'll never come back. Or when I do come back to it, it'll be so far away. So for me, I really need to stick with this one thing. But I hear you. And so, you know, when I say I feel like giving up, that's not me trying to find a way to give up. That's me releasing steam, you know? Because I don't want to just build it up. I want to, like, be honest and share with you that, like, yeah, this is scary. It's scary to try to do these hard things, and especially if you don't even really know what the result is gonna be. But it's worth it, and you know, I hope that it can seem that way by the end of this. And that's what's driving me forward, is knowing that by the end of this, there will be something to show for it. So, let's get there. So, these chunk safes hold the current level's chunk files. This makes so much more sense to me as a way to describe this. I'm going to make sure I also update this on the script itself, so I don't get confused in the future. So yeah, so that's what I'm doing here. I'm trying to flowchart my terrain controller script because it's gotten out of hand where I barely understand what it does. So this is going to help me with that. And then I'm going to hopefully more easily be able to switch between main menu, cutscene, and game states. Okay. So that's what that does. And so let's look at load terrain scenes. I think this is a really important thing. You know what? And maybe I'll even say this. Where does load terrain scenes runs in the ready function? Maybe we should look at the ready function first, since that's like the beginning, you know? So then maybe I'll do that. All right, let's do that. That's gonna be the first function that I kind of set up. And I'm even gonna start setting up that activity chart that you were talking about. I think we'll do that. Okay, so let's do the ready function. Ready. And obviously that doesn't have anything that it calls with. So we'll just get rid of that. And yeah, let's make it mean something here. Okay. So the ready function, hello, good to see you. How are you? I'm gonna also want to put together the components that go in there. So we have a signal, messenger level update connect on level update. That's pretty important. So let's even grab us, you know, I might even want to do that as a function. Maybe I'll do that. It's a little tough. It's I don't even know. No, you know what? Let's make a special section for signals too. Man, it gets complicated, doesn't it? All right, we're gonna make a signals section. I think that's the only way. I think I have to. I must. I kind of want to not, but I must. No. Let's ungroup this, because this is getting a bit unwieldy here. Drag that down. This will be a pretty small section, honestly. Especially on this one, there's barely any. There's like one. So. Signals. Sure, make it green. That's a yet unused color here. This comes from the messenger. Not that important, if I'm being honest, but that's okay. And it's called level update, and it calls on level update. Put this here. Probably should have used the function one. Pull this down. I actually don't think, we don't have to do it this way. I think it makes more sense to just call this level update, if I'm being honest. And then in here, say what this calls. Thinking about, you're instinctively very close to the UML class diagram without previously learning. Intuition on point. Let's go. Intuition on steroids. I love that. I love that. I mean, it's just, yeah, I'm just trying to make sense of it. I mean, now you make me want to look up class diagram UML, just to like understand more what you're saying here. Whoa. Oh yeah, so just making like the sections within there. Yeah, and then I don't think I'm gonna point these to anything. I'm thinking of this more as like a palette or like a toolbox, and I'm gonna pull these out, and then I'm gonna put them in things. You have a fancier way to draw them. Yeah, I do get a little fancy. So if in terms of head clearing, this is my head clearing. Is being fancy with the design. That's how I'm clearing my head. Okay, so this calls on level update. We're gonna say that. I don't even know what to put up there. I'll just say this is a signal. How about that? I guess we'll make it red. I haven't used that. How do you clear your head? By making fabulous UMLs. As one normally should, right? I love that you're like teaching me this UML language. Something I would never even think about. But the way you talk about it makes it sound like it must be such a ubiquitous concept. It's kind of cool. It's real though. There's something so ADD about that, I think, is like working on things that aren't that important. Like I studied screenwriting and playwriting in undergrad. That was like the thing that I did. Was writing for TV and movies and stuff. And my professors would always criticize me for focusing too much on the format. Like I'd make the script itself look really beautiful and pretty and choose like nice fonts and organize it really nicely, but then I wouldn't finish the script. And they'd be like, can you just finish the script? Also, ads are coming in about 10 seconds if you are chosen to receive them. So I will chill on the work for a minute here. Thank you for watching the ads. I appreciate it. But yeah, sometimes it can be a hindrance. If you're watching the shorts feed, no ads for you guys, because YouTube just hasn't set up ads for shorts feeds yet. They do it, I think, if you're swiping. And so like, but not like if you're sitting and watching one. Probably for the best. But in this case, I think it's worth putting some design work into it. I think I've learned to manage how distracted I get by this and using it in a way that's actually like useful to me. Ad time is snack time. Alright. Hopefully those ads are done now. Thank you for watching the ads. I do appreciate it. Helps a lot on this channel. So, we're setting up signals. Oh, I guess I'm making signals green. Why did I make it red? I don't know. Sable says, my hindrance is to be looking for the cleanest approach. While I could use a half-decent one, which would perfectly work considering the scope. Gotcha. That's nice. It's nice to, like, identify that, you know? And know, like, what we might want to improve on for ourselves. Or just say, you know what? I'm gonna let myself enjoy that. Screw it, let's do it. Alright, so there's the signal. And when... So we set this up in the ready function. So what I'm gonna do is duplicate this. Say this is in the ready function. On-level update runs right away. So we'll put that there. It's going to be a lot of things in this ready function. That's one of them. We also set what the paths, the default paths are going to be. This is exactly why I enjoy the YouTube content right now. I can focus on making very efficient components, teaching those concepts, helping people who do not want to make full games. Who do want to make full games. Gotcha. That makes sense. Nice. Right, and I think that that's so important, is to find not only what your strengths are, but like what you are drawn to. And then look at what you're drawn to and what your strengths are. And find a way to, you know, achieve your goals. And if your goal is to make money or produce something that you're proud of, help people, you could make games to do that, or you could do what you're doing and make content. That's really cool. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's how you do it. Draw.io is a great tool to draw your design faster and more organized if you want to use it later. I don't know if I've heard of that. Draw.io. Flowchart Maker, an online diagram software. Ooh, good looking out. Shorts feed. Okay, it's gone. Hey, look, what's up, guys? Sorry about that. The stream internet dropped out, but we're here. Don't worry. When I'm working on this game, all I care about is getting the entire thing done. I don't care about anything else. I am trying not to worry about, am I still interested in this project? Am I scared of whether I'm going to get it done? I don't care. I don't care. I'm just going to keep showing up at the same times every week, and I'm going to work on it no matter what. Do I lose interest? Who cares? Keep working. That's my mentality right now. And I'm not saying that that's easy. I've found that live streaming has given me that structure to show up at the same time every week and devote myself to that chunk of time to work on it. And that makes it possible for me. For some people, it's having a job, right? Going to the office or clocking in, on Microsoft Teams or whatever, and whatever it is. And, that gives them the structure to show up and keep working on it. Oh, it has dark mode? God, I hope so. I really hope so. Oh, you know what? I think my dark reader is, there we go, was inverting it. Weaponized ADHD, yeah, exactly. I mean, we need it. Like, it helps so much more. Yeah. And you said this is easier than Excalibur? Oh. Hello. It feels very similar. We can group things. This feels like a lateral move, but it also has more shapes, which is nice. Whoa, it's got whole charts and things. Okay, this is pretty cool. Oh, it's got icons. Oh my God. Okay, so one thing I will say about this, wow, and it's got like pre-made layouts. This is the kind of thing that would overwhelm me with options. Like a bit of a choice paralysis, where at least in Excalibur, I'm limited to not having all these bells and whistles. And so it forces me to like concentrate a little more, whereas on this, I'm like, what should I do? Maybe, ooh, this is cool. But this is awesome. Thank you for telling me about it. I'll definitely like bookmark it, and yeah, maybe next time I'll consider trying it out. Thank you for recommending that. I appreciate that. That's helpful. Interesting. Sable says, there are UML dedicated tools, but they limit you very much on fanciness you can achieve. Right. Well, yeah, I guess that's part of the point of them as well. So that makes some sense. Welcome, CVR. CVR says, I'm new to the channel, discovered you yesterday. Welcome! Thank you so much for saying hello. I'm about to start making games, but the most scary thing of all is coding. Are you familiar with GDScript, or do you use help from AI? I am familiar with GDScript. I actually have been live streaming my entire GDScript learning journey here on YouTube. So if we come over to the channel page, and we go right here, my Godot journey, you can see actually where I started, which is, whoops, not that. Oh, it opens up that one. So way back here, this is my entire journey in learning GDScript here. This was my first one. I want to say it was like 9 months ago or something like that. 10 months ago. My God. And yeah, so for me, like, I was terrified of coding. I was absolutely terrified of coding because I had learned like visual scripting, like, blueprints in Unreal Engine. And I found that I like text code a lot more. it was less scary than I thought, honestly. And I had the help of people in my live stream chat, but also, yeah, sometimes AI, sometimes YouTube videos, sometimes, you know, just somebody's website or a forum. So to me, AI is one option, but I gotta be honest, I've kind of stopped using it. I used it for a little while, but sometimes it can help explain things to me. So if I find a chunk of code somewhere that I don't understand and I put it into Chat GPT or something and I ask, like, what does this mean? How does this work? That helps me a lot. What doesn't help me much is, you know, asking it to create code for me, because generally it is wrong. Like, it's kind of got the idea, but it's not perfect, and it often misses a lot of context about my project, which is true if you're getting a tutorial as well, or you're finding an answer on a forum. It may not be specifically good for your project. So, you know, to me, AI is one of the many possible tools to get answers, but I don't really use it much anymore. Right now, if I'm gonna get help, I just look at like forum posts and stuff, or people in the chat, my friends or something will help me. Is generally how I get around. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, I'm deep in GDScript town. I'm all the way up in it, for sure. Specialize into introducing coding to beginners using Godot and GDScript if this can help you. Yeah. I love the Brackeys tutorials. Brackeys has such good starter GDScript tutorials. If you're interested in getting started, you may already know that, but these two videos on the Brackeys YouTube channel, indispensable if you ask me. So check that out if you haven't already. Obsidian has UML plugins. How surprising. It looks like code to UML. Not that fun. Whoa. 10 months ago, close to your GDversary. Whoa, yeah, it is next to my GDversary. I love that. Cam says, I can't recommend AI tools for beginners because if one can't tell if the output is a hallucination or not. Yeah, right. A lot of time it might be spent debugging code that isn't worth keeping. Yes, exactly. Right. I would just get into this entire mess of like trying to understand why it wasn't working. Yeah, totally. It's unfortunately not all that helpful. Yeah, that's a great point. Excellent point. All right, so in the ready function, not only are we doing the signal for level update, which runs the on level update function, which I'm gonna want to branch off to that as well. When I was on Unity, ChatGPT wasn't stupid yet, so it was awesome, but now it's kind of sad. Oh. Yeah. Well, with Godot, it's not trained on the latest Godot documentation. Unless you use Copilot, which still isn't the latest. But you know, you could download the Godot documentation and train an AI on it. That's entirely doable. I don't know. How long did it take me to get it? I mean, I would say maybe a couple months. And then I started doing game jams. Every Friday, I do a 1-hour game jam on this channel where I try to make a game in 1 hour using Godot. I do use like some pre-made code and stuff that I've made before, but generally I'm in the weeds with code trying to figure stuff out. So to me, that's my barometer, is how quickly was I able to feel comfortable making a game in 1 hour. And yeah, so I would say it took me about 2 months to be generally familiar with how to use it. And then every day I keep learning more and more. So I'm still learning it, but it didn't take me long to get the hang of it, honestly. Vertical fella fell down, they're horizontal now. Yeah. Okay, so in the ready function, we do the signal, level update, and then we update these chunks paths. So I'm going to grab from my collection of things. We're gonna grab all of these. And we want to clarify that they all get updated. So I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to drop it in here. And what these get updated to is on the global script. So on the global script, we have the current safe chunks. So like whenever I come in here and if I come in and I say variable level current 0, right? That is updating this right here. And that's what it's assigning to chunks path safes, is whatever matches that. You know, something I want to do is I want to clear out all of these. This gets really messy really fast. I'm going to close all the scripts here. Yeah, save it. Absolutely. It gets so messy so fast. It drives me nuts. Oh yeah, Godot Cafe. Yeah, that's a great server for sure. And then Godot just came up with their own server as well. And that probably is a little smaller now even. So you might even get your question answered there as well. But yeah, that's great advice. Definitely go check that out. Yeah, of course, CVR. Oh, yeah, thank you. You're nice and have a calming voice. Love your enthusiasm. I realize it's a learning process like everything else. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the nice words. Appreciate that. Motivates me to keep going. Thank you. That's lovely. Just gonna reduce the number of the amount of chaos that's going on in my script list here. So it just makes it all so much harder. Okay, so now I've just got the 2 that I need in here. Very nice, CVR. And so on the global script, if I set level current to 0 and we hit play, it's going to be the debug level. I took out the world environment, so the colors are going to be a little weird. But it's going to be the debug level. So chunks, path, safes are set to these blue strips. Chunks, path, points are set to these yellow strips. Chunks, path, obstacles are set to the red ones, and then there's entire folders that just have a bunch of red ones, a bunch of yellow ones, and a bunch of blue ones. And on the global script, that's where that's updated. So if I come in here and I set this to 1, now when we hit play, it's going to be deriving from the level 1 folders, and it's going to know to switch to that. So now we see different stuff, and so that's what's being set up in the ready function right over here, right here. It's adapting to whatever number was already put in right up here. So let's set up on the globals flowchart script these things so I can connect to them. And one thing that this isn't currently clarifying, so I guess I would want to have both scripts available. Okay, I see. So let's duplicate this terrain controller box here. And this is gonna be a mighty box. That's for sure. My god, it's gonna be quite a lot. But for now, it's like that. And then I'm gonna duplicate this, and this will be for globals. I'm honestly a little terrified of how this is gonna turn out. I think at some point, it's gonna start to feel like I'm just rebuilding the entire thing. It's gonna become stressful. Where Am I says, coming from non-programming background, visual scripting, to becoming comfortable in GD in 2 months. That is great work. Thank you! Thank you so much! I was very scared. I was very frightened. I honestly swore off text code. I literally thought it was impossible, and I was never gonna be able to be okay with it. And what I found out is I like it better than visual scripting. I didn't realize when I was using visual scripting, there were things that really frustrated me about it. I didn't even know that text code resolved a lot of those frustrations. So I gotta give credit to text code for being easier to learn than I thought. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Henry. Much love. Right back at you. Good to see you. Thanks for saying hello. Appreciate it. Okay, so we're gonna say this is globals. Yes, I'm gonna design it just a little bit. You're in the Godot Discord, but you only observe. I see. Nice. Yeah, there's 2 of them now. So there is the Godot Cafe, which used to be the main Godot one, but it wasn't really. It like existed before Godot started doing community outreach. And then it just sort of became the main Godot one, and then recently Godot got their own separate from that. And so there's 2. So Godot Cafe is much more well established, and there's a lot more going on. Sometimes it can be hard to get your question answered. Not necessarily. If you're persistent, you can get someone to answer it. The official one, gotcha. And you know, I mean, this has probably quite a few members in it. I would presume 26,000 people are in here. Yeah, there's a new one. In the official one, the new one, you've got, I mean, it's hard to say. There's a lot of roles in here, but let's see what it says. 5,700, so it's probably like 6,000 or so people, a little less than that. So it's a huge size difference. So you might get your questions answered more quickly there, since it's smaller. So yeah, check that out. In either case, the links should be pretty readily available somewhere out there. So yeah, check them out. Yeah, Sable Studio is really cool. Been lucky to have them hanging out here, for sure. Okay. So in the global script, I'm gonna set up all of these. Watching your stream has officially made me so much less overwhelmed to just learn GDScript. You really do make it seem less complicated than it appears. Really? Thank you for saying that. The more that I use it, the more comfortable I get with it. And it's nice because if I need to solve problems, I just think about, well, what, you know, oh, I can use this for that. Oh, I can use signals for that. And it just gets easier and easier the more that I do it. The name of that, oh, Hack and Plan. Hack and Plan, yeah. So it's a project manager targeted at game devs. So it's similar to like Trello or something, but it's specifically made for game development purposes. It is free. There are paid tiers, but they're not really necessary if you're not like a big indie studio. So don't worry about that. But yeah, I use it for keeping track of all my tasks and different infos and things that I am collecting, and it can keep track of like your work hours and stuff if you want that information. Okay, let's grab all this, duplicate it, and I'm gonna move it to the globals area. Compare this with Obsidian Project Manager. Yeah, check it out. Check it out. You know, it's not going to work well with other things. It's kind of on its own. It's like standalone. You know? So keep that in mind. Alright, looks like in about 15 seconds, YouTube's gonna run some more ads. It's interesting, now that YouTube shows me how many ads it runs, I'm like, wow. That's how many, huh? Interesting. So we'll take a little 1-minute break. Pump the music. If you're on the shorts feed, you don't see no ads, but over here you do. Do I have a game design document for your game? I have documents that represent game design for my game, yes. I have all kinds of documents. I wouldn't say they're unified in a place, but yeah, I have documents. I mean, like, for example, there's, the one that I showed you earlier about the story of the game and how, we progress between levels and things and, like, what happens later on and, how all that works. I've got documents for the different areas in the game. Whether you're in the cattle farm and rural areas, so this just has a bunch of reference images for when I was designing all of this. And we've got it set up for every different area and stuff. Hopefully the ads are done now. And then there's others too on the hack and plan. Yeah, it's kind of like a mood board. I mean, like, I literally made, like, this building. So it's more like a collection of reference photos. But I actually, like, grab things directly from there and make them. So yeah, it's a mood board. Yeah, you could call it a mood board. I think that's fair. Oh, actually, it's this one. So this is the building that I made, literally based on this one. Tried to make it as similar as possible. So I just kind of got stuff all over the place. And then, like I said, in the hack and plan, there's a bunch of things too. Yeah. Since all my games look like UI spreadsheets, mood boards are overkill. Okay. That's okay. And then, like, in here, there's a bunch of lists of things with information and stuff. So yeah, I've got documents lying all over the place doing different things. All right. So I want to get these names here. No, don't close all. It's okay. Close this. Let me close some of this. It's getting a little messy over here. Getting a bit messy. Just close that script. Okay, so it's current safe chunks. That's what we're setting up. Is it just a fun project, or are you looking for commercial success? Yeah, so it's a learning project, is what I'm calling it. And I'm just going to put it up on itch.io for free. And then after I get some feedback and I make a few changes, I'll put it up for about $5 on itch. And that's probably the end of it. But depending on how I feel about it, maybe someday I come back to it and remake it, maybe with a team, and fulfill the vision that I actually fully have for the game. So yeah, I'm kind of making a prototype. It's a learning prototype that's gonna end at an early phase, basically. It came from CPP, and I prefer it. Oh, did I just literally answer a question that you asked like 20 years ago? Sorry about that. I don't know. I don't know why my chat app. Yeah, it is an old message. I don't know why my chat app showed that to me. But hey, we said it again. It's always good practice. I came from CPP and I prefer it, but I understand the need and use for scripting languages. GDScript, easy to use and learn. No compilation, save the file and run, dynamic typing, etc. What's CPP? What does that mean? Faster iteration. Yeah, I'm all about that fast iteration. What does that even mean, though? And then in theory, we'd want a menu chunks as well. This is not string name, is it? It is string name. C++, gotcha. Wow. That's pretty cool. You know some C++. That's very useful. That's a very useful language to learn. All right, so then what this does is this is paths to the directory, paths to directories of the current drain chunk scenes. It's not compiled. That sounds true. Okay, so this is on Global's script specifically. So let me move down here. And we're actually pulling from this. I'm getting used to like the different tools clicking stuff. C++ bindings can be used to code an object if more performance was needed. Put up long chat on the widescreen. Okay, so now over in the terrain controller, we have chunks, paths, safes. Over here, we have current safe chunks. So what's going to happen here in the ready is these are going to get matched over here to those. You coded everything in C++ when you first started with Godot? Oh my god. Horrifying. But I get it, like if that's what you know, I can see why that's what you would do. Like that makes sense. Now this is where some of my setup here might start to fall apart, just a teensy weens. You know what would probably make more sense than doing it like this? Is if I bundled these into one nice little unit. C++ drove you away from Unreal. Wow. Yeah, we got helpful people here. Yeah, it is a nice environment. That's nice of you to say. Yeah, I mean, that's important to me. Like, literally, very important to me. I love that that is the case. And anyone who tries to challenge it will be banned. Period. Yeah, chat is amazing. You know, there's a lot of communities where people are just like kind of hostile with their chats. I don't really understand that. And I actively try to avoid that. And I like to think it shows. You like having like nicknames for their chat, like the chat being like degenerates or something. I'm like, what? Why are you calling your chat degenerates? And maybe a more important question, why is your chat's degenerates? Yeah, I will not let that happen. Alright, so we're gonna put these in little boxes, so that way I don't have to do 4 freaking arrows between this, because that's ridiculous. Oh, I should put this, like, underneath. How do you do that again? Group this. Send backward. Okay, nice. That way, maybe when I click on this. Nice. Much better. Duplicate this over here. I saw a streamer who calls his chats degenerates in every video intro, and they don't like it? Well, of course they don't like it. Why would they like it? What's to like about that? Nobody wants to be called that. And if anything, you know, if they do like it, then you're just enabling that behavior. You know, you're like rewarding it. I'm much more likely, I'm certain to be like, stop that. You stop that right now. Okay. So in the ready function, we check to see what the current safe chunks and stuff, the current chunks that need to be loaded in are. So that gets brought over here. All of that just for that. Okay, we're in the ready function. Are we cooking now? I don't know, maybe. I think I discovered you from shorts. Did you have a strategy for marketing through shorts? I mean, my strategy is just to make shorts. Just to make them. That's my strategy. That's it. Make them, and then YouTube does the rest. You know, as a live streamer, it helps too, because if someone sees a short and I'm currently live, there'll be a direct way for people to come to that live stream from the short. So they kind of work with each other. But yeah, it's just do it. I just try to do it. I've been meaning to make more shorts, but I've been busy. But yeah. And then obviously I do the shorts live stream along with this, although I'm not sure how helpful that really is, but we're experimenting. So always experimenting. YouTube is pushing shorts hard. Yeah, exactly. Something cool I learned though is if one compiles the Godot engine in the Visual Studio, you can use C++ debugger to debug your own game or in G-script. Yeah, right. Yeah, I've seen people do that. Yeah, well, it's that TikTok rise. Alright, so, ready function. We get the level update signal. We've got that on our flowchart. That's going to run a function that I would like to see how that works. And then it also is going to check the paths for all the chunks, okay? Alright, establishes all starting lists as safe chunks. So this is actually not what it's doing, or as starting chunks. So what this is doing is this is deciding what the first chunks are. Establishes all starting lists. Establishes what the starting lists will be, is really what this is. So we could say make sure that the game starts as a menu, starts out as safes. Now you'll notice this doesn't even matter. I don't even know that we need this. Like if I comment this out, I don't think anything happens. I don't think I need this. Because like right now, you know, we load level 0. We're not on the menu section. I don't think it's gonna have any problem or be any different. I think it's gonna be just fine. No issue, no problems. Everything is good. If I switch to the menu version and we load that, oh, we actually get an error if I don't have those set up. That's very interesting. Wow. So that means that it's not being set up somewhere that it should be. That's very interesting. Well, I did notice that we don't have it in load terrain scenes, but does this connect to chunks list? If I go down here to load terrain scenes, even though we did set up something for the menu, there's nothing that it pulls from. Chunks path safes. So chunks path safes. So if it's a little confusing because do I even need to call with any of these, by the way? Because technically all of those are variables already. So why would I need to call it with anything? Right? These already exist as variables somewhere. So let me go back to the game. You know, if I could just clean up some of these things, that would be really helpful. Creating a roadmap for learning Godot programming and eventually broader Godot features. Nice. I bet you'd be really good at that. That sounds like people would really benefit from that. So this didn't break the game whatsoever. So that's totally unnecessary that we have all of those arguments on load terrain, because these are all variables that exist elsewhere. Wow. And that's part of why the game works just fine. If I don't start those, or why the menu worked just fine. But there still raises the question of why it breaks when I remove that other thing. People can't know what they don't know and don't know what they are looking for. True. Very true. So I still need this for the menu, which I don't want to need that at all. Interesting. So this, if this is pulling from chunks path menu, we're already updating that. So actually, I'm not sure why it needs this. I guess because chunks list menu isn't being set up anywhere. So what we'd want to do in theory, and this is not the final version of this, but in the physics process where we set up the state machine, for the game type, we actually do clarify. So that's why we didn't need that for safes, because we're doing that all in here. We're saying the first chunks list goes to chunks list safes, the second chunks list goes to chunks list saved, and so on and so forth. We're not doing that for the menu. There is nothing like that when the menu state happens. So if I wanted this to be one unified function, you know, I'd probably want to find a way. I probably want to say like that this calls with, you know, in this case, chunks list menu or whatever, and this other one calls with chunks list safes. I think that would be what I'd want to do to make this work right. Interesting. Wow. How the heck am I going to remember that? I guess I need to keep like a notepad of where we're going here. Okay. What to change? For example, I want to have progress terrain. I'm even just going to type it out like pseudocode. Progress terrain, delta, and then chunks list. We could even just say like chunks list, right? And then from that, what I want to say is if menu chunks list menu, if menu chunks list menu, if game chunks list safes. And whatever we would do for, I don't know what we'd do for cutscenes yet. And then what this is doing is this is all getting assigned. Let's just duplicate this. Assigned to current lists. That's what this is for. Okay, note taken. So I'm gonna just wedge this in here in a messy way for now. And we're gonna say, so this, I don't know if we need to do the first level loaded thing. Basically, I'm gonna change all of these to menu. And now, I should be okay not having this code in the ready function. Should be able to just destroy that. And if I switch to load the menu, it shouldn't crash now. Probably. Hopefully. Nice. Dope. Good. Good, good, good. I'm gonna make a GitHub commit. Refactoring terrain controller. Some changes. I'm not gonna explain it. We can easily just look at what it is. Okay. So now we've got the ready function cleaned up a bit. It runs a signal. It updates the paths to what the globals have set as the current path. Thank you for the love over there on the shorts feed. My goodness, that's a lot of love over there. Look at all that love. And let's adjust it. I like how the love stopped as soon as I brought it over. Let's adjust this here. There was, I promise. And so now, load terrain scenes. So then it's gonna also run this function and run init chunks. So load terrain scenes. I haven't actually set up that function yet on my my whole thing here. So let's do that. Duplicate that. And this will be load terrain scenes. Dang, YouTube, you do be showing a lot of ads. Looks like in 20 seconds, they're gonna drop some more ads for my widescreen peoples. Now here's the thing, not everybody gets them every time. So the way YouTube works is they'll say, person A, you got that first set of ads. Person A, you don't get this set. So some of you will get it, some of you won't. But we'll go ahead and put the timer up, take a little minute break. There is a planeswalker among us, switching between horizontal, vertical, and squished world. Yes. Yes. Wait, what is squished world? What does that mean? I don't know if I want to live in that world. It sounds dangerous. Maybe the squish feels good? I don't like where that thought is going. No, I don't. Tea complete. I feel like I'm getting a better understanding already. You know, a part of me feels like, oh my god, there's still so much more to do. But I'm already like finding things to clean up that's cutting down on the confusion so much. And it's proving its worth. So I'm here for it. It's all good. Hopefully the ads are done by now. welcome back. Thank you for watching them if you got them. Let's type out this. Load terrain scenes. Okay. And this no longer calls with anything, which is a wonderful development. You know, unless technically it should call with something. Maybe I'll put it back, but as of right now, it was useless. So, ain't happening. So, load terrain scenes and then init chunks. So, let's grab these. Bring them down to our activity chart, which may more or less actually be that. It's kind of not, but sorta. So after it on-readies the level update connection, or it connects that, so we could even say, you know, connect. And then here we could just say assign let's group it all together so it's a little neater. Group it. And then it's just gonna run both of these. Okay. So we'll just say run. I guess it's calling. Technically, maybe. Is that what you say? Is that calling those functions? I guess so. Alright, so we're connecting the on-level update signal. We're calling these two functions. And we are assigning all of these variables to the globals counterparts. Okay. That's the ready function. The ready function has been flowcharted, the current version of it. Next, I would want to look at load terrain scenes. I think that makes the most sense. So load terrain scenes has a lot going on. First, well, really it's one thing that it's doing over and over again. Let's see if I can divide this up a little more clearly. So it's establishing a directory. It's creating a variable, directory safes. So for all the safe chunks, basically it's opening the folder that contains those files. It's iterating through all of those files, and it adds them as nodes to the terrain collector, I think. Why do I only think that? So what did we say chunk safes was? Chunk safes is holds the current level's chunk files. But that holds it in an array. That's not putting it in the node. So I would say it's not putting it in the terrain collector yet. It doesn't go into the terrain collector until here. This is where it goes into the terrain collector. So see, I'm already taking incorrect notes on here, but I did clarify it with I think. Okay, so this is really preparing the files, the chunk files. Why do that? Why not just do that? Another jam every Friday. Every single Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, we do a 1-hour game jam. I jam out my entry in Godot, and other people join along with me, and then after that we do another stream where immediately after, where we check out everyone's entries and we play everyone's games every Friday. It's my excuse to be a little distracted from my project. So a part of me is just like, do I need this phase? I mean, I think I do. Why else would it be here? Because by preparing the chunk files to be added to the collector, I don't know why. Why is this good? I don't know. I don't know why this is good. I just want to submit their game. So it's on itch.io. The links are in that live stream. If you go check out that live stream and go into the description box, you can learn a little more about how to submit. 1,500 subs. Let's go. Thanks, everybody. So, you know, if you come up here and you hop into the jam stream page here, go into the description, and here's the main It's Jam page right here. You've never done that, so not spending half the hour figuring out how to submit would be nice. Yeah, for sure. And we'll help you too during as well. So you're gonna come down here to the main itch.io Jam page. Click on that, and that's where you can join. And then once it's time, like once it starts, there's going to be a submit your project button here. And that's where you can submit your project. And it looks exactly the same as if you're on itch.io and you hit upload a new project right here. It's the same thing pretty much that comes up. So you can actually kind of get it set up ahead of time. You could set this up and then submit this as your entry to the jam. So yeah, if you want some practice on how to set it up, this is exactly the same thing. You choose a title, and one thing is you have to, for this game jam, it has to be playable in the browser, so you have to be able to export it as an HTML. And so the way that you would do that, at least with Godot, you go to kind of project, hit HTML, and then you upload a zip file. So you like hit upload files, you'll find wherever that lives. For me, I often make a export folder that I export everything into, and then you'll select all those files and you'll compress them into a zip file. So there's my zip file. You click on that, you add that file in there, and then make sure if you're doing it from Godot, you check shared array buffer support. Just like that. You can do a full screen button if you want, but that can be iffy if you're not prepared for it, because Godot can sometimes distort things. Yeah, and then, you know, you can save it and view it, and you could actually submit that to the game jam that way when that time comes. So yeah, so itch.io, check out the description box in there to see sort of how that all goes. Hey, what's up, Hollow Tempest? Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. Sorry it's been a while. I'm on vacation. Oh, heck. I never expect you to be here. No need to apologize to me, but it's nice of you to say hello. Welcome. Hollow Tempest, was Earth Harvest your idea for a title? Or am I thinking of someone else? I've been thinking more about it, and I really like that title. But I'm thinking of maybe changing it a bit, and instead of Earth Harvest, Harvest Earth. Welcome, good to see you. I hope your vacation is going nicely. I am trying to clean up and better understand my terrain controller script, and that which moves the level towards the player, so I can add in a main menu to the game and other things a little more understandably. That was you. Nice, nice. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I like that title. But I'm thinking of rearranging it to Harvest Earth, which the only concern I have is that it reminds me of like Harvest Moon, But maybe that's kind of cool, actually. Yeah, right? It kind of sounds good. And maybe there could be like a colon, harvest, colon, earth. Yeah, so thanks for that suggestion. You like it? Nice. Let's go. Love it. Teamwork. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So this load terrain scenes, preparing the chunk files to be added. So why are we preparing? My question is, why are they being prepared? What value does preparing them have? That I am not entirely sure of. So in initialize chunks, which by the way runs directly after we load terrain scenes, in there, it takes those things, those chunks. You have an idea? Okay. It takes those chunks, those files that were prepared, and it iterates through them. So this gives us a way to iterate through the harvest earth. Whoa. That's an option. So some of you have been getting ads, some of you haven't. Brace yourselves. In 10 seconds, those of you that haven't may get one. So just be aware of that. I'll somewhat take a bit of a break. I'm kind of getting used to this idea of YouTube showing ads and letting me know when they happen. It's a weird, interesting thing. I'm not sure how it actually looks on your guys' end, but I think I'd rather at least acknowledge that it's happening. Holotepa says, and you can have a sequel on another alien planet. Yeah, that's what I was thinking totally with the harvest thing, is it could be like harvest some other planet. Yeah, totally. Totally. Yeah, so, you know, I think I'll keep like a list of titles, you know, and then maybe I'll run like a poll and we'll see what people like the most. Something like that. Game titles. So we do have from Hollow Tempest the suggestion written in there. There was Harvest Earth, Hollow Tempest plus Lees, and then the Harvest Earth, Hollow Tempest plus Lees. Of course, these credits in Title 1 to absolutely no compensation, but definitely credits in the game and my eternal gratitude. Farm game on an alien planet feels like a must. I'm so done with bloody parsnips. Yeah. I kind of like how like Harvest Earth feels like almost the like opposite of Harvest Moon. Like in Harvest Moon, you're trying to like create life, and in Harvest Earth, you're trying to destroy it. I'm currently trying to figure out Godot facial tracking. Nice. That and relearning C++ since it's a bit too useful. Somebody in the Discord recently posted a video of them doing some like facial tracking stuff in Godot, actually. Kind of exactly what you're talking about. I don't know if it could be inspiring to you or anything, but yeah, check out the video section here. Ominous Traplord shared this. I don't know if that link will work, but I put a link in there to that message. Maybe that's helpful to you or inspiring on some level. But yeah, they put together in Godot, and I think this is like their own project that they're putting together. But it's doable. If that gives you any kind of inspiration, it's doable. I've seen the proof. So it seems like the reason why these are being prepared is so that they can be iterated through and then added in the collectors. So why does that not just happen here? Why not just make that one function? What's the value of it being two different functions? Now this function only runs in one place, I think. Yeah, that's the only place that it runs. I don't know that I need to have that be two different functions. You know? It doesn't seem very necessary. I mean, I guess it cuts down on chaos a little bit. I kind of want to consolidate it into one function. Yeah, they're around. Because, like, this directory right here, variable direct saves, it appends it to chunk saves, which, and where all is this used? So we clear it in another function. So we do want to have this be a class script, or a script variable, a script-wide variable. We definitely want that to be globally accessible by this script, so we can clear it in another function. And then of course we append that in load terrain scenes. Now there's also chunks update, which is very important. So chunks update. Oh, that's init chunks. That's the same thing as init chunks. So whenever we change levels, it runs chunks update, which looks exactly the same as init chunks, except it doesn't have this match statement. And this match statement, this is where the starting chunks probably come from. Do I need this? What happens if I don't do that? What happens? This is it. This is what I'm doing today. This is what I'm up to. Okay, game does not work, which kind of doesn't surprise me. Invalid index position on base null instance. So nothing gets added in because it's trying to initiate things. So why is it mandatory that that exists? How do we make it potentially not mandatory? Oh god, I'm so lost. That's in chunks update. Or no, it's in init chunks. Because this is the first, so this... How does that work? It starts reparenting? Right, so this is very important. And then we don't... So this is like, these are the first ones. This is what adds the first ones in. So we could also have it just, instead of having two different functions, I could just have a call in there. And it can just say, or an argument in the call, and just say, hey, if it's the first time, then do that. Then it could all be one function. You know, I just need to somehow define that, which might be a little, which is a little confusing to me to think about. This is wild. I don't know. All right, hold on. I gotta be right back. Give me 2.5 minutes. Enjoy the music, stretch your legs, get a snack. I'll be super right back. In the meantime, also enjoy the colorful visual. I don't think there's a world environment. It's just blackness. All right, well that's what it is right now. It's I kind of like it. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. especially if you're co-working along with me. Make sure you get a snack or something. You deserve it. Okay. So, I'm a little nervous about this concept because a part of me wants to flowchart it out without making too many changes just yet. But I feel like this one is doable in a way that doesn't intimidate me, maybe? Because all we really would need to do is match is, like, if we just need to have like a true or false statement for like whether or not it makes sense, whether it's the first part of the game or not. So in the ready function, for example, we would set that to true. Right, now I do have something in here for first level loaded false. Where does that actually get changed? First level loaded true happens in chunks for level. What the heck is that? Updating lists of chunks to choose with level relevant chunks when starting ones are over. So there's a couple different things. There's like initial chunks and there's starting chunks. Those are two separate things. So I think those like first like phantom chunks are the initial chunks. And then it starts inserting in the starting ones. Updating list of chunks to choose with level relevant chunks when starting ones are over. So if it's So this like gets things started in the beginning. If the global's level current is less than or equal to 1, set it to the level 1 lists. This is problematic. I'm concerned about this function right here. And what it's doing. And then it says first level loaded true. And if first level loaded is not true, in the physics process, it'll update. Right, because we wouldn't want this to update anymore. So, what the frick? So this is like, so this is establishing what the starting ones are going to be. But wait, this says if starting chunks are over. What? Okay, right, no, that makes sense. Yeah, I see. So up here, if the first level is not loaded, that is to say starting chunks are not over. So when does that gets set down in progress terrain? Wow. Yeah, this is there's so much, oh my god, there's so much mess in here. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we first level loaded. I mean, but what does that even mean? Like if because this made sense before the main menu thing came in. So really we'd want, and then like, I feel like we don't need the starting chunk. I kind of need the starting chunks for now, but once we have a main menu, I don't need the starting chunks because the main menu will be our starting chunks. So it's like, I kind of think I can just get rid of all the starting chunks things. But the reason why that scares me is because if I get rid of that, then I can't like really effectively test or play the game until I get the main menu set up, which kind of sucks. And so, you know, do I want to make the starting chunks thing modular for the time being so I can actually test the game and show off the game effectively? Not really. I kind of want to just get all that starting chunk stuff out of here, even though a part of me likes it. I think it's adding unnecessary complexity into all of this that is ultimately going to get excised. So but maybe I regret that on some level at some point. I don't know. It's scary. It's all very scary. I think I'm going to make the decision to get rid of it. A decision-making tutorial. Seriously, like, I mean, it's so real, right? Like there's so many factors, and it's hard to know what to prioritize and to hold all of those possibilities in my head at the same time. I think I'm gonna take a plunge here, and I'm going to omit the starting chunks. I think that, which sucks because I mean I spent a whole stream day, maybe 2, I don't remember, getting the starting chunks thing added in. It was a lot of work, and it was cool to like figure out. But now that there's a main menu, I think it's unnecessary. And you can see we actually have this chunks for level thing. So this get rid of them and make level 1 start anyways if you use the debug menu. Yeah, right. True. That's true, Cam. Right. The debug, that's such a good point. That's such a good point. Like, I mean, it kind of sucks, you know, to not be able to start the game without the debug. But if I'm showing it off, that works. That's good enough for now. For that transitionary period to get the main menu going. That's an excellent point. I gotta pass out a credit somehow for that. That's an excellent point. What do I even say for that? I don't know. Coding consultant? Accountability? It's not really accountability. You're just like greasing the wheels. You're just like helping me make decisions, you know? Helping me keep things going. I mean, technically, that's like level and terrain stuff. So maybe it makes more sense to put that credit over there. Maybe we say terrain spawning. Let's pop it in there. That's where we'll put this. That makes sense. Alright. Thank you. Thank you. That really helps me. Okay, YouTube Premiere Music. I kind of like this quote. What negative consequences are you okay to say yes to? Because there's always going to be negatives no matter what. Yeah. I think the negative consequence here is that, you know, like I said, testing it will be harder. Although, Cam, when you've made the great point that it's not really that big of a downside. So then the only downside that's really left, so I'm willing to say yes to that downside. The only downside that's left is, suppose I do want some kind of code that allows me to insert chunks in at some point. You know, I would no longer have that, but I can always go back on the GitHub repo and see how I did it and try to puzzle it back out from there. So I'm willing to say yes to that as well. I like that. That's cool. That's cool. I mean, I think already there's been coding consultant credits to be giving Sable's way. So let me at least add that in there for you. Thank you. That's a helpful framework. It's a really, really helpful framework. All right, so this is the code that does that, and what it does is, if a chunk goes by that is a safe chunk. So if the thing that when it goes by the player and it disappears, for every one that's safe that goes by, it counts it. And so it says, okay, when a certain number of those have gone by, then start loading in the level. It barely gets used, but this is what that is. And then it's once that number has been reached, it's going to say that the starting chunks are over, and it's going to run the chunks for level function, which basically just updates the lists to now be the level lists instead of only being safe chunks. So, I mean, we'll see. There's probably going to be some consequences to yanking this out, but I'm going to yank it. And I'm gonna see what happens, because we might just get stuck on safe chunks. So I'm a little nervous about doing this. But here I go. I've taken that out. Now the other thing is that might be in both, since I have 2 copies of the same code. I need to make sure it isn't in here twice. I don't think it is, because none of the safe stuff is in the menu one. So I think we're good there. Okay, now cutting that out is not the end of this by any means. So I need to figure out what other consequences this has led to. And I'm gonna do that just by playing it and see if it's broken. Okay, that's the menu version, so that's not that interesting. We need to go to the game version, the game state for the script, as it were. See if it works. So this kind of what I was afraid of is now it's just a sea of blue, because it's no longer counting to see how many safes have gone by before it's okay to load the level. It's like, oh, we just never load the level. Understood. So I need to tell it. So how did we even? Right, because when we say the game starts, we're setting them all up as safes, and it's never changing back, right? So that's what this other function is doing. So really, right here, what we're calling these functions when we run progress terrain, we're telling it at the same time what lists it's gonna load in. And right now we have that mystifyingly being constantly assigned in the physics process. Previously, this was in the ready function, which kind of makes sense, but I think, you know what makes more sense is if we put that in this initialize chunks function, or load terrain, either one. I mean, I'm starting to think I can consolidate both of those down. Oh god, this gets messy. Oh my god. Because the only reason I had a separate initialize chunks and load I don't even know why those are separate, if I'm being honest. Well, I have them separate so that way we can have a version that runs when levels update and one at the beginning. But, well, there's one that adds the starting ones in and one that doesn't. So, okay, all right. So we're gonna say, instead of first level loaded, so first level loaded, remind me again when that becomes true. That's when chunks for level runs. Oh dear God, I'm so nervous about what I'm about to do. Well, you could put this in there too. Do it there. That's where you can do it, right there. We don't want to worry about starting chunks over, so we'll say if the first level is not loaded, or I'm gonna actually refactor that a little. If the first level is not loaded, and if the current level is less than or equal to 1, set up all that. So I'm gonna, I'm gonna yoink that right out of there. Bam, gone. I'm gonna kill chunks for level, and we're gonna make sure chunks for level never is called. Oh, I don't think it is called now. Okay, good. And then, here, where we set up the first starting chunks to spawn in, I'll put this in here. And this is gonna check to see, or it's gonna update it to the ones that it's supposed to be. So if the level current is less than or equal to 1, this is when a nice version control is useful. Maybe, yeah. I mean, I do have version control, but are you saying GitHub is not nice? When you're going bang bang every sides. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't often compare versions as much as I could, but I guess GitHub has been pretty useful when I need to do that. More like a nice usage of it. I think I understand what you're saying. Certainly it would be interesting to compare the two versions where we've done all these things. So now we are saying load chunk list level 1, which is fine for level 0. And for now, for level 2, level 3, level 4. At some point, I'll want this to be matched differently for different levels. For now, I don't care. And really, you know, where we actually set a lot of this up, is there's this beastly match statement down here that changes it based on the level when the level changes. So if we change to level 2, in theory, it would then load level 2 list. So we don't even need to have one for every single condition. Really, this is saying, for the beginning of the game, what's the first playlist that it's going to base what it loads in on as. Or whatever. And then at the same time, we can say first level loaded true, not yet. First, let's make sure it this actually puts in the first chunks. So at that point, or after that, is when I'd want to say first level loaded true. And that means I shouldn't need any of this, because we're not starting with a wave of safes. So I think I can get rid of all of these. Now that's going to be different if it's the menu, so we'll have to see. But let's see if have I fixed it yet. Nice. So as you saw, I spawned in on a yellow chunk, which would have damage and would hurt the player. But again, this is the debug level, so it kind of doesn't matter. And as Cam pointed out, so now I can just upgrade to the next level, and when we do that, it's going to start bringing in the actual game, and look, we did that without getting any damage. You know, if you think about it, we kind of already have the main menu set up, right? Like if I just converted the debug level to the main menu, Whoa. I mean, if you think about it, this is an infinite plane where nothing harms you. And in this case, we just add a point, but for all intents and purposes, you press a button and it takes you to the game. This is pretty much what I want for the main menu. If you imagine the colorful area is the main menu. Which begs the question, why wedge in something else? Well, I know why I want to wedge in something else. Because do I, though? I mean, if there's cutscenes, really, it's to go with the array stuff. Like, because array has, 0 through, whatever the highest number it can handle is, infinity or whatever. 0, well, in this case, 0 to 12, to 11, 0 to 12, yeah. So we have 0 to 12 on the array, and I want those numbers to match. So I want index 1 to match with level 1, index 2 to match with level 2. So that leaves me with 0, or things on the end of the array, right? So I could say maybe 13 could be a cutscene or something. Level 13 would actually be a cutscene. Level 14 could be another cutscene. 15 could be another cutscene. But then how would I switch to level 13 and then come back to level 1? And so then the alternative is this state machine idea, where we don't actually change the level. And instead, by changing the state, it kind of sets the level aside for a little bit before loading it back in. I mean, I think I like that conceptually better, but it gives us it's something to think about. I mean, I think the path of least resistance would be to just use the debug level as the main menu, if I'm being honest. That would be the path of least resistance. Like, here we are on the main menu, in theory. Right now, you get to pick a power-up right when the game starts, which I don't want. So I would need to configure it differently so it didn't have a power-up. I don't know, but at least we can just, I'm just gonna keep pushing forward. That works, that's good. I'm gonna keep this in mind, but I think I still like the idea better of having the state switching for now. Now, in terms of loading the menu, is that gonna break right now? If I load what's supposed to be the menu? Yes, big break. And the reason why that's breaking is something that I'm sure I'll remember shortly here. Nothing to reparent on. You can see it didn't load in any menu chunks at all. So even though we're on the menu state, and we're setting the list to the menu list, let me see in the remote what's going on in there. What's going on in remote over here? Pray tell. Collector menu is actually filled with chunks. It has chunks in it. But it doesn't know that it needs to draw from them. It doesn't know to even choose those chunks. Hey, what's up, Insane Alpha Beta? Yeah, I wish it was as fun as making a main menu can be. This is much less exciting. Because it's less about like designing it, and it's more about wrestling with my existing code to try to make it possible. Yeah, but we have come up with a really cool idea for how it's gonna work. So it's going to be like imagine the alien isn't there, and or at least not typically, and all of these chunks will have a bunch of little aliens on it. and so it looked like the camera is just flying across an army of aliens. And then you, the player, will choose one of those aliens. And then once you choose that alien, it'll beam you to Earth, and then the game will start. So that's kind of the concept. But what I'm struggling, or what I'm grinding through, is prepping and making sure I have an understanding of my terrain belt or terrain treadmill or terrain controller script that moves the level forward. Preparing it and making sure I have the good understanding of it, so that way I can actually turn that menu idea into a reality. Now, in some ways, it's kind of already there. There's this debug level, and then we can technically add a point and go to level 1, and now it'll actually blend into level 1. I pretty much want just that. But then I'll lose my debug level, of course, if I convert my debug level to that, and which I don't really want to lose a debug level, and you know, it would be easier. I would prefer if we were a little more I don't know, creative, had more power, just had more flexibility, because there's also going to be cutscene levels, and similarly I would like to jump to those. So anyway, it's just I'm kind of going through and reconfiguring my terrain script a bit, and figuring out what the best way to do this is going to be. So we'll get there. Wrestling with it, huh? I suggest putting it in a headlock. Can't go wrong with such a classic move. Oh, or maybe punch it. Could do that, then the headlock. Nice. Henry says, the UI system is hard for me with Godot. I need more practice. It is confusing. It is confusing. I feel like the more that I understand it, the more ease I have with it, and the more fun that I have using it. But at first, it's not as intuitive at first as some people make it seem, but once you understand it and how it works, it is intuitive, and it's really, really useful. So it's worth whatever grinding you got to get through to learn it, because it is really powerful and useful. But it's tricky. It's definitely tricky for sure. I hear you with that. Oh my. Okay, so right now I have broken the menu thing, which actually should make sense, but I forgot why it makes sense, because I'm making so many changes that I don't remember what's what. So I gotta figure it out. I gotta figure it the frick out. How did I break this? I know that I did. So when we choose the different states, right? So if we are loading the menu, it's going to load in all the chunks list menu stuff. When we load the game, oh, you know, I wonder, it's probably because it's overriding chunks list menu. I think that's probably what's happening, because it's loading all of this stuff in instead. So we'd want to say, if the first level isn't loaded, but this is just initially. Well, initially, we don't want it to be that way, right? Initially, I want it to be the main menu. That's the initial thing that I want to load in, not all of this, actually. And I actually wouldn't want to care. I don't give a crap what level it is. Just start the game, you know? So this is going to be messy. Oh, I'm about to break everything, honey. It's all going down by doing this, where there's no turning back. So what I would actually want to do here is make each of these menu. I think that would fix the menu, and now that's gonna break the game. And I can get rid of this. If I'm understanding things correctly here. I may well be. So hopefully it runs. It does. Oh, thank God. Okay, cool. So there's our infinite main menu plane. Now, if I try to turn it into the game, what's gonna happen? Anything or nothing? Possibly nothing. Yeah, nothing happens because there's absolutely no difference between these two. So this is where we want to create this difference. All right, I guess I'm consolidating these right now. Screw it, let's do it. So for level type menu, I don't want to have two separate functions that do the same thing. I hate that. I despise it. I don't want it anymore. I want it out of my life. So in order to do that, I do really want to keep all of these here. You know what I should do? I should put these in regions. Oh wait, can it just collapse itself? It can, but let's put it in a region. I'm gonna say region print print chunk info first popped. And then we're gonna end the region here. End region. So that way that can be tucked away and stop irritating me. For printing this, oh, this is like an old thing. Throw it in the garbage. How about we put it in the trash? It's old, we're not using it. It's trash. How about that? Then we have an else if. That's interesting. I didn't exactly realize that. If the first terrain is not the current level, delete things. If it is the current level, proceed with everything as normal. I mean, I think that seems fine. Okay, we're cleaning this up, baby. We're going all out, all in. Advance chunks towards the player. That's correct. That's true. That's what that does. It's kind of the backbone of everything. Put in the garbage. How about we put it in the trash? Raise his hand. If I may be so bold, isn't that the same thing? Yeah. Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point. I'm sure there's some way to describe them as different. Probably not though. But you know what? Phonetic. It's how it sounds. It sounds different. It adds variety. It adds spice. It adds a little extra flavor to say it differently. But I know you're just creating an imaginary scenario and making a joke, and here I am taking it autistically, quite literally. So if the first chunk passes a certain spot, so this is kind of like the main functionality of everything, right? So this actually moves everything forward. This is what checks to see at what point it should remove a chunk before adding a new one in. That's kind of what this stuff does. This is like the engine of the thing. Region, move and move and remove chunks. End region. I'm way into the regions, man. That's something like, I think it was Glitched Code who told me about this. Man, that changed my GDScript life. I use it all the time. Assign the last chunk in the array. Yeah. To a variable. So that establishes our last terrain. This establishes our first terrain. Also very important stuff right here. They were printing chunk info. Now we say if the first terrain is not the first level. Okay, so this is saying delete old level chunks. So basically when we go from level 1 to level 2 and the terrain is still moving, it's going to say, are the chunks that are currently there in the level that I am? If they're not, delete them. Now I'm actually going to need this for the menu, right? Because for the debug, when we go from the debug menu to level 1, debug menu is level 0. Level 1 is level 1. So it sees here, oh, these level 0 ones are not the current level. Chuck them, throw them away, delete them. For the main menu, it's not going to chuck them, delete them, or throw them away. They're going to still be around, which is kind of unnecessary. But then again, if you need to be... actually, it's not that unnecessary, because if you think about it, we want to be able to go to the main menu at any time. So it might be good to keep them around, or we do delete them and then reload them. It kind of depends on how much space they're taking up. So at some point, I might want to include the menu ones in this deletion process, but that's what that does. If no old level, or delete old level chunks. If not old level chunks, then do all this. And this is more of the meat and potatoes. This is actually the recycling of everything. This is when it decides where do things go after they get to the end. If it's a safe one, then it's gonna do something. It's gonna put it in the safe collector, right? And it also does this for each type, where it moves it to a certain position. This is like the collector position, kind of. All right, so what does this print? Print sees safe. Yeah, this was starting chunk stuff. So we're burning down the starting chunk stuff, putting it in the trash or the garbage. We're not even putting out the fire. So the trash and the garbage actually catch on fire as well. And so you have to throw that entire, bin out the window, which breaks the window. And there are people down there, so they're gonna get hurt, but at least it's gone and we don't have to think about it anymore. So that's what really matters here. So reparent the remove chunk to the collectors. Okay, so we're going, this is actually kind of useful, this print, return to safe chunk. That can actually be useful to have. So maybe I'll leave that print. I mean, if you need it, put it back in there. Reparent, yeah, so that's what that, I don't think I need to comment that. I think I know what that does. I'm pretty sure I understand what that means. So we're not gonna clarify that. Remove chunk to the collector position. Yeah, I think it's kind of self-explanatory. Make sure the chunk has reset potential. Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of some of this stuff because I feel like I kind of understand this. Run the reset function to check if objects need resetting. I think that's quite obvious. I think I know what that means. Famous last words. I know. It's possible I come through here and I get confused. It is possible. If first terrain is type blocks type safe, reparent it. And then we move it to that position. If first terrain has method reset block objects, reset block objects. And now we do that same thing if it is an obstacle type. This could probably be consolidated somehow, probably, but for now we'll just keep it a complete mess and be okay with that. All right, so there's that. Got it. I'm gonna separate these just a little bit more. So if it's safe, we can even collapse them. That'll help make it look a little better, actually, if we do some collapsing. Oh, we can get rid of all these. Sometimes all those little tabs stress me out if they don't need to be there. If it's safe, do all that. If it's an obstacle, do all this. If it's points, do all this. So let's clean that up a little bit here. And then on the end as well. Clean up this, don't need that. Okay, so we've got if it's an obstacle, if it's a safe, if it's points, and then we've got for the menu type here as well. So how it's gonna handle if it's a menu type. Same kind of thing though. And it looks like I left all the notes in, So I copied the safe one. So let's clean that up a little more. Oh right, in theory this is temporary, this if check. I mean, it's probably worth leaving in there, honestly, just to be safe. Okay, is that how we have it structured over here as well? Yeah, okay. I know it gets confusing because it's all like auto-wrapped, but it is what it is. Otherwise it'd be off the screen, and I hate that even more. Restrain has method reset block objects, reset block objects. Okay, great, got it, good. So this is how it handles, depending on what chunk goes across, how it handles each one. Now, regardless of whichever one it is, it's going to choose a random, oh, we're not even using this RNG variable. Look at that, more things that can just go in the trash. Throw it away. This was when we were experimenting with weighted average stuff. I am more than over that experiment. So we'll get rid of that. Oh, and this is how we can tell which chunk is added. That's kind of useful to have that print statement available, potentially. So I could leave that there. All right. Don't need this. So this is another very important thing, and whenever we have issues, this is where the error is usually taking me, is over here. So this is pretty important stuff. Just cleaning this up a little bit because those unnecessary tabbies bother me. So this is saying add the new chunk to the end. That's what all this does. Really, this is setting up, this isn't really doing that. It's choose a new chunk to add, is what that does. Then it runs this function, chunk chosen to add. This is kind of a tricky one. For chunk chosen to add, this is going to basically check to see if we have run through the current playlist. That is to say, is the current playlist a size of 0? If it is, load a new playlist, is basically what that's saying. So, if I'm going to comment this a little bit, I think I'll say, check if current playlist is empty. If it is empty, load a new list. Okay. Now this is an interesting one. So this kind of I ended up having to put in here because it was starting to add things too soon. I don't know if we're gonna still need this since I've gotten rid of the starting chunks. I'm not sure if we're gonna still need this. So technically this is checking if collectors are ready. This might not be necessary. Okay. Finally, not quite finally. So there we do chunk add chunk. So this is interesting because we're already establishing chunk add here, and we're saying collector safes. So it's going to, really it's not choosing a new chunk, it is choosing a new chunk, and it's assigning it to chunk add. And here it's doing the same thing, except it's updating it to the new one, and the new one gets chosen in chunk chosen to add, basically. So to recap that confusing statement I just made, by default, it's going to try to add a safe chunk. So that way there's something loaded in there, as opposed to nothing. which for the menu doesn't sound all that relevant or useful. But there you go. And then, you know, so it might, but well, if we do all this right, technically the menu should still have safe chunks available. So worst case scenario, it just looks kind of weird. And at least the game doesn't break. I could be okay with people seeing weird looking things. Okay, and then, so really this is a placeholder for the variable. So the variable isn't null. And then it's going to see what thing the random playlist chose. And then it's going to reparent that and add it in. All right, 10 seconds. There's going to be some ads that play for some of you, but not all of you. So I'm going to chill for a second. Put up a minute timer. Hopefully that's how long the ads last. And again, you know, not everybody gets an ad. It's like you may get an ad this time, and last time you didn't. So if it seems like a lot of ads, you're probably also noticing, hey, I didn't get an ad. Why didn't I get an ad? Well, because YouTube doesn't think you deserve one yet. Or you have YouTube Premium. Or you have an ad blocker. Good on you. If I'm being honest. But thank you if you are willing to check out the ads. It means a lot. It helps this channel a bit. So it's interesting because like my task here started out as flowchart stuff. Let's do flowchart, you know, and I started doing the flowchart. I got some progress in the flowchart, and it started to make things a little bit more clear to me about how everything is working. And then as I was doing that, I started to see how it could all come together, you know? And because of that, I'm just able to now go in there and refactor. So like that's kind of an interesting thing. You didn't get any ads? Nice. Boo. Oh, that's so nice of you. Thank you. Maybe next time you will. So yeah, it's like you know, I still want to try to finish this potentially, this flowchart, if I need to. It's like just by approaching, understanding this script in a more structured way, it helped me understand the next steps I need to take. And it might prove that I don't need to actually make the whole flowchart right now. Maybe next time I will. It definitely was indispensable to getting me to this point. We'll see. We'll see how together it needs to come. Oh, earlier Henry was talking about trying to understand UI in Godot. Sable makes a good point. Mastering the container is the answer. Yeah. So I tend to use a lot of margin containers. I'm big on margin containers. I love them. And then I always load all of this in on a canvas layer as well. Here it doesn't matter, it's an instant scene, so in my main scene, this is put into a canvas layer. But yeah, I use margin containers constantly, all over the place. Everything is parented to a margin container somewhere, which yeah, does make everything a lot easier. All right. Anyway, not gonna talk about that. So, chunk add is going to say, add a random chunk from the current list, is what that's gonna do. I'm just gonna say this is a debug to see what it sees. Actually, we have a new type now, don't we? We added the menu type. So we'd then want to say print menu. That would actually be useful. To see what got added. Yeah. Yeah. Someone pointed that out to me. Yeah, so if you use $! it will put it in the documentation. Sometimes I do that. Generally, I don't really care about it, but I do experiment with it here and there, you know, just to kind of see like what would happen. But yeah, totally. That's very true. And then you can like search help and find your own like functions and things in there. Yeah, it's a really cool trick. It's something I haven't found particularly useful yet, but if I had like a team, I would use the crap out of that for sure. It's a good trick. Yeah. I mean, I use the in-editor documentation for looking up things, but I don't really use it for understanding my own code, particularly. Yet. Alright, so this is another thing. So earlier I had set up a region here for print chunk info. I'm gonna get another one of those. This is the same thing. Print chunk info last added. And then we're gonna do an end region on that. So that way we have this. Okay, add the new chunk to the end of the level. In theory, that's what that is supposed to do. Yeah. Okay, great. So now this is cleaned up a bit. Now, just because it's cleaned up doesn't mean it's ready to handle both menu and game stuff. So right now it's called Progress Terrain Game. I don't want to actually call it that. So we just want to call it Progress Terrain. You meant your own code. You're always digging the Godot doc. Yeah. Right. It is. It's awesome. Yeah, I just don't use it for my own code. Yeah, you know, I think if I were on a team, I might try using that. That would be like a nice way to consolidate like information, but we'll see. Yeah, you know, I didn't use Unity long enough to really bother with getting a documentation, especially because I was using visual scripting in Unity, which meant there was no documentation, but I believe it. Certainly better than Unreal, which I did use a lot more than Unity, and my god, the documentation was absolutely abysmal. The worst. The total worst. So what I want to do is I want to have this call with an extra argument. That's what's going to make this work correctly. So we're going to say delta float, and we also want it to be type, the type that it is. So we're going to say it calls with, yeah, like state. We're calling it type. Level type? Maybe we'll say level type. Oh, you know what would be maybe interesting is to have level numbers. Main menu level 1, main menu level 2. Cutscene level 1, cutscene level 2. It's kind of interesting. Noted. But okay, I'm gonna say level type is a new argument that we're adding in here. So now we have too few arguments when we call it. So we need to add that in. And in this case, we wanted to say that the type is menu. Right? It's a little tricky. I feel like we don't need to do this match statement at all. Right? We literally just say level type. Call it one time. Forget the match statement. Match statement, don't need it. Because a level type is already being determined elsewhere. That just got cleaned up a little bit. Just a little bit. And then it'll call with the level type. Done. Now let's make that matter. So if it is the menu, And what was the big difference between those? What made them special and unique? Not much, if I'm being honest. Not a lot. Oh, well, I mean, the default one is menu instead of save. We check this, but I don't even know if that's necessary. What really is the difference between these, pray tell? I mean, I see that it's no longer checking. Why did I bother making different ones? I guess the only reason I did was because I didn't need starting chunks. We got rid of starting chunks, so I don't think I needed a different one anyway. But what we do need to be different is... Wow, I'm actually shocked that that's so useless. What we do need to be different is what it loads in at first. Init chunks. Init chunks is all, well, it's always load. Wait, do I even need two separate functions? Do I even need the extra call? I mean, there it is. That's working. That's beautiful. What happens if we do game? What's it gonna be like? It's gonna load in the blue ones. Still infinitely? I think still infinitely. I mean, it takes... Oh my god, that took so long. Oh, it's not loading that in at all. Right, because there's no difference. There's fundamentally no difference between the types. Right. Right. Wow. Wow. So how do we make it load in the other chunks? Well, we have to change the playlist, and we have to adjust. We don't really have to adjust what's in the collectors, because it's always, the main menu will always take you to level 1. Right? There's no pausing this game. Alright? It's a roguelike. I mean, maybe there could be a pause, but the pause isn't gonna take you to the main menu. There can be a pause, but it's not gonna take you to the main menu. If you go to the main menu, you're there because you died or you quit. So the next level is always going to be level 1. Unless it's a cutscene. Oh shoot, YouTube is showing ads. Dang, they snuck that in. Some of you guys are gonna see it, some of you aren't. Just so you know. Wow. What? I think I need to start thinking about what the cutscenes are gonna be. I imagined them as nothing is moving, the terrain is stopped, and the camera moves to a different position. The only thing that might make it different is I might want like a background or something. I don't know. I don't know. This is tricky. It's getting messy in here with this code refactoring. Alright, hopefully as I start putting... Essentially, I wanted to start putting level 1 stuff in there. Give me all the level 1 things, please. I beg you. The more level 1 stuff, the better. But I might want it to put in a cutscene, which technically the cutscene would be in the level. So a cutscene wouldn't take us, well, unless the cutscene does take us to another place. The cutscene stuff is actually kind of tricky. it almost necessitates planning out what all the cutscenes are gonna be far ahead of time. So maybe that's something I need to do. I just gotta think for a second. I gotta think. If the... Because technically, like, if we look at the remote over here, everything is loaded in. The points are ready. Oh, wow. On the shorts feed, did I really have the half of the screen blocked this whole time? I'm so sorry, shorts feed. I'm so terrible at nurturing the shorts feed. I don't even know if I'm going to keep doing the vertical feed these days. We'll see. Let me know. If you're there and you want me to keep doing it, you say something. No, you don't have to say anything. Keep lurking. So, as you see, we've got the points collector is all filled up. The obstacles collector is all filled up. The safes collector is all filled up. And of course the menu collector is, because we see all the menu chunks in there. So it's ready to start loading in the levels. Now it's gonna be level 0. Well, I guess that's a question I have. What happens if I set it to level 1? Does that break the menu working? And does it break loading in all those things? I would be very curious to know that. It doesn't work if it's set to level 1. So why? Why? This is kind of part of the reason why I wanted to make the flowchart, was to better understand why this might even be a problem that's being dealt with. So it doesn't see anything to reparent. There's no chunk to choose to add into the level. It chooses that chunk based on... Let me also look at the stack. Like, what's going on with the stack variables? Chunk add is null. Chunk menu has a full array. Points has stuff, obstacles has stuff, safes has stuff. What about the current list? It has the menu. I can see it has 10, which is the menu number, or the number of ones in the menu. Chunks list 1 has stuff in it. So why is there nothing there for it to get? Yeah, see, this is more where I need to get back into the flowchart so I understand why it only works on level 0 but not level 1. That's where my brain is just like, huh? What? Do not understand why being on level 1 breaks it, but not when we're on level 0. What difference could that possibly make? I'm gonna get rid of the menu function. Stuff. So that function is gone. No more unnecessary function. Chunks list current size 0. So there must be somewhere that's checking to see if it's level 0 or if it's level 1. And based on whether it's level 0 or level 1, it's behaving differently. But I don't think there are many places like that. If the first terrain is the current level, well, that could be part of it. I wonder if that probably isn't it, but I wonder. So if I come to the, where do we set Oh, yeah, right. Well, but what do we say by default that it is? So there is some script. Okay, I'm gonna open up the terrain chunk folders. The different ones that exist. They're kind of colorful. Here we are. So for a terrain chunk 0, for the debug levels, and indeed for all of the chunks, for every single chunk, in the ready function, what it does is it assigns a level number to it, and it bases the level number on the path name. So it knows that a chunk is a level 1 chunk by looking at the path name of the file, is what it is. It knows if it's a level 2 chunk by looking at the path name. Now, if the chunk is of the type menu, then it's just going to assign it to the current level. So it's the menu is whatever level we currently are on. So it shouldn't matter if we're on level 0 or level 1, because it's just gonna say that I'm whatever level you're on. So that shouldn't have any impact anywhere on anything. And all of the menu level chunks should be marked as type menu. And indeed, it seems they are. So this is a menu type. I'm gonna open up another one. Check it, menu type. They're all marked as menu type. So they should be good to go in terms of having that. Okay, all right, noted. So that shouldn't be an issue. It checks to see if it's type safe, obstacle points, menu. It is going to be a menu type. It's still level 1. Oops, there's no difference in this case. None of this is checking what level we're on. I wonder if first level is not loaded. Right, so I was still gonna consolidate initialized chunks and load terrain chunks. That's something that I've been meaning to do still. Oh. But this... So this, in theory, would not add anything in if we're starting up as a menu level. Oh, it does have this in here. Oh, okay. No, that's something. Oh, okay. All right. And the only difference is it initializes a bunch of menu chunks instead of a bunch of safe chunks. So I don't see why that would be a problem. Even though this has first level loaded, that's kind of a misnomer, and it's not really super related to this situation. So I'm not going to worry about that too much. Chunks update. For level chunk and chunk safes, if is level type menu, and this is on chunks update, chunks update shouldn't be running, so this shouldn't matter. And this is just making sure that if the current... Okay, I don't think we need to worry about that right now. Chunk chosen to add. I genuinely don't understand why the level number matters at all. And why it would break. I guess the only thing I could think of... Well, we do have this match statement where if it's level 0, but it's the same thing. I have no idea. Why would it work if it's level 0, but not if it's level 1? I am so confused by that. Very, very confusing. It has nothing to reparent. And the only way, so maybe I need to go back to my flowchart. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I mean, this is not, we're gonna stay on level 0 because that makes it work for some reason that I don't understand. I'm going to go back to consolidating some of these functions, and when I've done that, I'll then go back to the flowchart and see if I can puzzle out why what level it is relevant here. Curious, what happens if we level up? What chaos is brought upon the world? It loads in level 1 mixed with level 0. What? Why? Why wouldn't it delete those if it knows that we're on level 1? And what if I say we're of the game type right now? It knows we're on level 1. I wonder if it's in the process of deleting the debug ones. But they're all mixed in, so it takes time for them to get removed. But really what's supposed to happen on level update is it immediately removes all the ones. Wow, I'm very confused. It's almost like it's like upset that we're not using things that are already loaded. How odd. How very strange. Because, I mean, that almost looked like it worked. And it just started including debug level chunks in there. So right now we're on level 0. But it's only loading in main menu chunks. If I level up to level 1, it's gonna give us a mixture of level 0 chunks and level 1 chunks. But every time the level 0 chunks go past the player, they get deleted. What's supposed to happen is it also, on level update, it needs to iterate through all of the collectors and remove everything that's not congruent with the current level and just delete those. So they shouldn't even be coming back in. So why is that getting avoided in this one case where we're on type menu? So for whatever reason, being on type menu, or maybe not. Maybe it's not just being on type menu. Like, so if I change our type to game, and we start on level 0, and we play it, will it do that same thing? It's gonna run some ads for you guys. Not for everybody, but for some people. A part of me wonders if I should even do the alert anymore. I don't even know. Maybe. It's hard to say. Because, you know, the way YouTube works, it's so random who's gonna get it and who isn't. YouTube is weird. You know, it's not like Twitch, where I can clearly say, hey, everybody's getting ads right now. And so now I'm just like pausing all the time and saying ads in progress when not everybody has ads. I might stop doing this when ads are in progress because I'm not sure it makes as much sense on YouTube as it does on something like Twitch. So if you get ads and I haven't said ads in progress, I apologize. But I don't really know what to do with that information, since not everybody gets an ad. It's very weird. It's very strange. We'll see. I'm not sure. And it's hard to, like, poll, you know, the audience, you guys, on how that works, because then you also, or what you think about it, because it's very unique that YouTube works that way. When people think about ads running, typically we think, oh, everybody's getting the ad. But with YouTube, it's like some people do and some people don't. So is it worth stopping for everybody? Or, like, stopping the stream for everybody, even though not everybody's gonna get an ad? Or should I just ignore it? I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't decided yet. You got a survey? Whoa. I wonder what that was. Welcome, Psychedelic Kitten. Interesting. So here I am on the game type. And we're leveling up. Oh, it just crashes. Interesting. Also, was I on game type? That looks like a main menu to me. Wow. So wait, there is no game type anymore. Thanks for lurking. I appreciate the lurking. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my head around this chaos. Sometimes it feels like I do get it, sometimes I'm not so sure. So if and we're on the game type right now. And it started the main menu, right? Because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to say, just start the main menu first, no matter what. And for some reason, when we level up and we go to level 1, it crashes. That's so weird. I mean, in the remote setup, okay, like, I would entirely expect, yeah, everything is there. They're all available. The points things are there. They're starting to load in. They're ready to go. All of the menu things are in the level. So why, if everything is there, why is it not getting assigned at that moment? Wow, I'm so confused. I've officially broken the game. Like, at this point, the game does not work as it used to. It's broken. That's the reality right now. So we're at a dangerous point. Okay, so, wow. Huh. Disturbing. Oh man, maybe I shouldn't have gone off the flowchart, huh? Probably should have kept with it. Okay, so let's consolidate load terrain chunks and init chunks. Oh man, my nervousness just shot up. Blood pressure, I think that's what they call that. So load terrain scenes. No, not line number. Load terrain scenes is currently called in 2 places. A 1 place. What? It should be in 2 places. Oh, it is. Oh, I spelled it wrong. That'll do it. Okay. It's in 2 places. In the ready function And then it also shows up when we update a level, which makes sense. It should be there. Now, when we update a level, it does chunks update. When we do it in the ready function, it does init chunks. Init chunks is for when the game first starts, the chunks that it puts down. For chunks update, it's pretty much the same, except init chunks has one extra thing. And it loads a particular list. It also has this initial stamping down of things. So I would actually want to say that this match statement is within if first level not loaded. And then I'd want to say that first level loaded actually gets set in there, right? So if first level is not loaded, and I do want to refactor that. I want to change first level loaded. I want to change that to first chunks loaded. So I'm going to replace all those instances. Assignment is not allowed inside of expression. Sorry, was I doing that? Are you quite sure? Okay, so if first chunks are not loaded, then set up that it's going to be the main menu. Everything is going to be from the main menu list. And then, depending on whether we're on the menu, well, it doesn't matter what type we're on, because it's always going to be the menu at first. We no longer want it to start with the game. So technically this doesn't matter. It's terrifying to say that, but I mean it, and it's true for now. At some point that could change, and I'm afraid of that, but that's okay. So if the first chunks are not loaded, make sure you set what playlist we're drawing from, and that's going to be the main menu. And then it's going to add 9 chunks from the menu collector right down at the beginning to get started. Then it's going to set first chunks loaded to true. So then none of this will ever run again, and we can now use this init chunks for the chunks update. So, I can now get rid of chunks update because effectively it should be exactly the same, in theory. So chunks update is gone. And in fact, I mean, I'd kind of rather call it chunks update than initialize chunks. I feel like, you know, naming wise, that kind of makes more sense. So we're gonna call this chunks update. And of course we want it to call with the number of terrain chunks. So in the other place where we have it, we need to call with the number of terrain chunks. And then we need to go to chunks update, or to init, and we're gonna rename this to chunks update. Where are we at? What's happening when we play? I mean, in theory, everything should be the same. Yeah, so level 1, or main menu, looks like main menu. We're currently on level 0, in theory. Doesn't look like the debug level at all, but that's okay. Now we're gonna level up to level 1. Oh, it loaded. Whoa, it didn't crash this time. Wow, why did that fix it? Why is it fixed? So it would it would seem that having those two different functions and not consolidating it into one function was causing an issue. Wow. I honestly don't want to find out why that fixes it. I just want to say, good, great. This is good. No complaints. Wow. Okay, all right. We're gonna make a GitHub push real quick there. Yep, I'm just gonna go ahead and cement that as done. Main menu levels up into level 1. I consolidated chunks update and init chunks into 1, and now the main menu runs on level 1. And let me actually check to make sure that that's true in every sense. So if I come in here and I set the current level to level 1 and we hit play, does it work as a main menu? It doesn't. So that still is not fixed, but we can update into it. Interesting. So it was like different reasons why that wasn't working. Okay, so we don't want to say that the main menu runs on level 1, but the main menu can level update into level 1 as long as it's starting from level 0. Interesting. So at this point, we kind of I meant to do that. Yes, that's right. Exactly. Nope, that was good. Completely intentional. Yes, your problem is solved. Now give me my paycheck. Okay, wonderful. Good, very good. So, obviously, I still have something to figure out, but it looks like consolidating functions is the right track. So I actually have one more function, or one more set of functions to consolidate, and that is load terrain scenes and chunks update. So, because to me, I don't see what the point is of having this separate other than like organizational purposes, which is a fair thing to keep in mind. So when we update the level, this function runs. And that is to say, like, if I get the minimum and it gives us the power-up drop-down, this is the function that runs. And it does this massive match statement, which is essentially just going to change the list from chunks list menu to chunks list level 1. And that's why it was loading in level 1. And it'll say controller tried updating paths. And then it's going to update all the paths to be with the current level, which will be level 1. It's going to clear all of these. Now, I was kind of thinking maybe I didn't need these. This is a little more complicated combining these. So chunk safes, chunks obstacles, chunks points. I'm going to go over to the flowchart because I did flowchart this a little bit. In the ready function, we assign chunks path safes, chunks path obstacles to be current safe chunks. Actually, I didn't quite flowchart all of this, but I did start to write down what these do. These hold the current level's chunk files. But see, that sounds the friggin' same. Pass to the directories holding the terrain chunk scenes. I mean, this is a string, and this is an array. So, okay, so those arrays that are holding the files, so basically this string will lead this array to being filled up with the files that are associated with this string. So the files that are associated with this string go into this array, and so on and so forth. Okay, and then in load terrain scenes, I mean, it looks like it does the same dang thing. It's opening chunk path safes. It's getting the files, and it's appending it. I mean, that's what that's doing. Which raises the question, why are we in chunks update? Well, this is instantiating. This is, oh, so this is adding them. This is adding files to the correct nodes at game start based on what's in the array. Wow. So in chunks update, it's looking in those arrays that have the files from the string name, and it's instantiating those files as children of the collectors. I still don't see why that needs to be a separate function. I guess just from an organizational standpoint, it's less chaotic than having it all in one function. But really, it just confuses me. So I can't help but wonder if it's like maybe okay if I don't get to be confused. So like, what if I won't cut it all apart, but what if I copy this? So this, preparing the chunk files to be added to the collector. Right. We know that now. So I'm not even going to leave that here. Well, actually, I will leave that. But let's put it up here. No, 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 no. You have to be confused. It's the rules. Sometimes it does feel like that. I don't want it to anymore. What's up, Glitched? I just don't. I'm gonna copy this. And I'm gonna move all of these one by one. No, right, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna move all of these one by one to chunks update. I'm gonna keep this error message here. I was just singing your praises earlier, Glitched, for teaching me the region thing. I love it. Region error message, more info. Sometimes if I make a little mistake, there will be an error message that comes here. Hooray! Yeah. Hey, thanks for all the partying and love over there on the shorts feed. I appreciate it. Look at all that. Yeah, let's go. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in and hanging out with us today. So I'll keep that error message because that can be very, very useful to see whenever I do get that error. But then we're gonna say right here, prepare chunk files to be added to the collector. I feel like this doesn't actually go in the documentation unless I put it like up here or something. Okay, this is risky business. I'm not even gonna put, you know what? I don't want that message in there. It opens the path and it appends it to chunk safes. And then here, after it's appended to chunk safes, it iterates through chunk safes. Right? Like, why not just put that together? So I'm gonna come in here and then I'm gonna grab for the obstacles. The same thing. Grab this. You know, in theory, we could also have this run multiple times instead of copying the same code over and over again. So I think this could be consolidated even further. But I'm not big brain enough right now to understand how that would work. So I'm not going to try to understand how it would work. And we're just gonna shove it in here for the time being. Okay, clean that up just a teensy weens. Give us some space. Give us some space. And we could chunk this up into regions. Oh, we can't do like a region in a region, can we? I forgot about that. Well, I guess this doesn't get to be in a region. Sorry, region. Take good care. It was nice knowing you. Could be worth even putting this in every section, because depending on which one has the problem, the error could be in any of those. So maybe I'll put that in each one. Okay, so this region is set up add chunk files to collector. I mean, that's what this is all doing. This is add safe current safe files to collector. That'll be this one. And the region collapse it. Okay, come up here, region, add current obstacle files to collector. Well, let's get rid of current. I can't deal with it being 2 lines. We're trying to avoid that bloat. I'll put my little error message in here. And then we're gonna close the region. End region. Alright. Add save files to collector. Add obstacle files to collector. Can we say Alright. Next one, points. Come down to load terrain scenes. Get this. It's all really the same. Chunks update. Put that in there. Oops. Why is that one not purple? Thank you. You better be purple. Oh, this needs to be backed up a little bit. Region, add points files to a collector. Level chunks points. Let's give that a little space. Put my error message in there. It's a lot of little bit of work. It's a lot of little nitty-gritty work, but here we are. And then we're gonna end the region. Okay. Add save files, add obstacle files, add points files. Finally, level chunks. Or menu chunks. Come down here. Copy this. Head back up to chunks update. Just make sure I did that right. Yep. Okay. Paste that in here. This is region add menu files to a collector. Again, I'm just coming in here consolidating some code that I think, some functions that for me is more confusing to have them separate. Maybe I realized they should have been separate all along. Well, I'm ready to learn that lesson, but I don't know, I'm not so sure it does need to be separate. Alright, and then end region. Alright, so now we got all of these nice and separated. add save files to collector, add obstacle files, add points files, add menu files. So now load terrain scenes is doing nothing special. So I'm going to remove load terrain scenes here entirely. So we're not going to call it, basically. It's not entirely being removed, but its call is being removed. And what I want to know, does everything still work? Have I broken stuff? Or are we fine? My hope is that it's fine. That is not fine. But is it not fine because I didn't change? Yeah. So we gotta change back to level 0. Because still, for some reason, it doesn't work on level 1 with the main menu. Don't understand why. It's weird because it'll update into level 1, but it won't start on level 1. I feel like that's a big clue. Okay, so it's good. There we are. We're on level 0, no problem. Let's level update into level 1. And there it is, right away. Oh, I would even say that was faster. Maybe I'm just wishfully thinking there. But that was quite quick. I liked that. Unless I realize I don't like that and I want it to be longer, then we'll have to deal with that when that time comes. But nice, good, great. Don't see any problems. Let's just level up to another level just to make sure everything's good. It all seems good. Great. Let's commit it. And before I commit it, I'm just gonna burn down. I mean, maybe I want to commit it with that on there. No, I think you can get rid of it. Load terrain scenes? It's trash. Get it out of here. It's gone. Don't need it. Okay, save it. I guess I should double check. I can't, I mean, I don't think it's being called anywhere else in the game, but technically, I mean, I could just look in the code, but you know what? Let's just do this. Oh, no, there it is. Why was that so much longer? It took so much longer that time. I wonder why. Wait, what if I level update right away? That's a long run there. My goodness. Has it just always been that long and I didn't realize that it's been that long? Maybe, I mean, it's kind of weird. What if we do a bunch of running? I don't know why that would matter. I really don't. I could have sworn it felt like it came in really quickly the first time. I guess not. I guess it doesn't come in quickly. All right, that's good. That's fine. Great, we're fine. All right. Right? Right? Like, if I put that back in, it doesn't... Why would it matter? Please just look it up. Well, whatever. She's playing the game. So what do you want us to do? Well, look, I could do a Control-Shift-F, or I could just, like, play a game. What would you do? Play the game, man. All right. Yeah, it's the same. All right. I'm bugging. Okay, cool. So, get that out of there. Save it. Make a commit. So we're gonna say consolidated load terrain scenes and chunks update. I mean, that's what I did. That is what I did. Removed calls to load terrain scenes and the function entirely. It's all on chunks update now. Okay. Good. Did not solve all the problems, but at least we have less code, or at least less fractured code to contend with. Okay, so now I want to look at on-level update. Look how much fewer functions we have now. I mean, that's just kind of nice to see. So on-level update, it's going to change all of the chunk lists to the current level. It's going to check what's going on in globals, because when we do a level update, globals changes. Also, in about 10 seconds, some of you guys are going to get ads, some of you won't. So we're gonna pause for a minute here. If you didn't get ads, hello? I feel interesting. Like, a part of me is happy because it's getting better in a way, but I still, you know, that I still don't understand why it doesn't work on level 1 really bothers me. And I think I still lack some degree of clarity about where I'm headed here. But that's okay. No problem. I'm definitely going to go back to the flowchart, but if you think about it, this flowchart would have been so much more chaotic if I didn't do all this consolidation. So hopefully having done that is gonna make a big difference. We'll see. Okay, hopefully the ads are done for everybody who got them. So it updates when we level up to the next level, it's going to update the playlists, and it's going to update the paths. Now I will say, it isn't updating the menu, which is weird. I mean, why not? Why not just have it update the menu? I don't know. I'm not sure what value that has to not do that. I can't imagine that makes any difference. But there we go. It's then gonna clear these arrays that we set up in chunks update. Now it does that so that way the old levels are not going to load in to level 2. So when level 1 is happening, chunk safes is filled with the old files from the old chunk paths. And whenever we go to update the level, it's going to empty out those files. And then it's going to run chunks update, which is going to refill these arrays with the new level chunks. Wait! There's no clearing for menu. Well, if you think about it, why clear out the menu one? It's totally unnecessary. We don't need to clear out the menu chunks. They're not changing level to level. Technically. You know what I'm a little curious about? If I come over here to globals, did I mess up the path in here or something? No, the path is fine. Okay. Technically, it does have a different path for every level. Kind of unnecessary to load it for each level. I can't imagine that that's necessary. You know, for level 0, right, it's got the level 0 path. For level 1, it's got the level 1 path. For the menu, these are just here as like a placeholder so the other code keeps working.
I don't know. I'm a little confused about the purpose of that, if I'm being honest with you. It seems a bit unnecessary. Anyway. Yeah, because then if we clear it out now, but what I will say is Chunk's update is going to refill it, right? So that would mean basically if I don't clear it, it's going to keep adding more and more and more and more and more on. We might want to say only bother doing the main menu at the beginning. So that way the main menu isn't changing every single time. So I might want to move this whole region here. Oh, what did someone tell me about how to move lines? One of y'all told me how to do that. Is it if you hold Alt and you press up and down? Heck yeah, it is. Frick yeah, it is. Oh, but that's only moving the region line. That's not actually moving the entire region. Wouldn't that be sweet? What if I highlight all this? Will it do it? Heck, oh wait. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, kinda will. But we can't, like, indent it, can we? Oh, God. Okay. Well, it's okay. It's not that bad. So we could say if first chunk's not loaded, do this, indent that. So that only gets loaded. The main menu only gets filled up at the beginning, technically. And then I certainly would not need to clear anything here, because we're not adding anything. It's only adding if it's the beginning of the game. Does that work? I mean, it's just one way to just make it more efficient and make more sense. All right, so there we got the chunks loaded in just fine. If we level up to the next level, we get a problem. Interesting. So there's nothing to repair. I wish, oh my God, I wish at this moment it could tell me what is the thing that it's trying to reparent. That would help me so much if I knew what it was trying to reparent. Now it's saying it's reparenting nil. Wow. That's very interesting that broke that. Why did that break that? Because we know that all of those were there. Oh, shorts feed. Dang, I had half the screen covered the whole time. Shorts feed. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. I only notice it when I go to actually intentionally have this half up. I'm real sorry, shorts feed. Dang. Y'all really do be trucking despite that. So I'm confused why this happens when everything is in there. That's very, very confusing to me. Very, very confusing to me. It's just, it feels like there's no way to find out. I mean, I think there is, but I remember it being like very complicated for me to wrap my little head around. Also, why can't I stretch this bigger? Oh, it's just like, oh, because I have remote open. It's being laggy as heck. There we go. Yeah, chunk add is null. What's chunk add okay? Is that real? Is that being used by anything? Chunk add okay. No, that is useless. Delete it. What? Power up menu is not Boolean is that being used anywhere else? Power up menu begin. I mean, it is, but is it being used as a Boolean anywhere? I'm just like, no, oh man. Does that ever change at any point? Does it ever become true? Power up menu, begin, true. That's nowhere. Camera 3D, but that's on the camera, not on the terrain controller. So this is garbage, by the way. I'm just seeing all these like things popping up. And like in the stack that I don't need. Starting chunks over. We're not really using that anymore. I think that can go. Starting chunks over. That's all trash now. I think all the starting chunks is trash. Yeah, throw it away. Don't need it. First chunks loaded is true. That makes sense. Chunks list current has 3 left in it. Chunk to add. So wouldn't this be what it's trying to add then to some extent? Potentially? It's trying to add something from the collector menu. But that's not necessarily... Oh, I think we would need to see what first is. What the first one is. Where is that? First terrain. I think this would be the thing that it's trying to reparent. Is type safe? But why does it look like that? How confusing. How strange. Mesh instance 27. Let me go see what mesh instance 27 is. And where is mesh instance 27? It's in the terrain controller. And so it's trying to leave the terrain controller, but it hasn't left yet. All right, 10 seconds. Those who haven't gotten an ad may get an ad. Just so you know, 1 minute of that. Happens so often. So very often. Whatever I do here, I'll make sure I recap when the ads are over. I gotta know. I gotta know. So yeah, that's this one. What is it? Can you show? It's gotta be a menu one, right? It has to be. I mean, it must be a menu chunk. That's what it has to be. But it says it's type safe. Like, is it changing the type of it? Why is it a safe type? That's very confusing to me. It's saying that all of these in this scene are safe types. Alright, ad should be over. I'm just trying to understand what it... So it's saying that 27 is a safe type. If I look over here, it says that it's a safe type. Why? And if I go through all of them that are on the terrain controller right now, it says that they're all safe, but it's also showing that they're the color black. Wait, but it says is type 3, and 3 is menu. How is it both a safe and a menu at the same time? How does that make any sense? What does that mean? What does that mean? What? That's very confusing.
So what if I reset it and we look at it here? What does that say? This is hard. This is all really hard. All right, come to remote. Look at what is loading in. It says the type is safe right there. Why does it say that all the types are safe? And what if I come into the obstacles? It says that they're safe too. So, I mean, I guess it's like it's just showing the default. So what is the point of this? Why is it even showing this if that's not even true? I mean, this seems to be the most important one here. And this is just nothing? I guess so. I guess I'm just looking at the wrong thing. So the thing that it's trying, so if I'm understanding it correctly, the thing that it's trying to reparent when that happens is it's trying to reparent a menu chunk to a menu collector, but it no longer sees it. I wonder if it's removing it, but its level is supposed to be the current level. Oh, I know what it is. I know what's happening. Okay, so remember earlier when I said that it was setting its level to be the current level in the ready function. Every menu chunk gets set to the current level in the ready function. But guess what? That's only in the ready function, which means that if a menu chunk gets set up initially as being level 0, if that current level changes to level 1, it's not going to update to the new current level. And so when it goes to get removed, its level number is going to be wrong. And so it's not, I still am kind of confused why this is totally relevant, but if I'm being honest, but that's definitely a problem. What's up, Pepe? 10 days till the Godot robot plush hits production. Is that true? Is that true? I ordered one. I'm excited to get it, for sure. I can't believe you're tracking that. Are you getting one? Welcome, Pepe. Pepe is a member on YouTube and Patreon, so we gotta sing Pepe a song. So here we go. This is gonna be Pepe's song. It seems like in 30 seconds they're gonna run some more ads. I don't know what to do with the ads and taking a break at this point anymore. If I'm being honest. But we'll have the member song be part of the ad. Unless Pepe gets an ad. That's probably not a good plan, is it? So we'll say after the ads, we'll sing Pepe's song. It kind of sucks, honestly. YouTube ads, it's not great, if I'm being honest. It's not great. There's really not a good way to, like, you know, interface with my community and have ads. Just the fundamental way that ads on YouTube works, it just sort of mandates that I can't really do anything. Either I interrupt the stream constantly and do absolutely nothing during that period, and many of y'all will see absolutely nothing happen, or I ignore it and we just keep going, and inevitably some people miss things. It's really not a good solution here. Which is irritating. I feel like I would rather lean into just, like, ignoring it. And if someone misses something, they could be like, hey, I missed that, I got an ad. And then I'll recap what happened, you know? But then on the other hand, this isn't like Twitch, you know? Any day now, this isn't like Twitch, where on Twitch, you can't rewind. It's like technically if you get an ad, you can always go back to where you left off and see what happened. What sucks about that is then you're not kept up to date. So I feel like there's no winning here. It's just like YouTube's ad model, while seemingly kind of nice, puts live streamers in a weird position. I guess the alternative is I choose when the ads happen, but that's another tough thing, because if I say, okay, now channel members do get ads, Leaf, it's frustrating, but unfortunately channel members do get ads. It's not like Twitch in that way. The only way I can give some kind of ad benefit to members is for member live streams. So for the member live streams, I can turn ads off so there are no ads. Then members don't get ads. But during regular non-member live streams, there's no way to make sure members don't get ads. Yeah, do you know how to feel bad for having ad black on? All right, let's do these member songs here. What's funny is I was on Makeshift to check on your Hatsune Miku thing you're getting, and you saw that they were making another plush I wanted from a D&D YouTuber group I watched, so I'm ordering another one soon. Yeah, plushes are fun. Plushes are fun. Alright. Yeah, I know. Being a member, it gets you a lot of perks, but it doesn't get you that perk. It is what it is. So I don't know. I don't really know what to do. And again, it's hard to like poll. You know, if I would love to like run a poll like in the community tab and say like, how do you guys think we should deal with ads? But I also would need to explain how ads work on YouTube. Because again, it's not like Twitch where everybody gets the ad. It's like some people get the ad and some people don't. So YouTube runs an ad like every few minutes, right? Sometimes. Because person A didn't get an ad a few minutes ago, but now person A is gonna get an ad. They spread it out based on an algorithm of when they think people are likely to be tolerant to watching an ad. You can do literally nothing during the ads, but when the ads finish, pretend like a lot would. That's silly! That's so silly! Oh my gosh. That sounds like a lot of work, too, to pretend. Alright. Member songs. Pepe and Milo, you're getting a combined member song. Maybe. We'll see. Alright, here we go. That song just ended, so we need to pick a different song. Pepe, oh Pepe, hey Pepe, hey to Pepe. Thank you, I hope you're doing so well. I do, it's true. Hey Pepe, hey Pepe, I hope you're doing so well. Oh, I do. Hey Pepe, hey Pepe, today's a day that you are here. I hope it's a good day. Hey Pepe, hey Pepe, thank you for supporting our game dev. There you go, Pepe, there's your song. Milo, yes, let's get Milo with their own song. We're not gonna combine songs. Oh Milo, don't you know? Oh Milo, don't you know you're alright? Yeah, you're alright. I think you're alright. Oh Milo, don't you know? Oh Milo, don't you know? I think you're alright. Yeah, I think you're alright. Oh Milo, don't you know? Oh Milo, don't you know? I think you're alright, right. Alright, there's your member songs. You're welcome. I'm also very sorry, but you're also welcome. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev, guys. It means a lot. Milo also is supporting on Patreon as well as on YouTube. Means a lot, truly. Okay. What am I up to? What am I doing? I'm trying to set up a main menu screen, basically, and I'm doing it in one of the more complicated ways possible. I'm not getting to have the fun of UI design at all. I'm actually just suffering through trying to get my terrain controller script to be comprehensible to me and wedge in a new state of terrain control that allows for the main menu to exist. It's really weird and hard to explain, but that's what I'm doing. And it's going okay. There's moments of success and moments of confusion. I am currently in a moment of confusion. Specifically, I'm also trying to figure out why sometimes chunks are not being recognized as existing when they should. That was a banger. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. So I do have each menu chunk being set to the current level as being what level it is. I think we should do something else for that, if I'm being honest. I think we should set them to like a level like 100 or something. So menus are always level 100. I think that probably makes the most sense. And then, which, I mean, it's really arbitrary, right? It's super arbitrary. Mega super duper arbitrary. But welcome to getting things done at whatever cost of comprehensibility. And then I'm gonna go to the progressed terrain here, and we're gonna say if the first terrain is global's level current Q free, unless it's level 100, then don't worry about it. So we want to say and is not first terrain is level set to 100. So if it's not level 100, delete it. Or not only is if it's not level 100, but also if it doesn't match the current level. Well, this will not match the current level. Well, yeah, we just wanted to skip that. So yeah, so hopefully, I don't know if that's gonna fix this problem at all. It did not. It absolutely did not. So this problem that got introduced, not helped by that. Again, this is kind of more just preventing a problem in the future. So the thing that I did to make this broken, I actually have kind of friggin' forgot. I don't even remember how I broke this. Was I not clearing this anymore? Oh, right. I put it in, I put from Chunk's update, I said that it only adds new menu files to a collector when it's the first time that it's loading everything in. That was the difference that I made. And if I say don't, so to me, what I'm trying to say is don't keep replacing these. Only load them in the first time and then leave them there in the collector and just leave it like that. Period. Done. That's what I want to be happening. Menu design is fun. I am in immense pain and I don't want to make the menu. Oh, that sucks. I'm so sorry. I think menu design is fun. I wish I was doing menu design right now. We should swap. No, I don't think you would enjoy this either. I'm proud of you for getting through it anyway though, because that's it. Like, you know, whether you want to do it or not, like making it happen is how things get done. So good job. Good job, honestly. I wonder why that causes a problem. I mean, clearly I'm not fundamentally understanding how this works, if that causes some kind of issue. That's so surprising.
And then if we clear it, they're definitely going to be gone forever. I mean, I guess I'm a little curious to know what happens if I do clear it. That shouldn't make any difference, but clearly I don't understand things. So let's drop that. It should crash. It does. So yeah, that doesn't help anybody or anything. What's up, Sable Spirit? How you doing? If I move this back up, or not that. Where's the music coming from? I'm so sorry. Also, oh, they're showing an ad. Sorry, guys. They're showing an ad. You forgot your own lurk. Oh yeah. Hey, what's up? Welcome. I'm surprised the music is what was surprising and not the fact that somebody is over here talking about things. But yeah, that song does take up a lot of space, actually. That song is not a subtle one. Okay, good. It was fun. It was fun to be confused. I like being confused. Some of you are getting ads, some of you aren't. I probably should do, it could probably do less than a minute. I have a feeling ads don't take a minute, you know? Unfortunately, I don't have a 30-second timer. I guess I could just say when it's at 30. We could just say when it's at 30. Most everybody in the world presses skip. So we can assume those ads are done anyway. So, what the frig is going on here? So when, let me go back to Chunk's update. I can't believe I don't understand why that breaks it. Has Anchorfish Games disappeared? Yeah, I mean, pretty much, for all intents and purposes. Pretty much, I would rather use Hyper Game Dev branding for a studio than Anchorfish Games. I realize making a studio is pointless. There's no point in making a studio. It's just like, it's a waste of time for my purposes. And, you know, if I am going to make a studio, then it would make sense to connect it to the Hyper Game Dev name brand than to create something separate. So yeah, I don't really use it anymore. The relatable, at least not for now. The relatable feeling, well, that shouldn't happen, but apparently it is, so I guess somehow it makes logical sense, because I'm stupid today. I don't feel stupid. I feel just like there's potential to learn. But I understand the joke. I understand the joke. The self-deprecating nature of it. Well, so I'm gonna move this back to where it was, and it's going to be fine. It'll update to the next level. And so what it's doing is it's friggin' arbitrarily. Boo, self-deprecation. Yay, hooray, dealing with trauma in the ways that you know best. Boo, not trying to learn better ways to deal with your own trauma. I'm just saying what I feel. So here it works just fine. But for some reason, if I move that into an if statement, we have a problem. All this is doing is it's adding, maybe because we're updating the, oh, okay, hold on. So if I'm updating the chunks path, but I'm not changing what's in it, that would cause a problem. So like up here, we say chunks path menu, update it. We don't want to actually update that path right there, right? At least I think that would potentially cause the problem. Here we have this updating in the ready function, which is good and fine. What we don't want is for that to update when we go to a new level. That could also be related to why it changes on level 1. Okay, so let me go to this. I've moved it to the if statement. Does it crash? It does. Oh, she really thought she understood it there, but she doesn't. That's okay. That's okay. Not stupid at all. That's why, and I know that you're joking, but like, you know, that's why I don't like that stuff, because then, you know, if I affirm that and I support what you're saying, then that affects me in the way I think about myself. Because I'm like, oh, Glitched Code made that funny joke about, you know, being stupid if I don't understand how something works. But I don't actually think that that's stupidity, personally. I don't think stupidity is really a nice thing to say at all. But, you know, so to me, it's about learning, and it's not about stupidity. So, like, honestly, I reject that. I reject it. And you can consider this a warning. I know that sounds crazy. Like, what? I'm just joking. I know, but like, I consider that a warning. I really do. So, okay. Wow, it's really like YouTube's like, we're gonna run a bunch of ads right now. So I think the best option is to let you guys know when the ads are happening, potentially, and then me just not do anything different. I think that probably makes the most sense, you know? So I can like put the scroll up there. If anything was stupid, is either library for not magically knowing what I want, or the universe for not magically working. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I'll get down with that. So if I make this like a little smaller, so in 15 seconds, there will be ads. Not right this second, but in 15 seconds. So maybe I'll make that like a little smaller and longer. Alright, the ads are definitely in progress now. And then let's say twice as long. Nice. And then I can just do this here, and then, you know, we're just kind of keeping it in mind, but not worrying too much about anything. So that didn't help. I'm surprised. I mean, certainly I would think we don't want that path to update. At least. That should be the only place I can think of it updating. But I'm not entirely sure. Chunks, path, menu. Yeah, I don't know. I thought maybe that would make sense, but I'm not feeling it making sense. And then we also have like this yeah, all that's not there though, so that shouldn't be an issue. Alright, well, I'll move it back out. I'm very confused as to what's going on there, but maybe continuing to do the flowchart will make that make sense to me. For now, I am not at that point where this makes sense to me. And that just has to be okay. It just does. Now, since I removed that path update on level update, did that break anything? Or is everything fine? Is what I'd like to know. Level update. Whoa. What the heck? That was just weird. Okay, level update. Power up menu comes down. Move on to the next level, no problem. No issues. And I guess I'd be curious to know if there are still chunks in the menu collector. There aren't. I don't think. Wait, maybe there are. Did they all get removed? They did not. No, they're all sitting in there, waiting to be added back in. That's kind of what I want. Okay. Alright. Weird stuff. Just weird stuff is what that is. Alright, so I'll just carry on. So what's my next task here, if not that? So I consolidated on level up. Oh, we need to, right, I was looking at on level update, and I was just kind of exploring what this is doing. And then I had this thought about why is Chunk's menu not included in here? And I don't really need it to be included in here. And then that's when I thought,
how can I refactor chunks update to keep some of those things in mind? So yeah, I guess it's back to the flowchart. The only one that I didn't like really look at, well, I think there might also be something going on with chunk chosen to add, and might be related to something. I'm just not sure. All right, I think it's back to flowchart time. After all of that, I think it's time to go back to the flowchart. So, in the flowchart, I probably need to update the ready function because we made some changes to that. In there, we said that ready loads load terrain scenes at init chunks. Actually, neither of these functions exist anymore. They are gone. We got rid of them. Instead, what we have is chunks update, and it calls with number of terrain chunks. We also have progressed terrain call with a level type, even though it doesn't do anything right now. It technically calls it that. So chunks update is the new one here. So we're gonna switch init chunks with chunks update. So we've simplified things a bit. That's good. Delete all of this. And then in our list of stuff, we no longer have this. This is chunks update. That's what exists. Okay. So, ready function is better understood now. Would be nice if this was all contained. Thank you. Appreciate it. However, is that it? Is that all? Do we assign that in the ready function? We do, because we want to update what all that is. Yeah, ready function is good to go. So chunks update. So let's go look at what chunks update does, and let's set that up in here. So chunks update. Oh man, I really didn't want to have to flowchart this, but I think I have to. Oh god. Because I wanted to think I understood this enough, but I don't. So it creates a variable within itself, and that variable opens the chunks path safes directory, and then it iterates through that directory and appends those files to an array. It also removes this suffix on here, and the reason why it does that is because when we build the game, it adds .remap on there. And we don't want that to be the case or the game breaks. So that's just kind of something that isn't really worth, I don't think, keeping track of right now. And it does that for each one. How am I gonna flowchart this? How the heck am I even gonna flowchart this? This is actually very confusing to me. Chunks update creates a variable. So I guess I'll just get like this variable template here. And I'm gonna duplicate it down here. So it's a new variable that's being created. Create directory safes, and it actually does a bunch of these, so it's actually kind of more like this. I should probably duplicate this actually, because we're doing it for each one. So I'll drag this to here. And we're creating directory safes.
directory obstacles, directory points, and directory menu. These are not string names. These are directories, right? Or something? Direct access. Directory access is what that is. So I'll rename all of these. Be kind of nice if I like ungroup this. Oh. I was kind of hoping I can make this a little bigger. It's fine, don't worry about it. Okay. So it does that for each one. It creates that directory variable, and then it's going to iterate through them on each one. And it's going to instantiate them. So I kind of would like to... So there's also nodes. That's also kind of something that's like not being really represented on here. Is the scene tree in general. Right? So we'll make another container. Call it scene tree. Group it up. And now we're gonna put some nodes in there. Nodes can be white. We've got collector safes, and actually it's not really a node, it's actually a it's a variable that just happens to be connected to a node. So actually let's not say scene tree for now. Let's just put this in here as script variables. I think that probably makes a lot more sense. And it's just like a node 3D type is like what it is. So it's a node 3D and it's collector safes. Looks like I need to organize this a little better. Honestly, I'm at the point where I'm just not even sure if the flowchart is easier to understand than than the code itself. I don't know. But I guess it's more about going through it all and trying to sort of understand. It's like checking up on everything again and making sure I get it all above all else. Or something. Sometimes I'm not sure anymore. Okay, put that over there. And just like the others, rename them.
So these are the node collectors that hold all the files. Which is a little confusing. This holds, this holds the current level's chunk files. Past the directory is holding the terrain chunk scenes. And this, well, really what this does, actually, oh, can you just take one thing out of a group? You can't? Boo. Lee's didn't like that. Okay, pull that like that. Group this all back up. So actually what this is doing is it's holding the instantiated chunks is what this is doing specifically. So I'm gonna group these. I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna group this. Okay, and then I'll come back down here. After the ready function, that runs chunks update. Chunks update creates directory safe, directory obstacles. And then this is going to iterate through them all. Oh, and then let me get one of these boxes. These wraparound boxes. Iterate through and instantiate files. Iterate through files, then instantiate them as children. I'm just saying, that's what it's doing. Just to try to consolidate that down a little bit. That's what that does. So chunks update runs in the ready function. It creates these directories, and then it iterates through those files for each directory. Where does it get the directory from, pray tell? It gets the directory from the chunks path obstacles. So I'd actually kind of want to put that in there too, if I'm being honest. And the chunks path obstacles, it's very confusing. Where does that get updated? In the ready function, right? Right here. So then this actually gets added into here. So are we assigning in this case? We're opening. Chunks path safes is opened and then assigned. So we're opening the path and we're assigning it to this variable. So in the ready function, it connects on level update. It's not going to call it yet, but it's going to connect on level update. So this is kind of not the most important thing here yet. In the ready function, it's going to assign paths. Based on what exactly? Pray tell. On global, right. So there we see the arrow here. This is where it's assigned from. It's from out here. It's not really this assigning to that. It's probably more accurate to do it the other way around and say that this is this, like, it's kind of, I don't really know what to do with the arrows there, you know, at some point. It's like it's really getting the assignment. Get current paths. I mean, it's almost like a both ways arrow, you know? Do we have a both ways arrow? That would be nice. I guess we don't. So it assigns it, it gets the current paths from there, and then it runs chunks update. And chunks update creates these directories where it opens and assigns what these paths are that it got from the global script over here. Then it iterates through the files in the directories, and it instantiates them as children on Node 3Ds. And that all is happening at the beginning of the game before it starts. Well, actually, yeah, because it's running that function at the game start. That's not the only time it runs this. It also runs this when we update a level. So, okay, so we've now explained what all of this does. Now it does something else, too. It sets up the first starting chunks to spawn in if first chunks are not loaded. So I actually have not established what first chunks loaded is about here. So we need to do that. So let's come over here, add this in. Did we put an explanation about it up here? I don't think we did. This is whether initial chunks have been added in or not. And that is first chunks loaded, and it's a Boolean false by default. First chunks added. It comes in here as false. It's a tiny little false. It's so tiny. And then it's, of course, a Boolean. All right. Hey, what's up, Allie Minx? Thank you. You know, sometimes I start to doubt myself how helpful it is, but it has already been helpful. So I'm kind of just like, I'm putting my faith in this process. But thank you, I appreciate that vote of confidence. Yeah, it's, we'll see. And thanks for stopping in, I appreciate it. Whether initial chunks, okay, so I'm not gonna keep that in here. So this is actually an if statement. Now how am I gonna represent an if statement? And this is it's not really next after that. It is, but it isn't. It's really just part of what is happening from this function. So what is the if? The if is kind of whether this is true. So sort of like what Sable was telling me earlier with the activity chart, right? If yes, if no. So here's an if yes, if no situation. So we would want to say, if this is false, which it already does say false, so we could even just, maybe I'll just do that there. And we'll just say if. If first chunks added is false, then
Come on down, come on down. Then it's gonna update all these chunk lists. Now I think I did represent this in hopefully a less chaotic way than that looks. Yeah, here, level 1 chunk. Well, that's just level 1 chunk lists. So I didn't quite set up the, like, default chunk lists, did I? So there's actual chunk playlists, level 1 chunk, and then there's, like, the current, which is weird because this says current. That's a little hard. It's a bit difficult to know how to represent easily. So there's the current list, which is the stuff that is actually being loaded in currently. And then there's these, which are the lists that are potentially current. They're potentially current. Potential current level chunk playlists. I don't know if that makes it more clear or not, but that's what I'm gonna type in there. So let's break this apart for like a second. Duplicate that. Bundle this back up. Move it. And this is potentially current level chunk playlists. And they're just like, it's just chunk lists or whatever. It might be nicer to say something like chunk list, you know, XX or whatever. And this is definitely a bunch of arrays. So let's copy that. And what it's gonna do in chunks update, if first chunks loaded is not true, it's gonna set them all to the menu. So if that's not true, then all of these become the menu ones, which I do have up here. It's kind of hard to drag. Here, right there. So each one of them is getting set to the menu one. All of them. Like this. We'll just say set to. Need a little bit more space here. Scooch that over. Okay. All right, cool, good, nice. Let's give it a little more space. I think it's kind of nice to see some of these lined up a little more. All right. And then, also in that if statement, it's going to actually stamp down the first ones, or the main menu chunks. So it's going to iterate through the collector menu. Okay, that is interesting. That's very interesting. So the collector menu is... Oh, I don't know. Okay. Because collector menu is instantiated as a child here. If I move that... I don't know, because I was trying, that to me that should still work. And so what I was trying to do was move adding all of these where it opens and assigns the chunks path menu to the menu directory, where it then iterates through those files and instantiates them in the collector menu. I was trying to add that to this if statement right here. If the first chunks are not added, then set the chunks list to the chunks menu. And what this also does is, that I was trying to say right after that, after you set, I mean, I wonder if it would work if I even just put it here instead. Just out of curiosity. It might not work, but it occurred to me that this is worth trying. And then tab that in. So now it's going to create that. So what I've technically just done is I've moved this, and if I get this flowchart finished more, it might be more clear why this is causing a problem or something, maybe. I've moved this happening to the if statement. And that's when it creates this. I'm gonna need to make this wider. But, you know, I wonder if the order does matter. Right? So, I should probably do like a left to right thing. Set the chunks list. I guess I'll do it this way. Set the chunks list to chunks list menu. But actually, no, we are saying don't do it in that order. Do it in this order. That is the difference here. I don't think it's gonna matter. I'm like 89% sure it's not gonna matter. But I'm gonna try it anyway. And this isn't all that it's doing. I guess it'd be easier if I said, then set that to that, then create this and iterate through the files. And then the next thing that it does after doing all that is it's going to actually stamp them down. So I haven't put that on the flowchart yet, but this is basically what I've done, is I've taken setting up that directory and adding them as children of the collector menu. I'm moving that from here to having no condition necessary to needing that if statement. I'm not exactly sure why that doesn't work, and I really have a feeling that this isn't going to be better. But I'm just curious. So I'm gonna move on to the next level. Levels up, choose a power up, and it crashes. So that didn't make any difference. I kind of figured it wouldn't, but I had to see. I had to find out. So for some reason, it doesn't it doesn't see those things anymore in a way that I need it to. So I thought it was worth a shot to at least see what would happen if I did that. Let's put it back where it apparently belongs, which is right there. And now it will continue to work. In a way, you know, it's fine if it isn't there. It just seems like unnecessary. And I was hoping that maybe it would be illustrative of something. And I guess it is, but I don't really know what to take from it. It does, I don't need it to go there, but I don't understand why it can't go there, basically. So there we don't get a crash, and level 1 is now going to appear eventually. It takes longer than I'd like, but it does eventually come in. All right, let's get this stamping down thing sorted out. So it's kind of annoying because now I, don't need any of this. So maybe what I'll do is I'll detach it, and it'll just be like something that if I decide later I want to do, we can put it back. But for now, let's leave it in there as it is. And maybe that will make more sense at another point. I'm not sure yet. I just don't know. Okay, so we certainly want that if statement to set up the chunk playlists, or we understand that that works. But we also wanted to iterate through the collector menu, 9 of the chunks in the collector menu node. And it's going to reparent them onto the terrain controller, which is what the self is. So actually, I don't even have a self. I mean, we could just say self probably would be sufficient. Whoa, this got moved. Oh, I see. So maybe I'll just say self, and that will be good enough. So the collector right here, collector menu. After this true turns out to be false, which is what we're looking for, then instantiate children of the collector menu. There's something missing here, right? We're not doing the number of chunks. I'm gonna kind of leave that out of this flowchart for now. It technically kind of should be in there, but I'm feeling a little dangerous, so we're gonna not put it in there. Then instantiate children of collector menu. And we want them to be as children of self. As children of self. Okay. I don't know. I mean, here we're iterating through files, then instantiating them as children in the collector menu. I mean, I'm seeing that like happening twice here. No, we're not, because we're taking the things that are already in the collector menu and we're iterating through them and we're pulling them out of there and putting them on the self. Why moving that to here causes an issue, I don't understand still. Finally, it's going to set this to be true.
It's kind of hard to do this left to right. Maybe if we like push it down a bit. Then set first chunks added to true. So then that means whenever chunks update runs, none of this is gonna run anymore. Okay. So that is all from the ready function, chunks update. Now, of course, we have the physics process chugging along. The physics process is gonna run progress terrain. Let's get that going. Let's get it going. So there's the physics process. I mean, this in a lot of ways doesn't really matter. It's just doing one little thing, but we'll put it on here anyway. No, no, no. Don't you cut that off. Thank you. And then progress terrain. And this is calling with delta and level type. Level type is not being used. In theory, it would be. Okay. So let's slap that in there. And we say in the physics process, all that it's doing is running progress terrain. That's it. It's hard to get that centered. Okay, good. Now, what does progress terrain do? A lot. The stream hasn't crashed yet. Okay, we're back. Little stream lag, little internet lag. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to fret over. YouTube was trying to show an ad. I was like, why? My internet died. How dare you? Have some respect. This is almost the last component. It just is the most beastly component to flowchart. Whether or not I'm gonna actually understand everything better after doing this, I'm not quite sure, but I'm gonna try. So, for every chunk in self, so it's gonna iterate through everything in itself and move it forward. And then if it gets past a certain position, it's gonna run a bunch of code. So I wanna say progress terrain iterates through all of the children of self and moves them. So we're gonna say move them all forward. We're gonna try to keep that as simple as possible here. So let's make another self reference. And we're gonna say move, well, I'm not even gonna say iterate. Move all children forward. Move all children forward. And we also want to say if, so we need to create like an if statement. So
So I guess I'll just do like some text. But are we... Oh, okay. If the first child has a certain Z position, so we'll just let's even do it so it's more consistent with everything else. We'll say if the first child has a certain Z position, then a whole lot of things. We want the last terrain to be assigned, or the last one in the array, the last child, to be assigned to last terrain. So this is a variable that we're creating in here. I was trying to think if there's a different way to like represent. It's not really much to choose from there. Create a new variable called last terrain. Very important variable here. Assign last child to the last one. I don't think we need any extra info to that. That just is what it is. And specifically, we're not typing this, but that would be a node 3D, technically. Can we type these in here? Is that like a thing we can do? Is that allowed? And does that, I mean, I might as well statically type it if I can. That seems allowed to me. I believe that it is. Good. It can't hurt. Especially since progressed terrain is one of the most resource intensive of all the scripts in this game. We definitely want to be static typing things where we can. And I think you can static type in for loops too, right? So I should probably do that here as well. Now I just gotta remember GD script typing for loops. These aren't helping me. This must be old. A year old? I thought you could do it. Well, I guess we'll worry about that another day. Not today. I'll do that here as well. This also... Well, I don't know if this isn't Node 3D because we're popping front. So that, like, keeps track of a name of something. Is that the same as a Node 3D? I guess it is, because nothing is broken. Yeah. Looks fine. As far as I can tell. Okay. Because I guess ultimately what it's getting is a Node 3D. Okay, cool. Okay. So let me clean this up a little bit.
This is gonna get a lot of... We're gonna use the crap out of this. These last terrain, especially first terrain, but also last terrain. So this is node 3D type. Assign last child to last terrain. And then we're also going to want to assign first child, or the front, and we want to not only assign, but we want to remove it to first terrain. So assign the last child. Then we want to assign and remove first child. And we call that first terrain. Okay. So, then we have another if statement. Now this is in the event that the chunk that is first is of a level that's different than the current level. If it is, it's going to delete that first chunk. And this is all still contained within that initial if statement. So if first terrain is not of the current level, and it's not level 100, delete it. It's getting harder. This is a hard one, man. This is hard. This is difficult. Oh man. I don't know how am I even gonna represent this. I guess we'd want... Oh jeez. I'm starting to get burned down on this flowchart, guys. I'm getting real burned out on this flowchart, man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I mean, we're so close to the end of it, but like... How am I even going to represent this? First terrain is level set... Because it's like now I'm doing all this extra work of designing a friggin' flowchart, you know? Man, oh man. I mean, it's interesting to look at because it doesn't look all that complicated here, kind of. You know? It doesn't look all that complicated. But, you know, we're starting to be typing more things in instead of having these elements. I'm just like, how do I want to bother trying to represent this if statement? If the first terrain is not the current level, I mean, I could just do that with text, but then what are we pointing to? If first terrain is... like, I kind of got to set up like a whole thing. It doesn't really make sense to like point an arrow to this. I kind of need to like add some extra stuff on here. I guess I should say if first terrain is not, I think I know what to do. I need to come over here to my globals script. I mean, in the global script, we have all of these being set friggin' somehow. But we also have our current level. Right? So I need to come back to my globals and I need to deal with this. No, we're not even close to the end because there's still this whole global script, dude. This is so much effort. Oh my gosh. It's so much effort. I kind of hate this. 5 seconds. Some of you guys are gonna get ads. Some of you won't, just so you know. I want to take a moment to reevaluate here. Like, we have this main menu section. It's right here. It's right here. It has level up. I don't want this to really be there. I kind of want that to not exist when we move on to the next level. So I'd want to somehow suppress the level update, but still change the level somehow. We lose our debug level, and so I'd need to set up some other way to access the debug level if I want it. But look, it goes from the main menu section and it goes to the game. It does it. It does the dang thing. It works. Trying to puzzle out, I mean, here's the thing, like, I could just resign myself to not fully understanding why I can't do certain things when I'm trying to make this the way I want it to be. And instead just say, well, I know that this other way works. And I didn't really want to have that be the final part of today. I wanted to feel like I completely understood how to control. And look, I'm a far way off from stopping. Don't get me wrong. I'm just like, I'm trying to decide. I'm reevaluating whether this is the path I want to take. You know, if I want it to be the debug levels, I can't just type in level 0 anymore and see the debug level. If I want to see the debug level, I'm going to have to make sure that I almost have like a state machine that says it's the debug level and it loads in the debug chunks instead of the main menu. So we'd be replacing the main menu with the debug. Or the debug. But then what do we do about cutscenes? If cutscenes want to be inserting something, I mean, maybe cutscenes just are never a moving thing. What if cutscenes are always just a frozen moment? I'm basically right now I'm bargaining with whether or not I want to bother finishing this flowchart. And maybe I do finish the flowchart someday. Have I already accepted that I'm not finishing it? Perhaps. Perhaps I have. But, you know, in doing it and trying to understand, it still helped me try to understand all of this. You know, it's making me appreciate what we already have and think about how do I want to work with what I already have. And so we could say if it's cutscene time, bam, just pause it, and then we could like release the camera, right? Or something like that. And then, you know, like focus the player somehow, right? Load in a background. That'd be one problem, is that the background doesn't look right. But a cutscene, you know, could just be a paused moment, and that's it. That's your cutscene. Bam. Done. Now suppose I want a cutscene to be on a different planet or in a different location. In theory, that could be complicated, or it could be, we could do clever workarounds. And I could just say that everything else becomes invisible and some non-play area stuff just appears around. And that's part of the cutscene. I think cutscenes should just be a pause and things. I mean, it's obviously not the most thrilling, exciting thing, but this isn't supposed to be the most thrilling, exciting game, okay? It's just a learning project that I'm taking incredibly seriously. I think the best thing to do is to maybe continue flowcharting this at some point, okay? Just not now. And I think that now it might make more sense to accept that I have something that does work, and I'll just make that fit what I need. Ali says, the flowchart seems to be a good way to understand the code in a bird's eye view, but in the long run, would be work to keep up to date. That's so true. Absolutely. Oh my gosh. Absolutely. If I make changes to it, yeah, forget it. Like, it's never getting updated. I mean, it's like, when I need to solve certain problems, it's really useful. And I've already solved a lot of problems by making the flowchart. It has helped a lot already. Maybe this is a good point to take a break from the flowchart and go back to doing stuff. Also, y'all are going to get some ads. Not everybody. Some people will get ads, but not everybody will get ads. Just so you know. Okay. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I think that's the way this is going to be. So the flowchart, I'm just putting it on pause. I'm pressing the pause button on that. And I'm going to start making what does work better for my needs. So what does that mean? What steps does that entail? It means that I need all of this abduction stuff to not be there. I guess what I'd really want is there to be a way to switch between the debug state and the game state. And we could have a cutscene state, but I don't think it's really all that necessary, because really, well, maybe it might be necessary at some point. So we can keep the cutscene state, but what we don't need is a menu state. I guess we do want a menu state. I would almost think what I want is a debug state. And then the states don't necessarily have to be on the terrain controller. They could be more of a globalized thing, you know? And on the terrain controller, it's either the debug or the game. And those are the only states. So if I'm going to refactor this, that's going to be a little interesting. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think exactly. I think we should have different state machines. So, okay. So right now, I think I've actually eliminated the state machines. I actually don't think they're being used at all at the moment. They've been yeeted, technically. There is no state machine right now. The functions don't even exist. I think did I really even get rid of the function? No, I didn't. Did I? I didn't. No, the function is still there. But I don't think it's being used except as a function call, as an argument. That's it. As a function argument. That's the only place that it exists right now. So that's nice, because I don't have to refactor it, because it doesn't exist. So the only thing that would be different would be in the chunks update. So for first chunks loaded, instead of loading chunks menu, I'd want it to load the debug level. But I don't have a debug level list like that. So actually, it would be the folder. How is this? Oh, so if I were to... I guess what we want to say is it does like level 1, level 2 and stuff like that. That's what we'd want. So if first chunk's loaded and level type menu, then do chunks list menu.
and then load in all that. If first chunks loaded and level type debug, which I have not created debug type yet, or not menu, it'd be game, actually. Level type debug, and we'd want all of this in there as well. And actually, we want first chunks loaded true. Whoops, I shouldn't do that way. Let's do it like this. Come in here. Right, and now I technically have to refactor that flowchart, by the way. The flowchart is now going to be incorrect, which is exciting. Just kidding, it's not exciting. Let's put all this in here. And we want this to be the level 1, level 2 stuff. Or not the level 1, level 2. Oh, I mean, actually, yes, we do. I mean, this would depend. It's a little... Yeah. It's a little messy. I wanted this to be more dynamic. That's kind of something else to worry about some other day. Not today. I would rather infer whether this should be level 0, level 2, or level 1. For now, it's level 1 because I only have level 1 lists. We're not going to think too hard about this right now. For now, that's what it gets set to, if it's the debug. Is all of that. Now we have to make sure the debug thing exists. So if you come up here, instead of cutscene menu game, we want debug and game. And those are the only two. And we want it to, by default, be type 1 game. So, this kind of makes level 0 like a loading level, or like a pre-level level, whether it's the main menu or the debug. So really, this should just work now. So, I think, in theory. So if I make sure that the terrain collector if it's export variable, its relevant export variable is set to game, and we play it, in theory, if I've done this right, we should just see the menu, which is the black void. And then when we level up, which I would want to get rid of all this level up stuff, technically, for this one transition. When we do that, level 1 should come in as normal. Makes sense, no problem, it all looks good. Now, if I switch this to debug, and now we run it, in theory, I would like to see all of the colorful bars on here. Ooh, that did not work. Hey, what's up, Entropy? Welcome. Boop! Bow, boop! How you doing, Entropy? Good to see you. I've been trying to wedge in a main menu into a game where a main menu has not existed. And it has been proven to be a beast of a job. But, you know, I'm learning a lot, and I'm getting a better understanding of certain aspects of this code that I've lost track of how it works. So that makes me happy. Yeah, well, you know, it's not really like typical menu stuff. It's because I don't get to do the fun part. I think menu stuff is fun too, but it's not really a menu. It's more inserting something in to my gameplay build setup that wasn't there before. It's kind of weird to explain, but yeah, unfortunately I don't get to do menu design stuff, and I don't think I'd even use the UI tools for the main menu. I would actually have it be more immersive in the game anyway. But I agree, Godot does have nice UI tools. But unfortunately, that is not the joy I get to experience today. Yeah. So, why is this not working? Why is it loading in all of those? We're saying that it's either getting like overwritten somewhere. I'm doing something wrong somehow. Oh, right there. Look, I didn't update this to, I mean, that would be a problem. I don't know if that's the problem, but it's a problem. Entropy has been booped back. Nice. You love to see it. This should not, I mean, right on the nose. What does that do? That does nothing. Nope, that is not the problem right there. Why is it still loading all those in? I wonder. If first terrain is type menu. Because really what I wanted to do is ignore the menu stuff. An unhinged boop. Horrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Very scary. Very, very scary. Yeah, I'm a little confused. Hey, Joe Schmo, good to see you. Kind of. I wish it was so simple. Really, it's terrain stuff. Good to see you, Joe. Hope you've been well. Thanks for stopping in. It's terrain stuff. I'm basically trying to change. I want the game to start out as a menu. And I want it to be like an immersive in-game menu. Not even an in-game menu, but like prefer in-world stuff and not screenplays. I mean, just for this, I think it's gonna be fun for this. It's just something that I want for this. So what it's gonna be is it's going to be, imagine rows and rows of aliens, and in fact, the alien wouldn't even be there. So you can imagine that is invisible. I'll even do it. Bam, player gone. So technically, you're gonna be looking over a field of hundreds of aliens, just row after row of aliens, and you'll be flying over them. And then as the player, you click on one of them, and then you're gonna teleport. So if we right now, the only way I can do it is by leveling up, which is really irritating. I don't want to have to level up to do that. But in theory, you would press one of those aliens, and then you teleport onto Earth, and your alien would appear there, and then you would play the game. So it's just that's kind of what I want for the menu. And it means finding a way to wedge in a new type of level that didn't exist before. And so now I'm trying to preserve the debug level and have a way to swap between either the debug level or the menu level. And now I don't even know how to get back to that, but I'm gonna try to figure it out. And then the other thing that I need to resolve here is I want it to not be that you have to level up to get to level 1. And so none of this I wouldn't want there. And then instead of leveling up and picking a power up, it would just load in level 1. So those are the things that I'm kind of wrestling with. It's actually a pretty tall order to do all that. Wouldn't have been a great thing to like just work on like 6 hours ago, but you know, instead I had to clean up my code and figure out how I was going to proceed. And you know, cleaning up the code didn't even fully help me understand things and stuff. So yeah, I'm working on that. So if I would want the debug level type to load in, why is it just doing an infinite menu? That is confusing to me. Very, very confusing to me. Now on level update, we could also say in here, if we say clear chunks menu, I wonder if that would It might not. I don't think that's going... I don't know what that's gonna do, but I don't think that's gonna help. No, because that doesn't make any sense, because we're not level updating. No, that doesn't help us at all. No. It shouldn't even be putting those on the terrain at all. I guess what would help is if I, like, paused it and looked around at, like, what's going on. What if we even drop, like, a breakpoint in there? You know, and then take a look at the stack variables. So, where do I want it to break at? I guess... Oh, I don't know. I guess we can just break it anywhere and then just advance. Can I, if I press pause down in the debugger, that doesn't show me all the stack variables, does it? Because that would be sweet. I would love that if it would do that for me. Dang, really? You can't just show me all that? That would be really nice. I have to actually add in a breakpoint for that to work? Stupid. Well, I could say down here, maybe after it appends the first one. That might be interesting. Oh, wow. Oh, there's nothing on that line of code. I see. So if I wanted that to work, I would need to add in, like, I don't know, something pointless, like a pass. And then do a breakpoint there. Right? That works? That's like how you do things? That's how you be a coder? That's how you hack things? Oh no, it's passing that line, so it ignores it. What if we say print a pass? Surely you can handle that. And breakpoint there for me. What's your plan when you're done with this? Publish on itch? Yep. So, yeah, the plan is to put it for free on itch.io, get some feedback, and iterate on it a little bit. And then I'll put it up for like $5 or something on itch, and maybe iterate beyond that, make a much more fleshed out version of it, and then look at like Steam or something. But my real idea is to move on from this project after putting it up for $5 on itch. But yeah, so it's gonna be out for free at first, and then we'll make a few changes and put it out for $5 or something. That's the plan for now. All right, so... Right, so, I mean, if I can continue a little bit here, nice. So then if I keep continuing and hitting the breakpoint, you see we're in a bunch of black, which means we're on the menu. Then big money, yeah, then big money. You know, and who knows, things could change, but that's just the plan I'm going with right now. So the current chunks list, it's setting it as the collector menu. I know because the collector menu has 10 in it. I could double check to try to understand. Yeah, the collector menu is the current list, but it's not supposed to be the current list. So that's helpful information. What I want to make after this game? Something simulation-y. Something simulation-y. Something that can have multiple outcomes and have like emergent gameplay. But I want it to be smaller than this. Considerably. Maybe like a weather-based game? Something like that. Where is the current list? I thought we had something called current list. Yeah, right there. Oh, because there's not an underscore after, I see. Why is that going back to menu? So there's only 5 places where this exists, where it's updating what the current list is. And here, in chunk chosen to add, it assigns it to what chunk list 1 and chunk list 2 is. So it seems like chunks list 1 and chunks list 2 are still being set to menu, despite us choosing the type debug. This game seems like it's been good for learning, exposed you to a lot, but kind of big for a first thing. Yeah. Yep. I mean, I don't know. Like, I want it to be the size that it is. I like the size that it is. You know, I want to make smaller games too, but what I like about this is it's giving me a breadth of experience, and I'll definitely try something smaller after this. But I have no regrets about making it the size that I've made it. That's for sure. And the thing is this is a lot smaller than the project I was gonna make. So I succeeded in downsizing a bit. But, you know, it could be even smaller for sure. Yeah. You gotta make what you're interested in. Very true. Very, very true. This big match statement here only runs on level update, so I'm not actually that interested in that. So I'm gonna skip over it. This is quite a lot of matches. Okay, so at the on ready, it sets it all to safe. So we're obviously overriding that because it's becoming menu. If it's level type game, set it to menu. If it's level type debug, set it to lists 01 level 1. So I don't really understand how it's getting set back to menu. How is that happening? That's very confusing. Unless there's somewhere beyond all these matches. All right, hold on. Nope. How is that getting set back to menu? It would have to, like, it just doesn't even make any sense. The type is debug. Period. That's what the level type is. Unless this isn't the right way to check to check if it's level type debug. Unless I have that set up wrong. Like if I need, maybe I need to say is level type set to level type debug. Maybe that's my problem. That's gotta be it. It has to be. It must be. Because there's nowhere else that it could get updated to menu, except right there in the beginning. I think I'm set to debug right now. Oh, the breakpoint. No breakpoint. Thank you. Thank you, breakpoint. You have been helpful. And then let me just double check to make sure we're set to the right type. Is level type debug. Okay. So hopefully I see a bunch of color bars here. I would like to see a bunch of color bars here. Okay. Thank goodness. All right, that's the debug level. Very good. We're back to the way things pretty much were. We can load in the next level after that. It's a little messy. So something kind of weird happens here. That's not great. It's mixing in the debug with the main level stuff. So there's something that's happening with the menu clearing that isn't happening with the debug level, which is interesting. because if I switch this to menu, or it's a game, which starts the main menu, we don't see a bunch of those black chunks scattered throughout. It yeets them all, as it should. So that's interesting. Always something. It's always something. Oh yeah, they're showing ads. It's so hard to keep up with all the ads that they show. I don't even know what to do. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, see? There's no black chunks at all. So what's going on with that? What's up with that? What's that about? What's the deal? So the thing that would remove them after they've been added in is on level update. Now, I kind of don't want to do level update anyway. I don't even really want to change levels that way in the first place. The ad mid live stream was new. I haven't seen that from what I can remember. Yeah. I mean, we've been doing them here for a while, but yeah, basically the channel got monetized not too long ago, and so that means YouTube runs ads on these live streams, which means it's a way that this channel can get a little bit of extra support, which is nice. And it's weird because, like, you saw an ad, but someone else didn't. And YouTube kind of, like, has an algorithm for deciding who gets an ad and who doesn't. So it's a weird thing. And I was doing it earlier where I would say, okay guys, ads are coming. But it's tough because not everybody even gets an ad anyway. Oh yeah, they've had it for a long time. Yeah, they've had it for a while. And, you know, I think a lot of live streams don't necessarily lend themselves to having ads, so some people might just turn them off anyway. But, you know, since I'm sitting here for 8 hours, you know, it's like you're not going to miss much in that little time frame. It's not like a big interruption to what's happening. But also, yeah, you probably just don't watch a lot of live streams on YouTube. So, yeah, Twitch ads are terrible. I can't stand it. I mean, the few times I even bother to watch anything on Twitch, I end up leaving because the ads just keep making it absolutely unbearable. So props to YouTube for having less unbearable ads. So why are the menu chunks being removed, but the debug chunks aren't? Now, when we do the level update, which, by the way, I'd like to skip the level update, honestly, and I'd like it to just move on anyway. So this could be an interesting way to find out what's happening there. So we're not even clearing the chunks, the menu chunks out when the level updates. That collector is staying perfectly full. What it is not doing anymore is pulling from that collector. So in theory, what's supposed to happen is on those chunks. Oh, I wonder if... wait, hold on. I thought I understood, but I'm not sure. So first of all, this is something. Since I refactored the isTypes, this doesn't make sense anymore. There is no isTypes menu. So if the type... well, there is. Oh, but right. Wait a minute. This is on a chunk-by-chunk basis. Wait, so there is that. Wait a minute. Now I'm confused. Now I'm all confused. How does it... Because this actually is still relevant, because this is the type of the chunk. If the chunk type is menu, the chunk type has safe, obstacle, points, or menu. So that actually doesn't matter. Now that I think about it. Maybe it's on the collectors. There it is. If terrain controller is level type, so this is on each collector that holds all of the chunks. This is where we did this. If the terrain controller is level type game, then delete everything on it. But if it's debug, it's not going to know to delete everything. We actually don't need this condition at all. We want it to delete it no matter what. Right? So now, I think, if we set this to debug, and we go to a next level, it should start removing all those. There's some more ads coming. I just noticed it. I'm sorry. I didn't get to give you a heads up. Okay, so now if I level up. And so that's the thing, Entropy. Like, you probably didn't get an ad just now, but somebody else did. Whereas Twitch would just say everybody gets an ad all the time. Oh, dang, it didn't work. Dang, they're still there. Skip an ad. Oh, nice. You did get an ad. Wow, interesting. Very interesting. I'm disappointed that it didn't delete them. Well, this should delete them all from the collector whenever we update a level. On level update, it should just get rid of all of them. That, I really thought that was gonna fix that. It did not. It absolutely did not. Completely did not. Let me see if it still works over here. This is tough. This is just some, it's just like, you know, this is just one of those work sessions where the whole thing is just like me trying to solve problems and not understand why they aren't getting solved. I know that it's a frustrating thing to watch someone go through. I've watched those live streams, and it can be frustrating. I know that. But it's also, like, real. It do be like this. Okay. Is that something that's out of that platform? Now, Dreams is a platform on PlayStation where people are allowed to make games. And you're talking about somebody who made a game on that platform. And they made something else? I'm not really into what's going on with Dreams anymore. Honestly, I don't really care about it. Nice. Nice. Nachos, because nachos. Yeah. Fair point, fair point. It's on itch? Good. I mean, look, Euphalace has been, you know, working with Moon Studios. So, you know, I'm sure Euphalace is picking up all kinds of stuff. Nice. Looks awesome. That's really cool. Working with a team? Yeah, that's really, really cool. Wow. Yeah, man, I mean, you know. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty cool. At least you look good doing it. At least who looks good doing what? Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Thank you. Banging my head against the wall, trying to solve these problems. You're on a Mac, rest in peace. Oh, you can't play this game or something? It's pretty cool. Interesting. So, why? I still
still just don't understand why it's not deleting them all. They're all staying in the terrain. They're not only staying in the terrain controller, but it's choosing to add them back in. It sucks because on some level, it's like, who cares about the debug level? But like, why would it be different? That's so weird. I mean, the biggest difference is that the debug level has safe obstacles and points chunks, whereas the menus doesn't. But other than that, like, what's the difference? It's almost like it's adding more in there and then it's waiting to remove them or something. 33. Do I remember what the number 33 means? Work on your things. I mean, you might have a valid excuse. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you do have a valid excuse. Maybe you do. Debugger 33. Oh, 33 things in there? Yeah. Oh, Pressipire is here. Welcome, Pressipire. I'm not gonna sing you a song to this one. I believe Pressipire got gifted a gift membership. 30 seconds. There are gonna be some ads that go up for some of you, so keep that in mind. I'm gonna skip it. We're skipping those ads. Get out of my face. Solon says, it's not procrastinating if you planned on procrastinating. That's a solid point. Solid point. To me, procrastination is just preparing to do something that you're not ready to do yet. Alright, Pressipire got gifted a membership, so we sing you a song. Pressipire, Pressipire, oh yeah. Pressipire, you are here and I am so glad. Pressipire. Pressipire, I am glad. Pressipire, I am glad that you're here. Pressipire, I am glad that you're here. Pressipire, you're on fire. I'm too tired to do better than that. It's your song. I'm real sorry you all had to hear that, but you're also welcome, Pressipire, for your song. The ads are fine, honestly. You get to skip so quick on YouTube. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, and it's still, even if you skip it, it still, you know, counts as ad revenue a little bit. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. Yeah, so I mean, the debugger doesn't matter. The debugger is not helping. Unfortunately, it doesn't help me here. I wish it did, but it doesn't. And it's going to go up because it depends. There's certain collisions that cause those errors to go up. And as I have mentioned, you know, the collision between the player and stuff in the level is not something that I'm currently able to work on. So I will work on it soon, but not right now. I think Qmerk must be in the past. I think Qmerk's in the past. By the way, just so you know. Okay, I really need to understand why it isn't removing the debug ones. It's very, very confusing to me. Incredibly perplexing. Deeply unsettling. Very odd. Makes no sense. Because it should... What it's supposed to do is it's supposed to say that when level update happens, it goes through all of the collectors and it looks for... Actually, it should just empty it out right then and there. Just clear out everything in the collectors, which means that all of the old level chunks should just be gone. It clears out... Oh, I wonder... I mean, I do wonder if consolidating the chunks update thing led to that problem to some extent. Because before, if it it clears it out. Before, it would load them in first and then clear it out. It would load in the new ones and then clear it out. Now it clears it out and then loads in the new ones. Which, if those are new ones, why should that matter? Is that why I made a separate... Wow. Uh-oh. Maybe I needed to have separate ones. Oh, dear. Well, so wait, that means that's going to happen on level 2 and level 3 and level 4 then. Oh. Wait. So that fixes... Why does it not happen for the menus? But it does for the others. So does that happen here when we go from level 1 to level 2? It should be pretty obvious because, so there's nothing, so level 2 has basically nothing. It's a bunch of empty stuff. But there are a couple trees that will be in there. What there shouldn't be are any cattle ranches and stuff. But we'll probably, if it does have that problem, we'll see some cattle ranches spawn in. Okay, give it a second, Oh no, it wipes them out. No, there's cattle ranches. Oh, they did need to be separate functions. Wow, because those aren't supposed to be there anymore. Why? Why do they need to be separate functions? Why can't they be one function? And why does it behave differently for the menu chunks but not for these? This is wild. So the menu chunks... Now you know what I need to do. This is gonna be a voyage. I need to go to see why I made those separate functions. If I'm being honest, I need to search through my GitHub repo and figure out what's going on here. Oh man. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so I guess I need to actually search like the history of all the code. I don't even know if that's not going to show up in files. We got to search somewhere else. Where do I even search? I guess we would search the terrain controller, right? And then look at like old versions of it. Oh dear God. Oh, come on. I'm so shook right now. Look at the script, and then specifically, I want to look at the history of this script. And I think, is there... Jump to line download. I know there's a way to search. Is it blame? I guess maybe blame. And maybe I just need to kind of come through here and search for an old version. Refactoring terrain controller. 4 hours ago, 3 months ago. What? Why is it mixing in? Can you sort them by like date, maybe? Would be helpful. I feel like this, maybe if I come in here and we search for init. Dang. How far down does this go? Whoa, 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 whoa. Chill, 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 chill. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Was there like a search thing that I saw pop up there? Find a branch. No, don't want to search that. Oh dear. Search this file. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. Find. Oh, wait. What? Dang. This is hard. This is hard.
so older has like a different color to it. Began complexifying the terrain controller. So really it was when the moment that I changed it was when we were adding more levels in there. Main menu levels up into 1. Began complexifying the terrain controller. What is this? Divide a terrain controller node into 3 separate nodes. Yeah. Oh man. Oh man. Did we have init at this point? We did. So it exists at that point, called init blocks. This was May 22nd. Why is it not sorting it by date, dude? That's terrible. How dare you? Man. Because what I would like to understand is why I did that. I like vaguely remember doing that. Man, oh man. This is... Why is this not sorted? Why are you like this, GitHub? Why? Why not be in some kind... Like, what is even the order that it's doing? Like, shouldn't it be in order of the commits? Yeah, I'll sign in, whatever. That's fine. That's how long my password is. I don't think that makes any difference. I don't need to edit it. Oh, jeez. I wonder if I can, like, look... Oh, maybe I can go, like, line by line a little bit. Dang, dude. Because here's my problem. Because if I go and I separate these functions again, then the menu chunks are probably not gonna work. Dang, dude. Why is this the most confusing freaking script of all time? I don't know. But I'm starting to realize that I needed to keep something the same. I mean, I could say if it is game, keep them separate. No. That's gonna be tough. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a GitHub commit right now. Separate states adjustment for terrain controller. Now there's 2 states, one for debug and one for game. Menu is mixed into game. Made other changes that are relevant to having the menu be workable with the game and stuff. Debug mode does not actually anything, unfortunately, any chunks that are not menu chunks don't or take a long time to blend away via queue free. Any chunks that are not menu chunks take a long time to blend away via queue free on level update. That's so weird, man. So what's supposed to happen when we do a level update? So if I look for all the code that does this, on level update,
So we have on the global script, things happen. On the terrain controller, things happen. On the terrain collector, things happen. On the HUD, things happen. On the debug menu, things happen. A lot of things do be happening. Remind me what happens on the globals? It just updates the current path. That's all it does. It updates the current path. And it sets what the current level is. On the collectors, it removes all of the children of the collector. It just empties out the collector on level update. So whatever is in a collector, when you update a level, just gets removed. Gone. Everything removed. Period. That's what happens when level updates. So everything in there should be gone, but for some reason, they're not going away. I don't know what that reason is. Now over here on the terrain controller, it updates the paths as we know to the current paths. Oh, that's the function. That's the ready function. My mistake. It updates, well, it updates all the lists, which should be no problem. It updates the paths. That doesn't mean it's adding those in, though. It's just updating the paths. And then it clears all of those arrays that would be instantiating the new levels. And then it runs chunks update and it instantiates new levels based on those new paths. And for some reason, having them as separate functions made that not be an issue. So look, if I go to GitHub, right? And we look at the history. And I find where I got rid of that. Consolidated load terrain scenes, right here, is where I burn that down, in theory. Can I make sense of it? I don't know. No, because it wasn't just, yeah, it was load terrain scenes. So if I were to put this back in here, I mean, we didn't do much between these two. A few things. So maybe I want to revert these commits. Oh man, are we sure I can't find where I first, at least on GitHub desktop, it actually orders them? Maybe I need to go look on here instead of the website. The website was actually worse than this. So maybe I'll go through here and see if I can find where that happened. 5 months ago, I think it was after that that got added in. And of course, this is only going to keep track of the actual things. Duplicated terrain controller and updated references. In this version of the terrain controller, it
Wow, this was before I even added in so many things. So it definitely didn't have the 2 separate ones there. New terrain controller is implemented. So there, I had first terrain get children pop front, first terrain reparent terrain collector. Now these are just the things that were actually updated. Progress terrain in the physics process. Init blocks. Init blocks exists right here. It does have init blocks. This was, I think, before we did 3 different collectors. Oh man. I don't know. I'm super confused. Okay, I'm gonna try to do this manually. I don't want to revert. Oh man. It's just it's messy, man. It's severe messiness, and it disappoints me. So we're gonna recreate load terrain chunks. We're gonna recreate it. Yep, it's getting remade. I don't feel great about it, and I feel like it's gonna cause other problems. But here we go. Func load terrain block chunks. And what this did was all of this right here. So we put that in here. I honestly think this is gonna be faster than trying to figure out how to friggin' revert it or some crap. Let's just put this together like that. Oh man. It's tough because I know today I'm not going to end with an easy success. You know, it's 8 hours of me not being able to say, wow, I achieved all of that. And now the game is better for it. Even though I think the game is better for what I've done. But it's nice to feel like I can play and see and appreciate those changes. And I don't think I'm going to be granted that luxury. I'm quite certain I'm not going to be granted that luxury today. And that just has to be okay, you know? It's not easy to just be okay with it. But it's pretty much my only choice. Oh, I see. Okay, so it all should have getting an error at the top. Okay. And then we add this one in here. So now we've got load terrain separate. And I'm assuming I'm setting it back up basically the way that it was. But it's very possible there's things that I'm not realizing is in here. Well, the thing is the initial one behaved differently. But we shouldn't need that. Because we have this flag here. You know what? It makes me wonder if it isn't initializing new ones. But if it's only should initialize 9 new ones, and it looks like it's initializing a crap ton more. So I don't think that that's it. There's no way this fixes it. That certainly cannot be the only thing, right? That's it? I don't even believe it. I don't even believe it. Like, why would separating those make a difference? Okay. Oh, man.
So it's going to be easier to test the debug version first. So we can actually see we're truly debugging the debug version. Okay. Now if we go to the next level, it's not going to be any different, is it? It's still mixing them in. It's still mixing them in. That isn't it. What is it then? Oh man, how have I reintroduced this? I knew that that would make a difference. So what does make the difference? I don't know. Oh man. Why? Why? Okay, so that didn't help. So yeah, I'm gonna undo everything I just did. There's something else that I'm missing. Oh god, I hate this script. I hate this script. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate this script. It's infuriating. It doesn't make sense. And even when it seems like it makes sense, it really doesn't. I have a very strong animosity with this script. And you know, it's like, I didn't write this script on my own at the beginning. I got this script initially from a YouTuber. And then I built on it. And I think that, you know, I don't know how I would do it differently. I don't even know how I begin to approach doing this. So like, I feel like I need that basis. But I friggin' hate it. Hey, what's up, Jaya? How you doing? Welcome. Good to see you. I've been really banging my head against the wall here. And that's okay. Nobody's gonna be able to help me. I just have to suffer through it and hope things make sense at some point. But, you know, I'm here making this game about an alien who's abducting things. And, you know, there's some aspects of the game here that work. And then I tried to do something today that's making a lot of things not work. And sometimes I understand it and sometimes I don't. And I'm at a point where I don't. And that's just the way it is. So, I mean, I guess I need to start debug looking into it. So why is it removing the menu chunks, but it isn't removing the debug chunks? What frustrates me about this so much is that, I don't know. I don't even know what frustrates me about it. I mean, it's like somehow I introduced this problem that wasn't there before. I guess that's what frustrates me about it. Alright, so I'm gonna have to take a close look here at stuff that's going on, I guess. So over here on the left, in the remote scene, I've got, in the points collector, a bunch of chunks that are labeled as type 2. Okay, and type 2 chunks are... It is Godot. Yeah. You're stuck with Unity? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, you know, when I started working with Godot, I had only been using Unity for like 9 sessions. So like a very short amount of time. And so it was really easy for me to just say, well, Unity's having some problems with their company, so I can just abandon it and move on. But if you've been using Unity for a long time, if you have projects, teams, jobs that are dependent on Unity, yeah, like it's kind of hard to like what are you gonna do? Like you're kind of stuck with it. So like that's fair. I really like Godot. I love Godot a lot. I started learning it about 9 months ago, 10 months ago, and Yeah, I love it. I mean, you know, I'm running into problems that are just related to my own lack of skill, but it's good because it means, like, you know, I'm growing and I'm tackling harder and harder problems. But yeah, I really like Godot a lot. I can't imagine going to any other engine at this point. I enjoy it tremendously, for sure. Some of you guys are going to get hit with ads in about 15 seconds. Hopefully those are skippable, and not everybody will get hit with ads, but it's coming. It's coming. So right now in each of the terrain collectors, there are these type 2 chunks, which are points types. So that's good, that's wonderful, that's fine and correct. And they should be level 1 as well. They should be labeled as level 1 chunks. Is level 100. Wait, why are those level 100? Oh. Oh my god, this is so fixable. Okay, wait. This is so fixable. I introduced this problem. I can fix it. Wait, so this still says is type menu. There is no more menu type. If it's type... I don't think you want this at all anymore. Well, you kind of do. I think you just want to get rid of this. Oh. Wait. Delete all that. Well, we do have to, okay. We do have to think about this a little bit. And right, we are typing as menu. But why would those be typed as menu? Oh, but they're not menu. Oh. We want to say if it's not typed as menu. Oh my gosh. It's the not. I forgot to put the not on there. If it's not typed as menu, assign this as its level. Otherwise, make it level 100. That's the problem. Oh, come on, let me see those blend right out. Bam, they're gone. That was it. Oh, gosh. Wow. And so down here on the terrain collector in progress terrain, right here, it says if first terrain is current level, or if the first terrain is not the current level, debug successful. Yeah, debug successful. If it's not the current level and it's not level 100, then delete it. Otherwise, keep it going. So it wasn't deleting. I honestly, I'm still a little confused, but I see that was wrong. And that would fix it, even though I'm still a little confused. Okay, so now my question is, how will the main menu chunks behave? Will they disappear, or are they going to fade out gradually now? Have I just flip-flopped those? I don't know, but I'm gonna find out. Okay, so there's the main menu ones. Oh my god, I can't believe I just spent that long. Okay, no, it's fine. No, it's good. It's good. Oh, it was a knot. I forgot to put a knot. Oh man, such an easy little thing. Oh, it goes away right away. Oh wow, that was it. That was the problem all along. Holy crap! The game didn't know what level all those chunks were, and so it didn't know that it needed to remove those. Holy wow. Okay. Cool. So, great. Oh man, I really panicked there for a minute. I really did. So it had nothing to do with me splitting those up. The consolidation was fine. Everything is fine. We're gonna do a nice little GitHub update here.
chunk blending issue resolved. Chunks weren't getting removed because the block script was missing a not signifier on the is level variable assignment. Therefore, safe and obstacle and point chunks weren't being removed as they should because their levels weren't being tracked correctly. Right. And so what was happening was, oh, it makes sense now. So it deleted everything in there, but the remaining chunks that were on the terrain that were getting fed back into the collectors weren't getting removed. And so they were just coming back or something. Okay, it doesn't matter. It's fixed now. Okay, wow. All right, next task. The next task is to get the level stuff out of here. So I don't want to level up to leave the main menu. To leave the main menu or the debug area, I want it to not have any of this abductions text over here. That all needs to go in the garbage. And I don't want a power-up menu to come down. Now it is going to need to load something, because technically it needs to load in the levels, although it would be nice if we loaded them in right off the bat, but remove those Unity shackles. Right, and so that's a good point too, because, you know, I don't know what Jaya's situation is, but, you know, especially if it's like your like job or you're working on a long-term project with somebody or yourself, it can be hard to just totally remove them, you know? Sometimes you at least gotta see through your project. And if it's a multiplayer project, God us help you. like then you really have a lot to think about and be stuck with on Unity. But generally speaking, yeah, if you can, you deserve to be free of it. I would say, for sure. Oh my goodness. So how do we get rid of that level stuff? Only for level 0. So we want to say if currently we're on level 0, don't show the abduction thing on the UI. So we can hide that and all, but it's not changing. Well, I guess we'd want like that button, right? So the button that you press. Well, oh man, wow, I really wanted to be at this point like 6 hours ago. If I'm being honest. Because there's a whole bunch of design I want to do. I want to design the main menu. I can't believe I'm doing this right at the end after all of that chaos. Now is when I'm doing that. So what I want to add is for the HUD script, I want it to check what level we're on and hide all the abduction text stuff. That it would be nice to do that in the ready function, but we actually wanted to check. Well, we could say on level update, right? On level update should run. Does it run at the beginning? I don't know if it does. Let me see. In ready function, yes, on level update runs right in the beginning and it checks the current level. So what we're gonna say is right at the beginning, if level is set to 0, me after watching Bracky's video about Godot, I've been trying to learn Godot and GDScript, seeing like the GDScript syntaxes are like Python. Yeah, it is a lot like Python. I have never used Python. GDScript was my first coding language. So I like to think maybe I do know, because I mean I've watched videos about Python and I'm like, oh, I know what that does. I see that. I know what that means. Yeah, the Bracky's videos are great introductions. They're I think the best introductions to Godot that like exist. GD Quest also has some good
stuff, it's a little more in-depth, you know, and you kind of have to be patient with it. But GD Quest has some good tutorials and stuff too that can help. Hey, what's up, Roger? Welcome. So if we're on level 0, I want to say that can you please hide the UI stuff? So that is currently margin containered all the way all over the place. Specifically, we have there, just score. That's it. Margin container score. That's the one. I don't think I've set it up in here in any way because I don't really need that margin container, but today we do. So we have label score. Let's just do the whole score thing. So we're gonna onReady variable score container. I guess container score. Is there a way that I've been doing this? Not really. I kind of wish I had prefaced it with score or something, but you know what? This is fine. Container score. And this is going, I'm gonna make this accessible as unique name. And we're gonna say, it's a margin container. And this is what it's called. Alright. And then down here, we want to say if it's level 0, then container score visible false. Otherwise, container score visible true. So now when we hit play, I would like to see it be gone. It is gone. Good. And then if we level up, it's gonna say level up, and then it appears, because technically now we're on level 2. So that's not good. I'd actually want it to wait to appear. We don't just want to say else. I would like some more conditions there. Can we do else and? That might be kind of nice too. I'd actually want to wait until it updates all of that. We actually, you know what would be probably better? Is if we move this to another function, because I do have actually just the function for that. So there is a place where it's going to update that score right there. That's where I'd like it to do it. That's what I want it to be visible. I might want it to be after that happens, but let's just see. All right, so here it's not there. We are leveling up, which is not quite correct, but it'll be fine for now. Pick a power up. That kind of worked. That wasn't bad. I could live with that for now. You know, we can also delay it a tiny bit if I wanted to, or something. I kind of don't love that it says like 1 at the start. It also, we shouldn't have 1 or 2 points either at the beginning, so that's like messed up. But that's pretty okay. So we might want to change how that animates in or something like that, but for now, that will do. And then that becomes visible, but now I don't want to have to level up. We want like a button, something that we click on. And what do I want that button to be? I want it to be stuff. I want it to be a bunch of aliens. So I'm gonna build that right now. So the menu chunks currently are, this is like what I wanted to get to today more than anything, is designing the friggin' main menu. The fun thing, the thing that everybody was coming through and being like, oh, you're doing the menu, that's fun. And I'm like, yeah, I wish. Well, now I can actually do it, even though I'm 8 hours into this work session. So we're gonna put some aliens in here. I'm gonna use the latest alien, which is potentially a mistake, because I actually need that alien to look a certain way. I want to see the MMO so far. Yeah, right. Oh, wait. Are you saying your MMO? I thought you were talking about me. Oh, you did say you were making an MMO. Yeah, put it in the Discord. So I check out other people's projects on Fridays after the game jam.
and after we check out everyone's game jam entries. So if you put it on the Discord, especially in the Games by You category, if you put it in there on Friday in the secret live stream, which you can access by joining the Patreon for free. So head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev, join for free, and then you're going to get notified, or at least be able to access about a live stream that I do where I check out community creations and games and art and music of all kinds, and it's a nice way if you want to get feedback for something or whatever. I do that every Friday, late night on Fridays. I would love to check it out. I am pumped to check that out. That sounds amazing. That sounds all amazing. Like, you just started it, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so... And you could be joking to some extent, but that's okay. So I actually want this to... You know what I should do? I should create a new scene based on the model. That's what we should do. So I'm going to get the alien head body dot blend. I don't know why I can network, but I guess I can. That's amazing. That's amazing. All right, this right here is what I want in the main menu. I want tons of these in the main menu. So very friggin' many. Just makes sense? That's an amazing skill to have, honestly. A very valuable skill to have. So this is a new scene that I'm making. Enemy AI. That's interesting. So I'm gonna save this to the I guess I could save it to main menu. I mean, it's really an NPC, right? Technically it's an NPC. So I'm gonna make an aliens folder for the NPCs. Yeah, you do define what you're best at. That's right. That's so true. Exactly. I completely agree with that. We're gonna save this as alien for menu. That's what I'm calling it. Alien for menu. Okay, so I'm gonna save that scene. This is going to be a very, very special alien. Let's rename it to alien for menu. And I want it to obviously have the latest colors, would be ideal. That's true. That's very true. That's very true. That's okay. It's okay. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. We've got a lot of things that we load in this game, and you know, there's ways that we can try to get around that if we need to. You're right, because it actually has, it is a very high detailed model. In fact, it might be wise to make a separate model that's lower poly for the sake of the main menu. That might actually be, you make a really, really good point. And so, you know, I think we'll just see what happens, and I can fix that later, which is very much potentially a mistake, but I don't care. We're gonna say heart. Really, really important thing to think about, for sure. For sure, for sure. Oh, they actually don't have the hearts yet, so it kind of doesn't matter. Yeah. So, we'll cross that bridge when I get there. Because, you know, I could... No, that was the eyes. I could set it up so it has... So basically, the way I want this menu to work
is I want you to be able to click on the different aliens. I don't actually need them to be separate objects, technically, you know, but I need some way. Yeah, we'll see. I kind of want to just mess around and not worry about that too much right now, if I'm being honest. And I want to find out. I want to learn that the hard way. I want to learn what you're saying the hard way. Do you know what I mean? And you know, other things I can do is I can add LOD stuff to try and degrade the quality of this. I mean, it might be good to go into Blender. Like, I think you make a good point. So here, I'll tell you what. All right, I'll tell you what. I think, to me, it's really boring to worry about that right now. Because you said it, and you've planted these seeds in my mind, you brilliant monster, I'm going to make a lower poly version of this for the sake of the main menu. The thing is I do want it to be unique, so I don't want to do like a fake sort of render of a bunch of them, because I want them all to be unique and interactable. But I think we can definitely afford to lower them. Yeah. So it is being saved as a scene. All right, guys. All right. The GitHub repo is in the link, by the way, in the description box below. So if you want to see more about how this project is structured in general, you can see how we do a lot of the level chunks and the load stuff in general. We are doing instances. It is going to be an instance. I assure you, we're not doing multiple sections. Thank you, GWiz, for reminding me what Jay meant, because here's the thing, like I haven't used Unity in a long time. I've barely used it. So like knowing the connections of what you mean when you say that and how that relates in Godot, I don't always have. So thank you, GWiz, for making sure that I understand what Jaya meant. So yeah, so Jaya, that is what this is. In Godot, those are instances, and that's exactly what I've created here, is an instance. And one way that you can tell that it's an instance is over here in the top left, there is a little icon right there. That is how you know that this is a scene instance. And so what I would do is I would stamp this multiple times on, you know, one of those terrain chunks, and then it's going to be the same instance over and over and over again. But because of what you mentioned, it did remind me that this is a pretty high poly character. And it doesn't really need to be high poly for this particular application. It does for the player character. I would like it to be a lot prettier for the player character. But for the sake of this application, it doesn't really need to be all that complicated. So let's bring it down, and let's save this here as a head body v2. We're gonna call it just low poly, is what we're gonna name that. Yep, that's what I was gonna do. You already know where I'm going with this. But I might not do that. So I'm either gonna use decimate, or I'll go into sculpt mode and I will dynamically topologize it to have less triangles. Basically, I'm going to do whichever one looks better, is my plan here. So let's add decimate onto here and see if that is helpful. So first of all, this is just on the heart. I don't actually need it on the heart. I want to put it on the head and the body. And actually, we could put these all in as one. I don't need them to be separate pieces. Will this game release before GTA 6? Maybe. That's tough. That's tough. I'm not actually sure. I'm going to not import the heart, because the heart actually isn't necessary for this lore-wise. And we're gonna not import the heart body either. And then we do want this to be visible. So we're gonna hide all of this stuff. And I'm actually going to join these together as one model, which is not something that I would typically be doing here. But for this purpose, I think we can probably get away with doing that. Maybe. We'll see. I might regret this at some point, but for now, we're going to let it go. It's an easy thing to change. So we're going to join all of these. We need to be in object mode. Object join. So we're just going to say this is the alien here. Mainly focus. Oh, yeah. The sphere. Yeah, right. Oh, yeah. You noticed that it has a lot. Yeah, for sure. We're just going to do it all. But that's, yeah, maybe it would be good to do them all separately. So, yeah, if we pull up the wireframe, yeah, it does have quite a lot in there, for sure. Which, you know, again, for the player character, I'm happy for that to be the case. But not really very necessary for this particular application. Okay, it's like Nintendo 64 graphics. It's awesome. But no, please don't do that. Please no. Okay. So I'm gonna hide the wireframe for now. I don't think I want it to be quite that low poly, because it's kind of messing up some of those shadows there. So let's make a few adjustments. Oh, I kind of like that. As long as the shading looks okay, I'm kind of happy with it getting lower. Let's pull up the statistics so I can at least see where we're at. So we're down to 1,800, up from 14,000. Oh, 23,000 total for triangles, and then we come down to 1,800 with this. That is what I would call an improvement. So this will make it run a little better. Let's just get that. Give me that little one in there where the shading looks all right. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Now, how do we look from the front? Not too bad, not too bad. The shading on the teeth is definitely very strange. Not sure I understand why that got weird, but, you know, we're changing the material to unshaded in Godot, so I don't think that matters. I think we're quite good here. All right, so now I'm going to stick with Decimate. Let's apply it, and we're going to put it into our project. So I'm going to save this. Now, because I have Blender, Godot, pipeline kind of thing set up, it's going to automatically import it for me. And so I'm not going to want to use this scene that I created. I'm actually going to want to delete this. So let's get rid of this. Alien for menu. We're gonna hit a do-over on this. Alien for menu. Put it in the trash. Throw it away. Get rid of it. And then I'm going to find that model that I just made, which is in here, head v2 low poly, and I'm going to create a new inherited scene from that. So there it is. Looks fine to me. And then we need to deal with the materials. Now, I'm not sure which one is which. That one is the skin. So let's give it the right skin color. This one is the mouth. So we're going to give it the mouth. That one is the eyes. Don't need to change that. And then the teeth. We're going to give it the teeth. So the shading is still a little weird on there. I don't love that. I don't really understand why the shading got so weird on there. Just because we decimated them? Like, that's a little surprising to me that that would change so much. Yeah, maybe we should just shade it as flat. That might be, because if we're gonna use it as flat anyway, you know, at least it doesn't have like too weird of colors or something. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. You know, it's a bit of effort to come in here and click all these, but there's not too many. So I think it'll be all right. Whoops. And I'm lost inside of a face. Oh, down here. No, 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 don't go down. Click, click, click. Grab these. I love texturing when I'm not an artist in any capacity. Yeah, I try to avoid texturing entirely. Honestly, I just like doing materials, and I think it kind of adds like its own like style to it. Maybe someday I'll worry about texturing and UV maps, but for now, I just use a simple material. Game like this doesn't really matter. Yeah, I mean, you know. Again, knowing our strengths is important. Yeah, Toon-esque. Same, and so I'm just not even worrying about it myself. Just to make it a little easier. And a little less to bother with. Okay, get that. Come over here, grab all of these. Got him. It's strange that those teeth look so strange. But it's okay. The model's UV unwrapped already for consistent pixel size, the entire model. Nice. Okay. What happens if I do smooth it? Yeah, nothing. Shade it flat. You know, we get weird things, but I don't really care. All right, let's save that, and let me see how that changes what this looks like over here. A little brighter, a little poppier. See those teeth a little more? Beautiful. Don't care that they're low poly. Looks a little better. They stand out a little more. Okay, so now that we've got all of that set up, I'm gonna save this. I want to save it as Alien for menu 0100. We're gonna save the scene right in there, and now we've got this just as I need it. Now I want this to be able to be raycasted on and clicked on and stuff, and it's a unique type of thing. So I'm gonna have to set up some scripts and things. That's gonna be interesting. For now, let's just scatter these around on here. So I'm gonna add a version of this scene. So Alien for menu, an instance of this, if you will. They're quite tiny, aren't they? My God. We're gonna have to add a lot of them. I'm going to flip it around. Well, we could always, you know, space them out. You know, that's something to figure out. Is what's gonna make the most sense there. So they're obviously gonna need some kind of like collision area and stuff. Now the player in the menu is only gonna be able to see so much. So we're also gonna want to do things like lock down the controls so the player can't like move around. And then what I'm gonna want is for these to all be in like some slightly different positions. All across here. I guess they should kind of, if they're like an army, they should like kind of be around the same spots. So let's change the snap. Let's make it like 2.5. Duplicate this. Maybe we could go a little smaller than that. 2.25. That's not that different. Probably should just do 2. Okay, duplicate that. I think that works. And I mean, you know, even though I do want them to be like an army, so they should be perfect, I'm gonna add a little imperfection in there. Just a touch. Oh, I hate when Godot defaults to the move button instead of the all-purpose selection. Okay, this one, move it a little off. Maybe that one's up front a bit. And just keep kind of duplicating them around. Maybe we can have them be a little off on that axis as well. And then we can see sort of where we're at with how it looks. I'm gonna duplicate. This is quite a lot. This is a lot for sure to render in here. No doubt. But the thing is, I'm not worried. Yeah, I'm not that worried about it. Alright, let me just see what that looks like. So this is only one, right? And there's like 10 in there. So we're barely even gonna see this one. Okay, there it was. Now I also, oh, so another thing is I want the player to not be visible. No visible player. And one more thing, I'm gonna keep adding a few more of these actually. And let's get these rows lined up a bit more. Oops. So let me actually, nothing to undo. Are you quite sure? Okay. That's like your opinion. Let's do drag select. Something like that. I'm gonna do one more row of them. Okay. And now something else I want to do is I want to make sure the player is not visible. So we're going to come back to our main menu script. I don't know that we do want this in the main menu necessarily. It doesn't seem like the best place for it. So we have on level update. Here, it hides the container. Let's also say that if it's level 0 on level update, where else does that run? Level update. In about 30 seconds, some of you guys will be seeing ads. Some of you won't. Just so you know. It runs on the terrain controller. It technically doesn't run on the player. I'm going to have it run on the player. I think I'm going to put a version of on-level update on the player for now. Since now we have some things that are relevant to that. Several things. But it's not really on level up. It is on level update because we're checking for certain things at that moment. But it's not just that, is it? It's also for the power-up thing. So we might want to have power-up chosen also be on there so that we can say, well, it's not really power-up chosen. We might need a different signal for that, actually. So we'll see. For now, let's just find the player script in general. That's going to be over here. And if we come up to the top, we're going to ready that signal for level update. And we need to set up the level update stuff. Func on level update. And that comes in with a level. No, thank you. Thank you, but no thank you. We're going to say if level is set to 0, then we want itself to not be visible. And I also want the controls to be locked, so you can't play. And when does that come back? Well, I need to create that. We need to create like the button that you click on. So that's something. But for now, let's just see kind of what we've got. Now, there's only going to be one chunk that has, oh, Really? Oh, that signal doesn't emit. Oh, we got to put this in the ready function. That's why. So come up to the ready function. And we say, really, I should probably just put this in the global script. But it's fine. Level current. Okay. All right, so now there's nothing there. Obviously, we can't see any aliens until we get a little closer. If you blur and posterize, you can tunify your texture. Nice. So, you know, they don't fill up the whole frame, you know? I could add more that are further in the distance, but why bother if we don't have to? So now what I'm gonna do is I need to make a bunch more of these blocks. I think I do want to add a few more on here, and that I may need to pull that down. For now, I'm leaning into it. Let me just grab a good bunch of these. I guess I'm gonna go above for that. Zoom out. No, no. No, no, no. No, no. Select nothing. There we go. Then drag. Duplicate. Just maybe make it a little wider. So I'm gonna come to the alien, or this menu chunk path here. Jay says, in Unity there is a function instantiate which continuously spawns the game object in the scene once I used it, but forgot to break the function when I started the game. It filled my memory and crashed. Wow. Yeah, that sounds like a thing. That sounds like a thing. Oops. Oops. Gotta be careful with that. Gotta make sure that isn't happening. That sounds like, man, that sounds like one of those things that you're just like, why does it keep crashing? Why is it not working? Why is my game messed up? And then finally when you realize it, it's like, oh, there it is. Yeah, it's pretty real. So I'm going to get rid of all of the extra ones that I have right now, which means that it's not going to work if I try to play it. So we got to commit to this here. So I'm going to duplicate this one that we just made, and I'm going to make it a little bit different. Code for shadows is broken and causes weird artifacts, but they look like dithers, so it's not a bug, it's a feature. Nice. Yeah, I think that's fair. That's a stylistic choice. I'm gonna rearrange these ever so slightly, and I think I'll even make it like moved over a bit. You know, just trying to give some variety here. Maybe I'll, oops, do it like this. Or something. Just kind of put them all in different positions ever so slightly, but not too unslightly. Grab all that, scooch it, adjust them, and I'm even gonna make these a little off center a bit. Okay. Nice, and then I'm gonna duplicate that, and we've got the third one. Please don't be orthogonal. Well, you can be orthogonal this way, but only this way. And then, again, I'll rearrange them. Obviously, it's, well, I could even, I was gonna say it's possible that they're gonna all be in the same places again, but not if I Oh, but that's okay. I don't care. Let it look a little different. Let it have a little variety in there. That deselecting is getting me. Alright, so maybe like that. Something a bit different. Still kind of the same. Now there's going to be huge gaps between them because we're not going all the way to the end of the level. So that might be something that I want to adjust. But I'm not sure. I just don't know yet. I don't know if I care about that. Because what they're going to look like... So maybe I do care about that. And maybe I want to make sure that they go all the way to the ends. So that way there's some continuous aspect. I think I do care about that, unfortunately. Unfortunately for the amount of aliens that now would be on there. We don't say the code is broken, we say it runs on my computer. It runs on my computer. I don't know, it runs on my computer. Huh. It's strange. Yeah, it runs on my computer. Okay, duplicate it. You know, it's hard to say this is gonna really feel like it's all the way on the edge and they're continuous. Because it would need to be like the same distance apart. That's okay. I'm gonna add a few more lines on here against some better judgment, but just a little bit. Just a tiny bit better judgment. I think some variety here will be good. Probably. But it won't run on yours. That would be true. Potentially. Depends on how broken we're talking. You know, I could even do some other kinds of, like, contrived variety. Like, say only half of them spawn in or something. And, like, put some gaps in there. Okay, so we've got these slight, ever so slight varieties. I'm gonna keep doing it. I need 9 of these. I do. I need 9. It's a requirement. You know, I could even get a little weird with it. Maybe move it there. Move it here just to give it that ever so slight variation. I can't promise it's gonna look great, but it's okay. I don't really care. Just needs to be kinda good enough for the effect that I want. Okay, drag all these and bring them over. Move this up. Put it at a slightly offset position. Alright. Duplicate. Make the 5th one. How do I want this to be different? Maybe we could switch these around. Like this. Oops, gotta deselect. It's weird that you can just select it anywhere. Then maybe move that. Take this. Scooch it over. Something, something, something like that. Probably don't even have to do as much variation as I am doing. Duplicate it. Number 6. Did I actually do this one? Oh, I guess if I duplicated it, it doesn't really matter. 4. So those are different, right? Did I duplicate it wrong? Oh, these look exactly the same. Dang. I think I was adjusting the same one multiple times. Dang. That's alright. Because 3 and 4 are looking real identical to me. I don't see any difference between those whatsoever. Oops. Please tell me 4 and 5 are different. Please. It's hard because then I'm on like a different view as well. Oh, I think those are the same too. Oh man, okay. Dang, I duplicated it, but I didn't open the new one. So I was just modifying the same one over and over again. I wonder if I can get away with, and we said 3 and 4 are the same. Can I get away with like undoing it until it's Dang, really? These are exactly the same? Are we quite sure? Yeah, they look exactly the same. Alright, I gotta redo them, unfortunately. Gotta make sure I'm on the right one. It happens. It happens. Move this over here. Just gotta stay in the workflow. Just gotta keep it going. All night if I have to. I wanna see a dang main menu that is new and kind of fits generally the vision that I had. That's what I want. I'm gonna get it. Even if it's not perfect today. You know, because I still have to set up a way for you to be able to click on these, which is gonna be a bit of effort. Not that much effort, actually. Just a little bit. I'd love for them to be like animated and like bounce up and down. It always runs on my computer. Every single time. Broken or not. So, I think that's a you problem, sir. Move that, and then grab all of these and pull it back down. It doesn't run far. Okay, now that looks quite different. But 5 and 3 are looking exactly the same, sadly. Right? Yeah, they look the same. So I gotta do something about that. I gotta fix that. I'm gonna take these. Let's move it like that. Do one of those. Maybe take these. Put them over here. It's completely different. It's completely unique. How could you say it's the same? It's not. It's different. Okay, grab this. Tuck it on in. Move that. Put it in as well. I always think it's funny that by doing it like this, there's always like a chance that it does kind of end up the same. Not like a big chance if I do this well enough,
but definitely a little chance that accidentally it's still pretty similar. You hate to work on game scene 0 UI. I don't know that I fully understand what that means. If I'm being honest, don't really understand that. I've never thought of UI being associated with a game scene number, let alone 0. But I believe you that there's a context that makes perfect sense. I really do believe that. Okay, and then I think this one is also going to be identical to 3. Yup. So we gotta make it look special, naturally. So let's bring these over here. Oops. Put those in. I hope this looks great. Or like great enough. And I'm not like, oh, actually I want to do it completely different. I don't think that's going to happen, but I guess I'm not sure. Probably not. I think there's definitely some areas here where they're gonna end up looking really similar. I just don't think it friggin' matters. Whoa, we're getting a little experimental here. You're just gonna move one. This is wacky. Now you're just being wacky. But it's different, so it's correct. Different is win. Keep going. Mix it up a little more. Okay. Still got a few more to make, baby. Got to. I think I can get away with just doing 9. Make sure you open it this time. Very important that I actually open it. I always create 3 different UI for the game and give it to the game tester, but the game tester has never been satisfied no matter how good the UI looks. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. I mean, I hope that the lack of satisfaction is expressed kindly, or at least professionally. It certainly sounds like you're working on like some degree of a professional team, which would make sense as to why you're stuck with Unity. Actually, it looks like it's getting more and more chaotic as time goes on. But yeah, I would hope that the feedback you get is constructive. It's getting messy. These are all the ragtag soldiers that don't stand in line. That's me. Except no one wants me as a soldier. UX design is crazy. That whole thing is its own career for a reason. Yeah. Well, it sounds like Jaya's got some experience in that field. Potentially. Oh, we got a 3x3. Probably pretty close to being good enough on this one.
It's good enough. I hope it looks good with all this effort. Okay, duplicate. Hope it looks good enough. Open up that. This looks like a propaganda poster at the weird orthogonal angle when I first duplicate it. We got a 4x4 here. Let's drop it somewhere in the middle. Get a little weird. This is wild. This feels like a game unto itself. I'm having a blast. I don't know how this becomes a game, but I want to play it. I guess I am playing it. Great. Oh man, they're really stepping out of line here. What are you loading, Windows? Don't fake me out like that. That's not fair. I don't deserve that. It was kind of cool how they were like sludging a little bit. I kind of like that. Like they're almost like reacting to each other's positions. I think I'll leave it like that. But I am gonna adjust it a little more. Whoa, it's kind of confusing how this is supposed to be lined up. Maybe like that. It just has gotten progressively more and more obnoxious in its positions, and I'm completely okay with that. For now. If I actually see it, I might be like, wait a minute, this isn't good. Let me duplicate one of the older ones. This one will be 9. This might be the last one that I have to do. You see what I mean? The propaganda poster? I don't know, it's kind of cool though. It's kind of trippy. I like it. I play that game too. Okay. Got a 3x3 section. Let's put it over here. It's probably one of the more disorienting switcheroos, is taking the sections out of the middle. But that's good. Two by three. Pull that down. And put that in. Whoa, it's messy. These soldiers do not know how to act. Alright, let's see what that looks like. At long last, what is the result of this effort? Wow, it's taking its time. Whoa. I mean, it's a bit messier than I had in mind. Frame rate is totally fine, by the way. Yeah, a bit messier than I imagined in my mind. Especially this one. I might want to try to get them lined up a little more. But it's generally kind of the effect that I want. It's not really giving Alien Planet or anything. I think what I'd like to do is turn off snap and like literally come in here and like one by one adjust them. Honestly, the only thing that feels less good to me is the way that they aren't lined up like horizontally or something. Like not this way, but this way. Not on the Z-axis or the whatever, on the X-axis. Their X-axis alignment bothers me the most. I mean, this is gonna take some time. This is a whole effort right here, a whole entire effort. So like maybe I could adjust this some other time, not now. So we could just get the basic functionality going. I guess so. They're pretty simple objects, you know? They're not complex. I am gonna put some animations on them so they like bounce up and down and stuff. Hell no, I'm not doing multi-mesh because I want them all to be interactable uniquely. And multi-mesh makes that near impossible. Plus, it's not necessary because it looks great. But I respect your knowledge of things that can be done. Cowardice. You got me. I'm not actually gonna do this for all of them. I'm just gonna kind of see what this feels like to do for like one of them. So I'm just sort of like non-snap adjusting them into more of like a general vicinity. Just to like gauge what it feels like to do that workflow. I'm 100% not gonna do this for all of them right now. But I'll do it for this one. Oh, but Lees, remember, that's not the angle. You want to do it on this one. On this way. It's on the Z-axis that I want to actually align them more. It's confusing because like my brain wants to align them differently. Well, you do kind of want them aligned on both axes to some extent. But it feels like it's most noticeable on the other. All right, I'm not gonna worry about this right now. This is a problem for another day. For today, let's just get more of the broad strokes, and then I can min-max how it looks. I want to change the environment so that way it looks a little different. But you see, it's like I kind of want the rows to be more aligned, like this. This is fine. This is fine for now. So what I love is if they were all animated at different times somehow. So I mean that's gonna obviously require doing some coding in there. So let's give him a little script. An Alien for menu script. And then I'm gonna want to give them an animation player as well. You know how to do the offset? I'm sure there's many ways to do it, but I'd be interested to hear your way of doing it. When saying to play an animation, give the time offset from the start. Oh. So are you saying like start the animation at like a different point in each one? Like seek to a different position on the animation like randomly for each one? That's kind of I think what I would do. Maybe that's what you mean. Let's add a new one. We're gonna call this bounce. I'm glad you like kind of understand what I want to do though. I feel like you get it. I actually almost wish I did add an armature in here, so that way they would like turn around sometimes. I could still add one. It's not gonna look good though, with how few polys are in here. It's gonna look really bad. So I should probably not do that. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that. So let's add a position. Are they floating or are they on the ground also? They're totally floating. Oh no, I see. We moved them down on all of these. And did we get them pretty much on the ground? I probably should have confirmed that before I made 18,000 copies. It's not 18,000. It's 9. Yeah, they're on the ground. So we just have to return back to their starting, which is 0, so it's fine. Okay, so let's keyframe them at the 0 spot. Thought they were mushrooms, and they do kind of look like mushrooms. I see it. I like it. They've been called mushrooms, they've been called frogs, they've been called cowboy hats. Goomba stomp it. Totally. Okay. We'll add some easing in there. Gives it a little personality. But not too much personality. I think we could shorten that up just a little bit. Works for me. So in the ready function, we do want to play those animations. So I'm going to say variable animation player. I'm going to make it a unique name, drop it in, we're going to on-ready it, and say animation play. Now, I don't, as far as I know, there's not like an actual offset option, but we can seek to a certain spot. Right? Is Godot really 40 megabytes? It has a lot of things for that size. Yeah. Jaya, this is a beautiful, I love that like you're just now realizing how amazing Godot is. Godot, you don't have to, also ads are coming in about 5 seconds. So, just so you know. So you don't have to install Godot. It just opens. You download it and you open it. Congratulations, you're doing stuff. You have the power of 16 times ad playback speed. Whoa, that's kind of awesome. Yeah, I love that you're trying out, Jaya, I love that you're trying out Godot. And coming from Unity, yeah, you're gonna be pretty surprised by how powerful it is. And it's so tiny. It's very, very, very powerful for how small it is. Now play can't start at a certain point, so I think we do have to do like seek. And I think I'll just do like, so we'll do play bounce. And we're also going to create a random integer, or actually a random float. Well, we want to call it, I'm just going to call it any pause. And I'm going to say that it's a float, and it's going to be random float range. And we're going to say 0 to 1, or 0.0 to 1.0. Ideally not 1.0, maybe 0.9. Because that's just the same as 0 if it's 1, kind of. And then we want to say animation. I might even want to actually do it before we play it. Animation seek. Any pause. And I think we want to say false on that. Let me just see where that gets us. Where does that get us? No, nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. I don't think we want true here. It's probably that the seek isn't like working correctly. I've used seek before, but it took me some effort to get it to work the way I wanted it to. So I'll have to go look and see how I got it to work before. They're all jumping in unison. So previously, the way that I got it to work, I would play it and then seek. Other way around. All right. Let's see if that helps. It might. It might not. Nice. It looks like a wave. It looks so weird. Fun fact, you're using nav mesh to determine where the player can be. Whoa. Okay, that's fair. I snap you to the nearest nav mesh point. Nice. You mean as opposed to like enemies or something? Like so the player, it's yeah, that makes sense. I know in some engines nav mesh also helps lay out where the player is allowed to go. Nice. Oh yeah. Totally. I mean, the first game dev experience that I had, well, besides ROM hacking when I was a kid, was modding Fallout New Vegas, which uses their Gamebryo engine. And I remember that you would use nav mesh to determine where the player was allowed to go. So that sounds like a good idea to me. All right, this is a little crude, but I think it'll work for now. Now, I want to change the world environment a bit. So I'm going to actually have the level update run on... I guess I don't have a script for the world environment particularly right now, if I'm being honest. I don't think I do.
Well, nigh is the time. World environment, you now have a script. Enjoy. The time for me is actually really late. It's 10 p.m. unfortunately. I usually wrap up an hour ago, but I spent so long doing a bunch of things that weren't exactly what I wanted to do that now I can do what I want to do. I really want to do it. So here I am. I'm from the middle. I am. Of the United States, to be clear. So, I guess also in Central America, in South America, it would still be the center. So in here, I would like to connect level update. You finally get to use your own plugin for animating. Oh, that's cool. It's so sad that you haven't gotten to yet. Not that sad. Exciting that this moment is happening. And for an MMO. It's 8:37 a.m. and I'm on the way to college. Oh, your day's just starting. Good morning. I hope your day goes the best that it can. I do. I know, I'll be going to bed soon. An 8-hour? Whoa. That's a long day. Dang. I mean, I guess that's what I come here and do on YouTube. I come here and do an 8-hour college. You never intended to use it yourself. Whoa. And yet here you are, using it. I need to run this in the ready function. On level update. Get it from globals, level current. There's some better ways that I'd like to do this. Crazy place we live in. Crazy place we live in. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. If you need me, I'm going in the hole to work on this and cannot be found or spoken to. Alright, have fun. You got this. I love that. I love that feeling of like getting in that hole. Enjoy. You deserve it. So we want to say if level 0, and we can even have this update sooner, maybe. If level 0, I actually haven't set up any world environment changes before. I've set up the one world environment that we use for the game in general, but I haven't actually done anything else with it. So, yeah, maybe now isn't the time to dive into that, because it's like a whole entire thing. You know, I feel like what I'd like to do is even swap out, you know, resources or something like that. What's up, Joaquin? Joaquin is making a mobile game where the player only moves left to right. Gotcha. When I changed the placeholder for the final asset for the main character, it broke. I don't know what happened. Greetings from Argentina. Hello to Argentina. Welcome. Dang. Only when you change the placeholder for the final asset, it broke. Weird. Yeah, maybe there's some kind of like reference or something that got broken. It sounds frustrating. It's like, oh no, it was working, but it was working. That game sounds kind of fun though. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I guess technically, more than anything, I'd want it to be just like a space background. I mean, you know, technically, like, what if I just like got rid of the environment? We just like told the environment to be quiet. I mean, I think that's easier said than done. Because, yeah, unfortunately, I think this is a harder thing to do. Not too hard, but like a little more effort than my 9 hours in brain can handle right now. You know, definitely doable to set up another resource and we just say load in a different one, right? So we have like Enviro1. That loads in by default. I mean, I would assume if I look up the environment stuff, I guess we're looking into it a little. It would just really be nice. That's a lot of things. I guess what I'd really like to know more than anything set environment value. That's not much. It's got you crazy. It was the final job for a college assignment. You only have 8 minutes to send it. Oh no! Oh no! Maybe the placeholder is good enough? Maybe you can update the placeholder itself? Oh dang! Instead of replacing it, 8 minutes. Oh no! I'd hope that the college professor would understand something. I don't know about you, but I'm big ADHD, and so being late is just part of life. So maybe it's better just be a little late. The teacher told you it was okay. Okay, good. Still though, it was like you almost got it in time. You were almost right there, and then that one little thing. Oh man, that's relatable. I am very glad my university days are behind me. I plan to keep them there. I'm glad your professor was understanding. You want to try to get it right. It was your first project on Godot. Nice. That's exciting. That's cool. That's cool that, like, you know, you're doing it for an assignment. And it's not just like I am just doing it for an assignment. You're invested in it and you're excited about it and you're passionate about it. That's the best way to learn. As opposed to just doing it because you're supposed to. Nice. Nice. I love to hear that. Let's go. So I wonder if it's as simple, like let's say I come over here. Yeah, of course. You're welcome. And if well, don't just delete it. What if I make it unique? And we adjust it. Precipice says assignments were a great motivator for learning things. On my own, it's definitely a lot harder since my own deadlines don't mean anything. It's interesting. I'm kind of the opposite. For me, when I had deadlines in school, and it's just different, everybody's different, right? For me, when I had deadlines in school, I was less likely to finish them because I actually don't give myself, the thing is I don't give myself deadlines now. It's honestly having a deadline that causes me to fail because I don't manage my time properly between when I'm supposed to begin and when it's supposed to be done. And so if I just have the freedom to work on it as long as I need to get it done, I do a better job and I get there. But if you tell me I have to finish it by a certain day, I'm gonna procrastinate. And at the last second, I'm gonna hurry up and put some broken slop together that I'm not proud of, that I don't feel good about, and there's a chance that I just give up and I take the F. And I just let it be a fail. And I just say, screw you, I didn't want to have to be pressured like this anyway. That's just me. But that makes also complete sense that for that it provides an extrinsic motivation and it gives you that reason to get it done. And then when you don't have any structure, how do you get it done? But of course, you know, I think, to me, I like to put structure around, like I say, instead of saying I have to finish this by a certain date, I say I have to show up and work on it at a certain time. So I do 8 to 10 hours on Wednesdays and Thursdays and Mondays every week, right? And maybe for you, it could be, for someone else, it could be 2 hours. Or if I'm working on something other than a game, it might be 1 hour or something, for whatever it is. I'm gonna work on whatever that thing is for this amount of time on this day. And so I kind of create like a short-term deadline, and I don't need to finish everything in that time frame. For me, that gives me motivation without making it this like far away thing. I think that's what is my undoing, is having a far away deadline makes it very hard for me to manage my time. But I can also see how that would be really helpful for some people too. I did so many last-minute assignments, but if I was engaged in the assignment, then I would be working on almost nonstop till it was perfect. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing. I don't know that I have ever experienced that in my entire life with a deadline. I just feel angry that I have a deadline, and it just sucks all the fun out of it. And so that the thing about something like that is, like, how can you recreate that feeling that you had when you were really engaged with it and there was a deadline that worked for you? How can you recreate that outside of the structure of school for yourself? There might be a way to do that. Ads are coming in a few seconds, by the way, if you are one who is chosen to get one. So, oh yeah, I could do some easy things. Just bring the energy multiplier down, obviously. Just turn knobs down until it's dark out. Hey, what's up, Coffee Stained? I peeped you at lunch and you're still here? Yeah, I am. First time watcher? Okay. Hey, Coffee Stained. Yeah, I am. I spent a lot of time banging my head against the desk trying to understand something that was very confusing, and I got a little bit success there, and now I'm finally getting to work on the fun part, and so I'm extending my time a little too much because I'm doing the actual fun part. Good to see you, though. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. These ads things are very new, right? New, like, for this channel or for YouTube? I can't speak for whether it's new for YouTube, but for this channel, I mean, I would say, yeah, kind of, because we've been monetized for a bit, but I've only within the last few weeks started actually running them during these live streams. I always put them on the video after the live stream ends, but I'm only recently starting to experiment with it during the live stream. And I kind of just want to see, like, is that revenue worth it? Like, does it help support this channel by running those ads while I'm live? And I feel like during the, like, 8-hour streams, and 8-hour plus, it might be worth it, because so many people come in and pop out. But I'm not sure, so I'm just kind of experimenting with it. What do you think about it? Like, really, like, I don't know, just kind of trying stuff that's available that can potentially, you know, make the time that I spend here actually be worth something, you know? Yeah, super short ad for a long form stream, right? Like for the game jams, I feel like maybe it's a little different, but I don't know. At the same time, you know, the game jams, if more people are there, it's like maybe that means more ads, but I'm not really sure. I just don't know. But good, noted. Appreciate it. Yeah, you're premium, yeah. Well, on the Shorts feed, you're on the Shorts feed. Shorts feed isn't even gonna get ads at all. But yeah, that's right. Exactly. If you're premium, then it's like as if you watched the ad. Totally. Yeah, I think that's really cool. Joaquin says, Godot makes me feel like I can get the things done. I'm horrible at coding. Unity was making me feel so stupid. I love that. Yeah, there's something more intuitive about Godot and the way it's structured and the way things get put together. So I totally feel that. With the game jam, some people would also be working on their own game, so may not mind too much. That's a good point. That's a very good point. On the other hand, if they're working on their game and they're listening to the stream in the background, and then there's an ad that they have to skip, but then the ad is playing, and then they have to stop working on their game to go skip the ad, that could kind of suck. But yeah, that's true. But yeah, I do understand that. Like, you know, using like Unreal Engine or something. Unreal Engine was very confusing. Godot, it's a little more accessible, I think. The creator of Godot is also from Argentina. Nice. I love that. Let's go. Go Messi? Is that the person? Does Messi mean something? Creator of Godot. So not Juan. Oh, Juan. But that's not Messi. What's Messi mean? I believe that means something. Unity feels like every way is the wrong way to code, whatever you're trying to do. Oh no. You paused your whole life to be here? Also, some people may be getting ads in a second. And the thing is, YouTube decides some people to get ads, and some people not. So like person A may get an ad now, but won't get an ad later. So it's kind of weird. So not everybody gets hit with ads every time, and it's weird how YouTube does that. So like I don't always know who gets them and who doesn't, unfortunately. You know, whereas on Twitch, we can be like, okay, everybody's gonna get an ad. Let's pause it. It's Twitch, like it's a little different than Twitch, I think, right? Because on Twitch, everybody gets an ad at the same time, unless they have some reason why they don't get ads. On YouTube, it decides. Some people get, like literally, like if there's two people who don't have, you know, some exception. For example, they don't have YouTube Premium. Neither of them have YouTube Premium. Neither of them have ad blockers. One person might get an ad, and the other person won't get the ad. And YouTube bases that on individual people's ad viewing tolerance, basically. And so some people, YouTube has decided, are very tolerant to watching a lot of ads. And if they think that you will watch the ad, they'll show you the ad, but they won't show someone else the ad. And so YouTube is telling me every single time it's going to show an ad, but it might just be doing it for one person and not everyone else. So it's weird when I have to say, I feel like I want to say like, hey, an ad's coming, but like, it may not be. Messi is our football god. I see. Messi football god. I see. Okay. And this is also related to the creator of Godot. So there's something related there. Okay, so I'm trying to make this sky darker. It's not really working at all. It looks the same. I feel like this doesn't do anything is probably what the situation is. Because I think the fog is probably taking up most of all of the everything. Oh, but you could also look at the sun. Right, the sun. Oh, the sun is important. Yeah. What if I put this as a child of that so we can access it from the world environment? That would probably be nice. Fog. I don't really want to turn off the fog, but I could. I'm level 7 susceptible to ads for anyone who gets the reference. I don't. I have no idea. It sounds like it could be Futurama or something, but technically, I have no idea. we could bring the fog light energy down. That helped. Maybe in volumetric fog. Ooh, it's starting to get a little spacier. Now, if I wanted that, so if I saved this as one of the world environments, we'll call it Enviro2. Not very well named, but that's okay. If I call that Enviro2, I mean, come over here. How easy would it be for me to just say, just set that in there? So in environment, oh, I guess I'd want to open up this, check out the documentation for that specifically. Set environment value. What is value, though? Is that like a path? What does that even mean? This isn't gonna work, is it? Come on now. That's not gonna work. Argue1 should be environment, but a string. What? Alright, I'm gonna look it up. In GDScript, change environment. 1 year ago. World environment node is used to configure the default environment. The parameters defined can be overridden by an environment node set on the current camera. Additionally, only one world environment may be instanced in a given scene at a time. Oh. I tried to change some of the parameters and that worked. Then I wrote the code again and set up the ambient light. Oh, so I actually need to adjust the values. Jeez. Am I playing games these days? Have you just reconnected the drip tube that is ESO? No. No. I'm not playing like any games really right now. I'm kind of just working on this game. That's kind of my main thing. I play like a game here and there, but you know, sometimes I play like Fallout 4. I do like that game. Sometimes I play like a game that I'm studying as a reference for this game, but no, I'm not doing massively multiplayer online anymore. Those games hurt me. They drain me of money and they cause me stress and they take away time that I could be spending on other things. I don't like those games anymore. But I did used to be very much hooked up to the drip tube of ESO. That there was a time. So it seems like if I want to adjust these values, I should adjust them not with load. I can't load in a different environment. I have to actually tweak the values themselves if I want that to change, is what it seems like. Oh, heck yeah, I watched Fallout. I watched the crap out of it. I watched it twice. I loved it. I freaking loved it. So good. Nothing but praise is what I have for it. So it seems like what I want to do is I want to come in and find all of the energy multipliers that exist and drop them down is going to be the way to get this to do what I want. Not all of them, but all the ones that are kind of relevant here. I even think I might be able to get away with just doing the fog ones. Probably. Like that. That's getting pretty dark. It could be darker. But let's just see if we can get to those. And the thing is I have to make sure I put them back. So I really need to set up like variables like constants and stuff like that. So like that's something to think about. But if I come over to this script and then drag, did you watch Fallout? I loved it.
I'm gonna drag the emission energy here. So this is contained within environment, so that shouldn't be too bad. It says it's self, right? Self volumetric fog emission energy. Can we just set it to 0? Like, does that just work? It might not. Or it might. Self drag out light energy from this. Set it to 0. I mean, that's all so easy. Agreed on the show. Amaze nuts. Yay. Have a good stream. Stay hydrated. Thank you. Cheers. Oh yeah, I did kind of drink all my water. I got like a drop. I got like 1 drop. So that means I'm hydrated. Thank you. Yeah, it was such a great show. All right, Coffee, take care. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. Appreciate it. I'm going to do the sky as well. It's probably gonna be a little harder to get to because we gotta say sky, then we gotta say sky material, and then we can say energy multiplier. That might work. Sometimes it's a little iffy accessing these. Alright, so just out of curiosity, does that work? Or does it not work? The answer is not work. Invalid index volumetric fog emission energy with value type of integer. Oh, okay. I can make it a float. Guess I should have typed it. Nope. Nope. I don't think it's looking for that either. Invalid when it comes to that as well. Alright. Volumetric fog emission energy. Default 1.0. Oh, we want to set it. But that's like a function. Okay. I can try that. Is that gonna work though? Is that gonna work? That doesn't seem like that's working. That's a bit tricky, is what that is. Okay. So how do you want me to do that then? Default is 1.0. I apparently can't set it. Or something. So I guess I will look it up. But I don't know if I'm gonna find it anywhere. Anywhere? Anything? Anybody? Ever? I find changing sky stuff to actually be like really difficult. Not undoable, but difficult. So maybe this is just a task for another day. Unfortunately. But I could at least load up the main menu a little bit. Yeah, maybe Maybe we just do it another day, huh? I'm already pushing my stream time. Why you know like this? Maybe I need to do fog first. Maybe I have to say like fog. No. Or like volumetric fog? No, it's just environment. Which that's what this is already. So I mean, I shouldn't have to say environment, because that's like, that's what it is. It is what that is. What? Oh, come on. Nah. So you're saying environment is like a subset of world environment. Okay, no, that didn't work. Good. Invalid index sky. Oh, yeah. Comment that out. Wow, so that actually might have worked. It's so confusing. Nice. Let's go. Okay. So then we probably want to say environment set fog light energy 0.0, like that. And maybe the same thing here. Environment I'm not really sure with that one. Oops. So let's try this. Sky energy multiplier. Set sky energy. Yeah, same thing. Okay, cool. Set sky energy multiplier 0.0. Alright, see if it looks a little spacier. A little alien planet here. Nice. I mean, the fog looks quite obnoxious, I will say. The fog doesn't make a lot of sense back there. Because the fog on the sides is a different color. So I'd want to adjust those fogs as well. And those fogs are actually sitting out here. What happens if I put those as children of the world environment? Is that allowed? Is that gonna cause something to break? Or is that fine? It looks fine. So I could then adjust these as well, somehow. But I feel like they're still gonna look a little weird. 'Cause those don't even have that type of lighting. So, I'm not exactly sure. What happens if I make them not visible? Just out of curiosity. I'm sure it looks pretty bad, but maybe not that bad. Because we're not moving left and right. Oh, that looks fine. The only problem is we then have to add it in. Oh, it fades in. Frick yeah, it fades in. Let's go. Okay, so that means I'm gonna want the fogs. So I'm gonna set that up. At on ready. Fog left. Oh, we need to call it a variable. Variable fog left. Its type is whatever this is. Fog volume. Fog volume. We're gonna access them as unique names. Pop that right there. This one is the right one. We're gonna say fog left, visible false, fog right, visible false. And they're just not visible. And obviously we're going to want them to become visible when the game starts, but they should be gone. Nice. There's something very disorienting about it all. So we'll see. We'll see how I feel about it. You know, it's gonna take some iterating to get this to look kind of the way I want. You know, I think it'd be best if there was like some kind of title screen right up here of some such. And then in theory, you're gonna click on one of these. And then you're going to enter the game as that one that you click on. So the other thing that I'd want to set up is I'm going to come to the HUD, and on the HUD, well, right now we have this score minimum play animation thing. And we do want to play that, but I still need like a button press, like a thing that starts the game, right? And in theory, I'd want it to be that you click on one of these aliens. I suppose I could set that up real quick. All right, let me set that up real quick. Alien for menu. Basically, I need to assign these aliens to a particular collision layer and make sure that they are on that layer. Oh, I also need to put an area 3D. So that's something new to think about. So we'll get an area 3D in here. And that's gonna need to have a collision shape. So let's be pretty simple about that. Just add a regular old collision shape, make it a box, and do not need this to be complicated whatsoever. Let's shrink that down to be kind of a good enough size for our purposes. All right, good enough. And I'm gonna make its collision layer. So I have a bunch of collision layers already. Power up to 6, so we're gonna make it, I guess 16 is my player one. I'm gonna make 15. I'm gonna make it 15. Yeah, we're making it 15. So layer 15 or 16384 is the one that these are all on, which means over on my camera I'm gonna want to create a new raycast. Yep, kind of. I'm gonna use the old raycast, and we're just gonna kind of hijack it. So I have this this raycast called Hover Ray, and it allows me to have it only look for certain things. So I want this raycast to be the one that is actually being used here. So the power up raycast is currently being used when the power up menu is there. So if the power up menu has not begun, then the attack ray is available. Well, there's nothing to attack here, so we can leave that being possible. So I'm gonna add in, I'm gonna say if level global's level current is set to 0, so So if we're in the menu level, then I want you to allow my new raycast to exist, which is going to be we're going to call it menu ray. Main menu ray. And I'm going to need to call... Well, we actually don't need to call that with anything yet. So let's bring this down. We're going to say func... I don't know if I want to put it there. I'm going to put it closer to... Let's put it right by the power-up ray. Func main menu ray. Now this one's actually a little different. It's got some uniquenesses to it. So actually I probably would want to... Let's grab this one. This function. And this is going to be looking for an input. So you might want to deal with how that input works at some point. I'm going to say we want the same number that we had before, which is... What again? We said 16384. 16384 is the value. Probably should spell this correctly. Main menu ray. 10 seconds, some people might get ads. Hopefully you don't. But some people might. If raycast is empty, hover target, set to raycast collider. And then this is just emitting when something is hovered, but let's go a step further and say if input or whatever. Do I have it somewhere else in here? Input action just pressed grab. So if it sees that we're hovering over the thing and we press it. Now I'm going to want this to be a little bit more interesting so it'll know which one you click on. But for now, let's just set it up to do like the bare minimum. But I'll want this to do a lot more at some point here. For sure. For now, we're just going to say if you press grab while it detects it, then let's have it emit game begin. So I'm going to set up this in my auto load. This is a script that is loaded at the beginning of the game in the top of the scene tree, so it's always available to every script. So I can communicate between scripts easily. So we're going to set up signal game begin. And then I'm going to want to connect this signal in a bunch of places. Namely, for now, in my world environment, for example, I would like it to make some things appear. For example, I would like to see the sky light up. So let's do that then. Messenger game begin connect on game begin is what we'll call that. Func on game begin. And at that time, I would actually want to set these back to like the constants or like the defaults. So I don't actually have these like held on to, so I'm going to need to look at what those are. For the volumetric fog emission energy, that's supposed to be 9.79.
These are all magic numbers right now, which is not ideal. I will fix that next week. But for now, I just want to see it be. Is that so wrong? For the fog light energy, that is 0.93. And for the sky energy, that is at 1. Okay. So let's see if that works. I'm a little nervous that it might not update in real time. Hey, it did! Turned on the lights. Let's go. It's a little sudden, but that's okay. All right. So now I want to do a few other things. I want this to actually load in the game. So I wanted to change the level to level 1, which is going to be maybe a lot. I need to figure out where it does this. I mean, I feel like it should do it on the global script. When we normally update to a new level, where does that happen? Level update. Oops. Level update emit. Oh, that's the level update dot emit. There we go. In the HUD is where we normally update the levels. So that's where we're gonna do it, I guess. Is right there on the HUD. And we want it to take us to level 1. Now, if we run that, it might do some undesirable things. But hopefully not. I'm worried that it might show the power-up menu. I hope it doesn't. We'll find out. So let's connect that message. Messenger game begin. Connect on game begin. Let's put it up here. Func on game begin. Messenger level update emit and 1. So we want it to become level 1. I'm just kind of curious what that does. In addition, I would also want... Well, let's just see what happens if we do that. I'm just kind of curious. It might not be pretty. Alright, so we click on one of these. It loads in level 1. Nice. That was actually not bad. But will we see level 1 come in? I'm not seeing it. So I think there's a few more things that we might have to do. It might be coming in very slowly. We still have the controls locked down. Oh no, there it is! There's level 1! Hey! Alright, good. Now, we don't have an alien that's visible, although we can still interact as if there is an alien. So... Wow, that went way better than I thought it would. I guess I would want to update the score minimum. Score minimum met. We could try running this function. Score minimum met animation finished. Not that. So we don't want the level up. What I'd want is this, I think, to play. Score minimum play animation. We'd also want the text update. So when do those functions get called? Oh, in an animation? I see. So I probably want to run this function and this function together. Probably want to do both of those. So let's do that. When the game begins, wherever I put that, right here, score minimum text update, and score minimum play animation. We also want to make, well, that should make it the score visible again, right? Container score visible true. I would think instead of putting that there, it makes more sense to put that up here when the game begins. I'm going to want to also come to the player and connect that new signal. Messenger, game begin, connect on game begin. Func on game begin. We want to make itself visible, and we want to unlock the controls. See if we're back in game mode yet. Did I set on the... How did I decide that that raycast is true over here? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, good. Alright, so we're in our main menu here. Click on an alien. And there's no look. Just that alien just becomes there. So, yeah, not exactly what. You're just running through. So there's some iffy things. So for example, you're supposed to not have arms and legs yet. You're supposed to be that head and torso only one. But it might be kind of cool if like you become the one that you click on. That would actually be awesome. I mean, if it's one in the distance, I'm not sure how that's gonna work. So it catches up, and then you can play as it. So there's some problems with that. I think what I want is you don't immediately get the chance to play as the alien, but rather you... There's a couple things. I mean, I would want to make that shorter before level 1 begins. Let me level up and just make sure everything looks fine. I'd want to make it a much shorter amount of time before you actually see the game load in. I don't want it to take so long, for one thing. And two, I think I would want it to sort of be... just make a little more sense, like it delays when you actually are in control. You know, maybe like the camera can adjust, or I don't really know. I don't really know how that... I mean, I guess the idea was that it would like beam you. I think that's probably the simplest thing. So we could have like a beam of light. That would be awesome. Like that'd be easy to do too. So we could just say the one you click on, a flag gets set, and like a beam of light comes off of that one. And maybe we could just have it stop. We can have it pause, a beam of light comes down, and then like the screen can go super bright, and then it fades in, and then you're on level 1. Or it could go to a bright beam of light. It comes back. And what if, oh, okay, I have an idea. What if, like, level 1 ground is down here? right? So on each of these where we have just like this current alien terrain, right? We can flip a Boolean, and instead of being the alien terrain, it becomes Earth terrain. And it's just like a bunch of blank grass. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. It's gonna be a beam of light on the one that you click on, a flash of light, or something like that. Maybe instead of a beam of light, it would be better with like the game logic if like an orb descended and it grabbed that alien, and then that orb like carries the alien up. That's a little more advanced, but I think it's completely doable. Because all we'd have to do is have an animation where an orb descends, and then the alien that you click on disappears, and an alien appears in that orb. The orb ascends. You know, we just have to make sure we could spawn it in. We wouldn't even have to, yeah, so like when it, oh, this is exciting. This is really fun. I cannot wait to work on this. Wow. Oh, I wish I could work on it right now. I wish I could do it all right now. But it's going to take some time. But it's going to be really, really fun. It's going to be super fun. So an orb is going to come down, and it's going to grab an alien, and then it's going to go up. And then we'll see, whatever, a flash of light, or it'll go to darkness or something. And when it comes back, all of the other aliens will be gone. And the environment will be different, and we'll see grass on the ground, and then that will lead us to level 1. That's it. That's what we gonna do. Oh, I'm excited. It's gonna be cool. All right, so like for right now, it just does that, which isn't quite what I have in mind. We could do a couple temporary things so it looks like all right for now, which is, I could say that all those little aliens we could connect in here. I'm sure we're gonna need to connect it. Well, this is very exciting. All of the work today, I'm sorry, it was actually worth it. It was worth it. Messenger game begin. What do we want to say? Connect on game begin. Then we're gonna run a little funky funk on game begin. Drop that on down. And I'm just gonna make the whole thing not visible. So it's when we click on it, it's just gonna disappear. But I want to set it up so that animation comes down, abducts an alien. But now it's just gonna poof! Boom! Game started. Whoa! But it didn't hide the ones that weren't spawned in yet. So we have to set up a flag that tells even the next ones that come in not to appear. So there's a few little things to work out there. Yeah, so we could just set, we'd need it to be like class wide. We could do a static, couldn't we? If I say this is class name alien for menu. Alien for menu. We could set a static. Do I have to say variable? Yeah. Static variable is visible Boolean true. I don't know that I particularly want to do the process function there. On game begin, I would want to set that Boolean. Well, you kind of do need it to be. Well, it could be in the ready because it's like when it starts out. You only have to do it in ready, actually. If is visible. Visible is true. Simple as that. Otherwise, visible is false. Then the new ones won't come in either. If I'm using that, I've never used a static variable until now.
But I think... Oh, wait. I gotta make it false first. So we want to say is visible becomes false as well. So that way it updates that variable. That might work. 5 seconds. Some of you might get ads. Skip it if you would like. Alright, so if I click on this one, poof! Game start, and the new ones won't have any. They're all gone. Let's go. Beautiful. Look at that. We're coding, baby. It's so exciting to like do something fresh that works and is new. as opposed to what I've been doing for the last friggin' 9 hours. Great. Alien Army, pick one. We'll have an animation, an orb comes down, and the game starts. You know, we can put like a loading thing down there. That is something that I have set up in like general. I'm not exactly sure how easy it's going to be to make that visible and animated right away. What plays the loading animation exactly? Loading. Oh yeah, just right here. That's all we gotta do. Loading text visible, animation, play it up. Right there. So as soon as it happens, when game begins, we can start that animation. And then we obviously have to tell that animation to stop at some point. Yeah, we could just await a little bit. Just after a little bit. Something like a little bit. Just in a little while. Let it sit there for a second. And then go away. It's a bit of a fake loading. There is something loading. It's just not necessarily related to what's happening. So actually, I think I would want more of an await here. It doesn't have to be a long await, just long enough that the loading appears after we click on it. Whoa. It wasn't what I expected. Whoa. Oh, because on game begin runs everywhere else first. I see. So we probably... Well, I'm actually a little confused why that timed out that way. That was really strange. Because it's... Oh, we need to delay when on game begin actually gets emitted. On game begin, and then we'd have to have the loading play at that time. So this is going to be back on the camera, actually. So I think what I'd want is to... Now, I would need to now connect that to the HUD from the camera, which is a little messy. It could be messier. Do we have the HUD on here? By the way, pray tell. Yes or no? Maybe so. We don't yet. Let's on ready it. Get it on there. At on ready. Variable. HUD. Oh, I haven't typed these. Cam target, I believe, is a Node 3D. It is Node 3D. Power up menu, I believe, is also a Node 3D. So let's type it as such. The HUD, I believe, is gonna go ahead and be a canvas layer. So we'll call it that. And we'll make sure to drag it on in like that. And now I can come down to my main menu raycast and say that before it emits all of that, I would like it to play the HUD animation loading and show the HUD loading text, then wait a second before doing everything else. So that way we see the loading ahead of time. So click it, loading appears, and then the loading happens. Yeah. I like that. I like that. It's loading. Give the game a second. It's trying to load. Don't you know? Nice. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now, it does take a while. So I would want to try to shorten that potentially. But hey, that's kind of a main menu. Now I want to do like options and things like that. I want to do some more animations. You know, we want to have more, a title screen. You know, there's more design that I want to do here. But before, I didn't have anything to design on. And now I have a section of the game to design all of this on. So I'm going to go ahead and say we pretty much did what I wanted to do here today, which was try to understand how the frickin' heck the terrain controller script works, and I would say I 75% understand how it works. And at least well enough that we can get a main menu in there and update it, so that way we can play this game. And now it is there. It works. There's still some things about the game that need a lot of adjusting. I'm not done yet, but I actually feel like I can say there was success here, which, man, it was touch and go for a minute. All of that effort to try to understand things. Ooh, that was some work today. I gotta be honest, that was some work. But I'm proud that it did actually come together after all of that. And there is now a main menu to speak of. Now, you know, if we die, we don't go back to the main menu. So there's still plenty to think about, right? How do we go back to the main menu if we die? That's a new thing. What if you quit the game? You know, how do we, you know, quit it without closing the entire game? You know, pull up a pause menu and choose exit. How do we get back there? So stuff like that are things that I want to set up and work on, which I think is the perfect kind of tasks to do next week. I will be back next week working on this game, as I often do. I'll do another 8 to 10 hours. By the way, I want to give some love to the people who support this channel on Patreon. We got Pepe Plays, Erickson Hernandez Brown, Beth Jackson, Ninja, or Nina, not Ninja, Nina, Milo Artie, and Olaf Sepp are also supporters of this channel on Patreon. It entitles you to some bonus videos, but it's really just a good way to support the channel directly with monies that don't get tapped into by YouTube. So thank you for supporting over there on Patreon. You get a few more perks actually if you support here on YouTube. So thank you to the YouTube members for being there. We got Albeska, Pierogigon, Kai, Pepe, Milo, Olaf, Tinjo, Katie Codes, Seppi, A's Hall as well. Thank you guys. If you join up on YouTube, you will get an 8-hour to 10-hour live stream that I do every Monday where I work on game assets. Currently, I'm improving the player character model for my game, and I'm really excited to keep working on that. On Monday, you'll get emotes and other stuff. So yeah, check that out if you're interested. If you're still here, by the way, why don't you think about hyper smashing that thumbs up button? Hyper smash that thumbs up button. If you're watching on the shorts feed, you can tap in the top right on those 3 dots, and that's how you can like it. If you're watching on the widescreen, well, you already know what to do. Thank you if you're willing to do that. It means a whole lot. And if you're one of these amazing, wonderful people who's watching the stream after the stream ends, wow, you made it really far. You got all the way to the end? Dang! Thank you so much. You can see the last live devlog that I did by tapping or clicking in the bottom left. You can see the next one by tapping or clicking in the bottom right. And I hope that I see you there. All right, good night, guys. Good progress, good progress. It's a main menu. It works. Things happen. Let's go.